He's under you. Down.
I think I'm under him. Oh no, but he has so good aim, I think.
Dude, these guys are pretty good.
On left side.
Nice.
Did I see? Maybe to the left, watch out. I saw him. Oh, he's to the right. He got
Yeah, good trade.
so bad.
Good trade.
Yeah, it's on left. Yeah,
They're pushing, guys. You have no respect.
Oh, never mind. He was
He's
here, let's
fucking
spot.
check that teammate. Yeah, 100%.
I don't know, they're abusing that I didn't have AK. Unfortunate, I thought they would be better teammates.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, guys.
Left side, up left.
Yeah, I think both.
I don't have a Kevlar for some reason. No Kevlar.
Buy Kev next time.
We're camping. Oh, one is...
One dude,
my
yeah.
god, down.
Kevlar? Okay, buy Kev next time.
We're camping. Oh, one dude, my god, down.
ESL Pro League is Jamie Moulton, Intel, ESL Long Respect, and D-Hater.
I think what we learned from our loss was that you can't really take anything for granted. Like we played very good in the play-in. We beat Virtus Pro and some other team. I don't really remember which team it was. And when we got into the main event, we just went to 0-2 and got out. And I think it was because we really thought that we were better than we were, after those wins we got in the play-in. So I'd say just not taking things for granted and just take it more as it comes, I guess.
Well, as you heard from Hampus, not taking things for granted, and hopefully NIP aren't taking their current scoreline here in Group B for granted either. Currently sitting at 2-1 as they go up head-to-head against Mouse Sports, who are sitting at 0-3. So for one team, much more of an important match than the other. And NIP now, they could get themselves one step closer to locking themselves into that top 3 and moving on into the playoffs.
This is a great opportunity for the Ninjas in Pajamas to qualify for the next stage of this group. I think when you were looking at it to begin with, you thought to yourself, nah, NIP, sure, they're a good team, right? They're showing progress, bringing in a new player in CTR. Still, though, with the strength of this group, the strength of the teams you see right here, you would expect NIP to maybe place 4th, 5th, or something along those lines. Now they have a golden chance to beat Mouse Sports, completely send them out of the tournament for good, but also most likely themselves progress into the next stage.
Yeah, especially with FaZe Clan going 1-3 now, really giving themselves that chance to make themselves into the top 3. But Mouse Sports, we're talking about NIP, right? We're talking about them trying to qualify top 3, but we should say for Mouse Sports, it's still an important match. Not necessarily to change the fate of what they can do in the group, but more about getting that really good practice and getting those reps under their belt, especially for Dexter, the in-game leader for the team.
Yeah, I guess the more time they get in a competitive matchup, the better for them, right? They've shown glimpses and they've shown on a couple of maps that they can play Counter-Strike at a high level. I will say, you look at the individuals from the tournament as well. Rubs have had a couple of good maps. Frozen have been playing a good tournament. Acor have maybe not played up to his best, right? But you see glimpses of what Mouse Sports can do. But for now, it's too early, right? It's too early for them to really come into a tournament of this caliber to produce great results. So the more practice they get in an environment where everything is at stake, sort of, in a real game practice environment, the better for them. This is a long-term project with Dexter, and unfortunately for Mouse Sports, this came a bit too early.
Yeah, I like how you said there's little glimmers of what Mouse Sports can bring to life. For the other side, though, for NIP, we've seen some glimmers shining quite bright here as we want to start to talk about Rez in particular. Sure. The second highest rated player in the event so far. Now, I know we're only halfway through with Group A and Group B, but he's right behind ZywOo.
And he's doing a fantastic job. Rez is a player with a long history, right? He's been in NIP for quite some time. He was the first guy joining the legendary lineup with Forrest and Get Right and all those guys. Had an MVP title at Oakland in 2016, I believe, or 17 that was. Rez is a player that when he's playing at his best, he can take over the game. He can take over the server. He's an aggressive rifler. He's a guy who is not afraid of any duels whatsoever. And as we've seen so far in this tournament, he's the difference maker for NIP. And that's what we need from NIP. We're looking towards their lineup. You look at at Rest, you look at Popsky, you look at some of those guys, and Nork for that matter as well, and you think to yourself, well, who's the star player? Who's the best player on NIP? Who's the guy who's supposed to put up, 25, 30
The X Factor player.
The X Factor player? Well, for my money, it is Rest. We don't see it consistent enough, but when we see it, it's at a very high level.
Yeah, and we've seen, I mean, luckily for him, kind of stepping up, whereas ZTR has been struggling a little bit, though he has been doing exceptionally well when it comes to the maps he's calling for. But it is nice to see NIP have this kind of resurgence. Again, as you mentioned before, looking at the groups, you would say NIP probably not going to qualify over G2, Vitality, FaZe Clan, right? The big names, the top teams when it comes to CS, but they've been putting up the numbers, and we're even seeing now a little bit of a throwback here to the Intel Extreme Masters in Oakland where they won.
It's also a question of Swedish Counter-Strike in general. Because yes, NIP, they've been a team that, of course, 5-6 years ago, they were the best in the world and everyone counted on them being a favorite coming into a tournament. But let's be real, the last 3 or 4 years, NIP has just been a placeholder. They've been a top 8, top 9, top 10 team. Haven't really been up there where you could believe them winning any tournaments whatsoever. Same goes for Swedish Counter-Strike. Fnatic is nowhere to be found, right? We get to see them later in the Pro League here as well. But Swedish Counter-Strike, they need some sort of resurgence. They need some sort of comeback. And I will say what I see from NIP right now is some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen come out of Swedish CS in general. Of course, Fnatic have had their highs and lows, but again, way too inconsistent. And that's the problem in general for Swedish Counter-Strike. There's so much potential. There's so many good players, but no one has really found the recipe to success just yet.
Well, maybe they have found a little bit of an ingredient they need to add to that recipe of success in the form of ZTR. We actually got to hear Hampus talk about how he's calling on 2 maps for them. And funny enough, the 2 maps he is calling for, they have a 100% win rate within the Pro League. But the problem is, for me, his stats necessarily not supporting, I guess, how effective he's being within the roster.
Yeah, I mean, if he's a caller, then you can excuse him a little bit and say, okay, you're calling, so you're potentially winning a couple of rounds for us in that regard. But you look at his stats right here, and you're right, they're not really that impressive. And I will say, in modern days Counter-Strike, has this been, again, 5 years ago where you had your MSLs, you had your in-game leaders who knew a lot about the game and who were very efficient on the server, but maybe not efficient enough? That would blew by, right? In modern days Counter-Strike, in-game leaders, they have to frag out. Right, there's no doubt about it. You have to have 5 players on the server who can frag out. You look towards your Liquids, you look towards your FaZe Clan, even Glaive, maybe one of the weakest fraggers.
Complexity with Blame F.
Complexity with Blame F, Tapson in Big Clan. Modern days Counter-Strike is turning towards a point where the in-game leader also has to be a fragger. So, sure, CTR is doing a good job, but fragging-wise, he needs to step it up a bit. Still, it's early for him, right? He still needs to feel more comfortable. He's being thrown into the mix now of calling as well. So, that will affect your individual performance. So, I wouldn't really say there's any alarm bells ringing just yet, but the stats we saw right here, they will over time have to get better.
It's so funny when you talk about, in-game leaders 5 years ago that could get away with just calling and not fragging. For some reason, instantly into my mind went God Hunden. Thinking about him in particular. And I know the track record
case,
with you at Hunden. Let's take a look at the vetoes in this one, right? I'm curious if we will potentially get that overpass, if we will get potentially a nuke in here. And off the bat, we are seeing the ban come in for Vertigo.
Overpass is not going to happen. I would be very surprised if Mousesports is going to let that one through. As for the rest of the maps, it's still a bit up in the air, right? NIP's map pool haven't really settled down. Same goes for Mousesports. We don't really know too much about it so far. We've seen them play 3 times in this tournament so far, and Vertigo out of the way, Overpass out of the way. That is as expected. When it comes to the picks, well, NIP have been picking Inferno every single time. They've not been allowed to pick Overpass, so that makes sense. Mousesports, though, have shown glimmers of decent play on Inferno. They're yet to win the map, but they have played a couple of close games. I remember one against Heroic, if I'm not mistaken. That was not against Heroic, that was against someone else. But they played a nice, close Inferno game. Dust 2 coming out of Mousesports. We saw Dexter go absolutely off against Vitality, right? He was a very positive experience on that map. Mousesports, I will say, could have won that. I think they got off to a good start, but at the end of the day, they weren't. And then we have Mirage as the 3rd deciding map. So when you look at the 3, I guess, the 3 maps and you look at what kind of maps are they, Inferno is this very tactical heavy utility-based map where you need a lot of team play, you need a lot of synergy to be able to play it. Whereas for Mirage and Dust 2, you can get by with individuals playing well. The problem for Mousesports is that we've seen Frozen play well once in a while, then we see Ruffs play well once in a while, but Aiko has been missing. Dexter, it's been very, very small with success for him. Bimas has been a disappointment to me because I think that he's much, much better than he's showcasing right now. So individually speaking, I'm not sure as Mousesports have this firepower, at least not at the same time, to deal with this team of of NIP. And there's no doubt, you know, when you look at the team composition, individually speaking, I would say that the Mouse Sports players are better individual players, whereas for the NIP team is a much better team.
Right. And we saw there our Epic's GG players to watch. It was Rez, it was Frozen, and I like how you point out yet again that we see Mouse Sports, we talk about those glimmers. You have, like you said, Rob stepping up in one game, Frozen maybe not. Then the reverse happens where Frozen steps up. But Dexter, I'm really looking forward to him if he can maintain that kind of performance on a map like Dust 2. I think that makes Mouse Sports a really formidable force when it comes to that map going on in the future.
Yeah, you need a third guy on your team who's able to hold up. And I don't think for Dexter, it's his fracking is going to be fine. Here in the beginning, sure, it as we talked about with CTR as well, when you join a new team, you're feeling a bit uncomfortable. Sometimes your fracking will suffer a little bit. But we've seen Dexter in many years now, and especially the last year of his career, be a phenomenal fracker when it comes to producing on the server. So I'm not too worried about that at all. It's more so, can he, as an in-game leader, set up Rubs, set up Frozen, set up the team as a cohesion and make sure that Mouse Sports is a top team, right? Because when you look at the player material they'll have, Rubs is a world-star player. Frozen is slowly but surely becoming one of the good players out there. And then Acor, who's this talent that is still unpolished, who once in a while show how good he is, but still haven't really broken through in Mouse Sports. I look at the players, I look at Mouse Sports, and I think if they can make this work, there's definitely potential to be a top 5, 6, 7 team if they really hit a stride. And
I'm looking actually towards Acor, as you mentioned before. Him up against Knock, the Out battle. Might not see it too much when it comes to Inferno, but looking at Dust 2, I want to see Acor have that solid game, right? You talk about how well he can be as a player, how much he's improved over time, but I want to see it. I want to see it on the server, and I want to see it in this match because I don't want to see Mouse Sports give this up at all.
He's going up against Nog, and Nog is a phenomenal player with the AWP as well. He's going up against Threat, the coach of NIP, who always make solid game plans. So Mouse Sports, they will have to play better than they've done so far in this tournament if they want to win today.
All right, well, let's head over to our commentators of Machine and Sponge.
All right, you guys have finished off your story meeting. Now already, Bloodshed is about to be drawn too aggressive towards second mid. Do look to deny that and fight that. Instead, one I expect leans NIP's way, as did our desk. That was, of course, Mr. Kaplan and Mr. Vinicky. Evade the nade, no damage really. Plomsky and Nork just a little peppering. Started Rushley on the 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, and 6s. And already looks like ZTR is ready to set his teammates up for the go. Smokes are flying. Rops yet to fully find their head. He stabilizes his aim and does bring Plopsky down to half. That duel from Frozen has gone awry. It's a chance for Acor though. Rops standing strong, standing vigilant, does take a lot of damage. 2 HP, he stabilizes, finally goes down. And now they have a man advantage. USPs are scavenged, they have map control. Acor does linger. As the smoke fades, you'll have a little line of sight onto Rez's aggress, but 40 seconds, it will slow down for a moment. NIP, they have a man advantage, but for how long can they maintain it? It could change in the blink of an eye, in the click of a mouse. Bomb. And Acor trying to pip.
No one covering?
Oh my god, no one's covering, and he's going to get them both. They line up for him, and Acor wraps it up neat and tidy, just like that. A gap in the defense. NIP were not covering for the aggress. He cuts noise long enough. Brutality.
Yeah, that one there felt like NIP had done so much, right? Off camera, Rez kills Dexter trying to push down Banana, so they know that their flank's not an option. And here when they plant, it's the only place they're not looking. Coffins, Acor finds the timing. Gets 3 massive kills and puts a much-needed round on the board for Mouse. And I don't mean much needed because of the position for them in this group. They're not going to make it through. We all know that. Mouse Sports are done in Pro League. But right now, this is for the future of this team. Now, this is where we have a huge discussion about pressure with a whole different kettle of fish in the conversation. Mouse Sports now going to be less cagey, going to be playing a bit more free. They're just trying to see if their team actually works. And aggressive maneuvers like this is one way to get started. Look at Frozen straight down mid.
Yeah, I think Campus is a dead man shooting. He does hit his headshot and ducks away. He lives to tell all the tale. Gets away just in the nick of time, and Acor trying to rock the ship. He does, just like that. What? CT aggression completely on his own, and he times it to perfection. Acor with 2 high-impact rounds already, just 2 rounds in. 100% success rate. Now, Dexter caught out, doesn't go down to the CZ, a crucial survival. And as the deep smoke drops, it does seem like with Acor and Dexter's moves combined, they have re-stabilized. Hampus trying to be a rascal.
Very low. Oh, he's pipped the timing here, hasn't he?
If Acor doesn't...
He's heard it.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, he's giving him a chance. Hampus has a shot now.
A small chance, a small window for him to jump through, but it does require first bullet accuracy. Acor, back-to-back triple kills to start off our series. It's just Nork. And the aim punch just a little too high. Crosshair goes wide. Recover 2 M4s into our third round of play.
So there's no brainer that this group is still going to be an absolute mess with the 4 top dogs. It's Nip, Ence, obviously we've got G2 and Vitality. Now, as we discussed, they're out of the picture. But for NIP, in this one right here, they come in as the favorites, but Mouse come in with no pressure. Now, my issue is with the Ninjas is it's some newer names at this level of Counter-Strike, right? We've been speaking about Plopsky, it feels like a year now, Rez for the last couple, Nork and Hampus in more recent times, and then ZTR only in 2021. I worry, in a pressure environment here, that NIP might crumble. They didn't go into too many of their games as favorites until they get into this one right here, right now. And Hampus has taken a massive chunk there, hasn't he? Down to 24. Oh!
Oh, and Dexter, if he tucks in on half-wall aggressive.
Yeah, look at these risks. They weren't making these plays the other day.
They weren't. And they're going to flash as it fades. This is so badass. Look at the chance and the damage. It could have been 3. Just like that. Another aggressive move. We've seen 3 of them. No, let me correct myself. 2 of them. Over the course of the just 3 rounds of play, with just Mousesports bringing a new flavor to the server. Fully flash, Rops knocked off his favorite balcony. It does leave vulnerabilities to Bemis. Acor and Frozen starting to look for info elsewhere, but it's already the push. Bemis not checked immediately, and he does find ZTR. Don't forget, Nork is low. Rez brought low as well. They've lost the sight. Bomb will be planted, but this is a difficult after plan for them to piece together again.
One smoke dropped. Yeah, another one for Nork as well. The low HP could be clipped by Acor's nade.
Yeah, that's the end of Nork.
Oh, catch that one.
Booked him. Rez to clutch. Using that low HP to great success onto the first. He knows exactly where Acor's coming from. And he's got a pretty damn good idea as to where Rez is lurking. Time passing favors Rez with every passing second, and the crosshair placement just puts the hat on him. NIP given the first. Posting it on the board and seizing control of Inferno.
Ooh-wee, all right, that's a way for NIP to announce himself in the server here, and that aggressive move on the bonus round from Dexter gets them some info, gets them some kills, but it's not enough to get them the round, and this was well handled. Nade was good. Rez immediately finds a kill off the back of that, right? If he waited a little bit longer, probably loses all the space and will go down to one of the 2 retaking CTs, but really clutch flash there from ZTR as well to get the opening onto Rops. You thought up on that perch, we tend to see him do a lot of damage. Pistols out now for Mouse. BMAS upgraded into a Deagle, USPs for 3, and Rops on a P250. Here's a flash for Dexter. Poised and ready to wait for the signal to let that one go. And I think we'll see a lot more of a proactive Mousesports here on the CT and the T side. He's currently clear. It is a 5-man lean, 5-man gamble stack over towards A, hoping the trap gets sprung. Flash, and that was it. Nobody to receive that. All the information for Rez. NIP are in the power position right now, but they're going back to the stack.
There could be more.
Pink.
More damage. P250s and USPs are filling the feed. Nork's getting low as well. They're hitting all the shots necessary. This is awkward as hell.
Plopsky.
No way. Just pistols, P250s, USPs. NIP cannot afford to let this one slip. And it all comes down to Plopsky and his following decision-making.
Oh, Rops can just play spoiler on B. Just deny the plant. That's all he has to do.
He knows that Bemis is looking for that mid info, and he spotted him there at the bottom of mid with the bomb.
Back B, very noisy here. Very noisy from Plopsky.
Should just be the one shot. Oh! Nearly misses it up, but that is Mousesports given the gift of 3. They had no right into that round.
Was it flash, 2 upgraded pistols, and USPs? That was it. Look at how much Rops does here.
Thinks from Dexter as well. Look at the damage he inflicted.
Oh, dearie me. Okay. Well, they shouldn't be running away with that one right there.
Oh. Wow. That is unadulterated robbery. Mousesports given that one. NIP are back to the drawing board and back to the whiteboard. It's just written on Force by AK, Galil.
Big capital letters.
Threat's got the eraser out, ready to completely change the plans if this one does not go to plan.
Oh, forward position right now in halls, and we saw this have varied success for Mousesports, right? If teams identify the setup, they're able to punish off of that information. Acor's actually netting up over towards that arch side, and up banana we go. Lots of room. And just limped out one at a time. Hampus trying to make some room. Doesn't get it done. Molly lands on his corpse. Even Frozen wants...
Oh,
Look at this, he's just taking fights.
just like that. There's more to come as well. Frozen makes it 3. Might need to do a bit more. ZTR taking down teammates and enemies alike. He does have an open B site. Wants to try and profit off the back of that. A bomb plant would go a long way. The nade indicates he may have some time.
Good plant here, they need this NIP.
If he could do any more damage as well.
Giving himself another smoke to work with. Element of surprise right now.
Walking through the CT smoke is quite the play. A-core back turned and ZTR strikes. He hears the steps, identifies that Banana is the threat. Smoke on the bomb. A high flash for his first fight. Needs to try and spray into Robs. He's there, but does go down. Mousesport's successful retake. The AWP will be recovered, and I think there's an AK-47 with Robs' name on it as well.
All right. Done their scavenging here, and Mousesport's now 4-1. We heard Yanko to start off the day saying, you know, even though Mousesports can't go through here within this group, they're probably going to win a series, and this is a good reason as to why. When you come into a game and you know that this is practice, just with, you know, 40, 50, 60,000 people watching, you can play a little bit looser, and things have already gone terrible for Mousesports. They can't go worse. Even if they walked out of the group 0-5, they're already eliminated, right? So at this point, it's just about showing us what you got, and right now, some aggressive Counter-Strike. And that's what we like to see here. Mousesports are backing their individuals, something it didn't feel like they were doing in their earlier matches. A bit timid, a bit tamed. And now NIP off the back of that plant from ZTR will get themselves a couple of light upgrades. AK for ZTR, pistols for the rest. Utility forcing Plopsky out of Banana here. Completely laden with flames right there.
Yeah, the flash could buy him enough time to walk on back up to where he desires. I think he's pulled it off.
Yeah, well, they've got Plopsky on his lonesome. Look at the other 4.
What's ETR supposed to achieve with this?
I think they're hoping for a couple of headshots, but he's statistically NIP's worst player, the youngster. We heard the other day from Hampus he's doing some in-game leading duties as well.
Wow, so flashed. And as he re-clears, ZTR hopes to try and pip the fight. Incendiary, that will buy time. Back towards apps, back towards short.
Plopsky's still top Banana here. It's denied info for Mouse at least, so they've had to keep 2 players on this side of the map, but with 44 seconds left on the clock...
Don't forget Mousesports picked up a full eco victory.
That's true.
NIP looking to find a taste of that success here on theirs. Certainly got a little bit more to it. Quick smoke from Rez to set ZTR's progress up. Arch smoked. And Rops with the restraint. It's robotic! Look how easy he makes it look. Oh, just pivoting between the 2 lines. Easy as that, such restraint, controlled. I bet you he was breathing, Chad.
Yeah, Rops there just absolutely dismantles that partial buy. Watch it again. Just seems so simple. Sure, they're stepping out into the same line of sight, but having a pivot to Hampus there and back again for another onto Nork, keeping it headshots. Fresh as you like.
Oh, just another day in the office for Ropsicle.
A little grin starting to creep onto his face just there. I imagine the mood in the camp is completely different coming in today's game. If you use the Twitter sphere, go check out Mytha's tweet saying, you know, they're still really eager to get these wins on the board and show that they can get the victories, just for something it's going to do for Mousesport's confidence. Sure, you can't continue forward, but this team, it's just started. Dexter's only made it into Europe for about a month now.
Yeah, every win is going to be a valuable, you know, learning experience as well as a confidence boost.
ZTR's only operating with 3K, so it's going to be a UMP. He loves this. He already, as a newer player, it doesn't feel like he's of the new breed, because he's always doing something supportive, is old ZTR.
Sure. He's here for the team game, and I can understand.
Those players are hard to find.
Yeah, there are difficulties in that role. Zone design into B. Or top B rather. Hampus clears out the sandbags. So there's a lot of util to be pulled out of Dexter and Frozen. And the retake set completely clears out top Banana. Dexter will look for a little push. In the meantime, it's Rez and his project completely shut down.
There's an upgrade for ZTR. UMP to AK, not even a bullet fired just yet. He's jumping on out, so they feigned some mid-control in the passive setup. They're forced into B.
They're both standing and fighting. This is so vulnerable. Just dips under the smoke for the reaggress. However, counter flash is present and Banana is back under Mousesport's control. Elsewhere, back up mid they seek. ZTR will encounter the A-Core AWP, a bit of util to set themselves up.
Huge gap in his smoke just there. Can be cleared out by Rops here. Has to worry about the mid to B as well, and well, back to mid to B they go. Or back to B, through mid.
Seen the boost return, Chad. We've seen the meta shift, and we are now once again not pre-firing the boost. Too many other options. And again,
no hard clear.
No one checks it. Oh, how the times have changed. But bomb into the site. Couple of seconds. Someone has to be doing it. Go, someone do it. Bloody hell.
Dog's got it.
Okay, just a bit of indecision there. And things can certainly shape up nicely for the Ninjas now.
Ooh, this is great for Nork.
Could not have a better opportunity for impact. He's actually going to consider construction. He'll make that his responsibility. Plopsky and Paul, great shot, pulls the trigger onto Rops' advance. Very uncomfortable for Mouse now.
Trading places.
A single flash, swapping and chipping in from either angle. It's Plopsky now to test this double push. He realizes he can just play passive.
Oh, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, rot in the clock, it's theirs. Mousesports, no time for this. And Nork confirms it, pulls the trigger, needs one more, and finds them all. Ninjas in pajamas turn it around into the site. They isolate Dexter. And posting their second, a crucial find.
Yeah, good by Mousesports to get out 2 sets of that top banana control utility, right? That's why we had that flurry towards the top banana. Plopsky eventually trading that one out onto Dexter there. But it's very wild to be able to pull around back like this. Mousesports dropping their second. NIP keeping that AWP in the hands of Nork, and another plant means we will see them purchasing again, and both teams whittled on down in early stages here. Round number 8, we're already going to see a deagle on Rops.
Uh-oh. Missed shot from A-Core, and there's a nade on his nose as well. He has to operate at 26. I think that's enough to think better of the re-aggress.
Rops is very forward here.
Ugh, very nasty little gap for him to exploit. Ooh, Rez has got the wall bang, damn. Draws his attention towards the bedroom, the sound confirms it. Now through the smoke, and Hampus executes Dexter. They're punishing this B site now. They think they've found the weakness. And again, they've successfully found the entries necessary. Looks like Frozen's conceding this one. They had the aggressive stance in apps and just punish into B.
Yeah, quite pick-heavy stuff here, but there's still this standoff in second mid. ZTR looms around. He has locked them in towards A. They cannot try and escape to T-stairs, to T-spawn. So if NIP want to chase, doesn't look like they do, they know where Mousesports are stuck to. Bomb's going to be halfway ticked. And this one here will be called on off. But with these saved weapons, at least they can stay threatening, and I think we might see those aggressive maneuvers starting to come out a little bit more. But one of the things that stood out to me in one of the early Mousesports Inferno games were the double AWPs. They were doing a lot of double AWPs against Ence. You know, it wasn't always looking like the best setup against the execute-heavy style. See if it's something that Frozen wants to get back into here today. There you go, ZTR making noise. Rops was looking the wrong way, but look how easy he makes that look. Dig a bullet in the brain, UMP picked up. The Bybee gets that a little bit more threatening. It would have been probably P250s at best for the players who were dead on the side of Mouse. Now someone gets a free UMP or a free deagle.
Oh, just as the flash popped. A-Core had no response, and Hampus completely disrespects the smoke to great success. Bam. Weapon recovered. Wonder if that UMP is going to be seeing any more action.
A flash out of that as well. So if he gets an alley-oop, we'll have to see where they want to set players up. But over towards short is BMAS. With one of these M4s. Now, BMAS is a player who is one of the bigger rookies in the server alongside a ZTR. One of the lowest rated players at the moment in the tournament is BMAS.
Has yet to realize or demonstrate his potential consistently. There's no doubt about it. Even pipped long ago as Nico's player to watch, Rising Star.
Yeah, it would be good to see him activated. I think he's got some cruel aim.
Here we go. Perfect flashbang for Frozen to collect, and he even identifies there's another one hiding around the corner. It's Nork and Hampus. We missed A-Core's first, but he's pulled the trigger onto Rez. That's twice he's been shut down on his boiler adventure.
Oh, and another one.
Gone. What is happening? Just like that, Mousesports can't quite believe their luck. A-Core has given them weapons and essentially a round. To change my mind is Nork and Hampus in a 2v5. GLHF's in the chat.
Nork's baiting steps away to draw someone into Hampus' Elo's sight.
Okay, hang on. Oh, if only. Robs lives. Only just the flames will shortly seal his fate. Oh, eventually we get there. Nork gonna get pressured through that smoke. He's forced off the bomb by Dexter's spray. He confirms that as he fires the shot, and then is gonna completely punish. Flooding into the site, multiple angles. He can only pull the trigger once. Sports.
I bet as he heard them charging up Banana, then he wished he just sat that plant, right? Because he capped a bullet through the smoke, thought, I better get off it. But as soon as you hear those footsteps, top Banana, 20 seconds left. There you go. The balcony position is paying off. And the second for Acor. Feels like they were a little bit too easy. 6-3. In the first 9 rounds of play, Mouse Sports have won 2 low-buy situations. One was closer to full eco, I guess, by modern standards, and one was with saved rifles. So they're getting away with a few here, as well as this on pistol. This one here was another round where it looked like NIP had done more than enough. So 6-3 the scoreline as we run you through the highlights. You can hear that timeout music, talking through the options right now. We are getting this one back underway with the buy from NIP. There's some AKs on the floor. So Plopsky's grabbed one, Hampus has the other. It seems like another half buy attempt here from NIP, and they're really talking this one through in spawn. So even with the timeout, still laid out. And more second mid and boiler aggression. Robs loves this little cheeky smoke. Off the door, gives him a bit of a one-way to peer under on the right side. Bemis can focus towards boiler. Robs can use the one way of the smoke here. It's a simple one for you. Maybe you get a pro tip on it one day.
I wonder if it's going to pay off. Looks like it might. Ooh, Rez pre-fires it and actually hits it. Beamer's trying to fill the gap. This is so awkward. Oh no, 2 frags in the apartments. Acor takes matters into his own hands. Aggressively Orps connects. Does bring the heat appropriately to Boiler. Rez did get brought down low. He may want to try and find a little bit of info on his low HP. However, equipped with the AK-47. He'll group up with the squad. Acor searching for info. My God, this is going to get very interesting. Bang. Rez gone. Nade thrown, smoked off and pushing short, surely. There's a gap. Acor hoping to find Hampus. He may not be anticipating. Oh, tip of the head. Knocks off the beret. There's more to go. And he's ready to play. Plopsky makes it a 2v2. 30 seconds. They've got so much time. Norcops for a plant for Pit.
Look at Frozen's nade set. Molly bike, smoke on the balcony is a bit of a lurk, flash out to draw attention. Dexter also with a HE.
It's cool, yeah. If he just throws it all, Dexter may have a little gap to Pip. Remains undetected. In fact, it's Dexter that throws his util first.
All right, well, Graveyard's clear.
Yeah, we can say that with the absolute certainty. Nade will land on Plopsky's toes, but it's his angle that you got to watch out for, and he's hit it. Tries to adjust, double targets. He knows where they are, but he can't overcome it. NIP posting their 4th. And that's 3 rounds in the last 4, Chad.
Yeah, well, Rop's there with the smoke that we were highlighting. He gets destroyed because of it. You saw the pre-fire as they round the corner here from Rez. He's just taking pot shots, right? They've done their homework here, NIP. Here you go, guys. This is a setup that they like to run aggressive apartments. Not always behind it, but you may as well spam on through, and that's how this one got started. Good attempt from Acor here, already up to a bunch of kills on Acor. He's been having an impact. But Nork and Plopsky again. That's the second 2v whatever scenario that they've been able to put in their back pocket here today. And the pendulum of the economy swings back and forth. Mouse, with that AWP, with enough money for Frozen and Dexter to buy, could justify a purchase here. But we are still in the early stages of map number 1. And, well, you can see just how it's gone. 2 off the break, lose 1, 3 on the trot, lose 2. They've grabbed 1, and now that money, well, it is not fantastic, but they will opt on in. NIP just looking good in these mid rounds, right? They put the brakes on, they don't get flustered, they don't rush anything. They hit the shots they need to. Nork's got his op trained. Acor focused down mid as well. ZTR with the step made into boiler room. So keeping noise to a minimum here as boiler will get mollied on out. Tightest of gaps being held here from Acor. Backs off now, and we're looking like apartments pop.
Oh, timing on that. Robs does well to find one. Ahead of the flash, now Bemis gone again in silence. Acor missing his first. He won't get many more. He seizes the second opportunity, though. Well, the site is lost. Is the round to follow? No kits for the retake. You've got Glass Cannon Orp. I mean, I don't know if you really fancy this one.
Nah, probably give this one a miss. Just with the money consideration right now, you're running into this blender that is the 3-man post plant. You walk away with nothing. And Mals are aware of that. Some speculative shots through the smoke just to let them think they're coming for this retake to keep them planted so they can't hunt. But here we can see them backpedaling out. I think Acor already has had a lot more impact than what we've seen this out kicked off. The timing on that was wild. Rops is getting flashed in just as they're rounding that corner. If they threw that 1 second earlier, the CTs, maybe they're all three of them completely blinded apartments. It's a Rops multi-kill, the round's over, and that could be 7 for Mals, but instead, 1 round closer now, 6-5 for the Swedes.
It's rare to see that apps pop look so uncontested. You know, more often than not, when I see teams going for that, it tends to be a very hard-fought entry. This one came real easy. Bemis on the side, caught off on this first wide swing. Losing his teammate Robs very early into the piece as well. So very, very close gap now, completely sealed down to just a single round separating Mouse and Nip. And depending on how this one shapes up, 3 save rifles could very well be equalized completely.
Yes, 2,400 in the next, so Mouse are in such an awkward spot. They didn't choose to invest behind it, but they still want to keep this one threatening. Going for another pick will need to be Acor.
More than capable.
Here he is. He knows he has to find a frag. He needs to destabilize NIP here.
Okay. The Ninjas about to be set up for success. The flash completely eaten. Dexter caught. The counter utility from Frozen falls flat. And Acor, no, caught just on the wide line.
There's 2 of the guns down.
Rez further away from the angle sees a whole lot more. And just like that, their chances completely dwindle. That was a Glass Cannon Orp preserved and found. Rez contributes, and now with 50 seconds, they pack roll. Just 4 rabid Swedish dogs.
Oh, Frozen, you're in the right place, but you don't know it.
Could play spoiler. He has no info. And as he sees Long's clear,
He's going to be kicking himself.
if he has a look, he's going to see nothing. Oh, it's brutal. It's
called
absolutely brutal. He's called clear mid. They're already all the way through. They're even going to park ZTR and CT spawn. You really got no way in now.
Yeah, 5 more seconds and we'll hear the bombers being planted. Scavenging those dropped guns. Mousesports might be looking for those.
Yeah, that's true.
It's going to be hard to get Dexters. I'm sure they're going to guard that one towards the top of Banana, but the AWP for Acor, well, that is very, very close. At BMAS, he gets his grubby little mitts on it. Now, NIP, can they start hunting? The money almost there to do so, and ZTR again locking in these rotations. He can start calling this to his team again.
Oof. They are in a position to go for it. Have a little looky-loo.
ZTR just with a couple of jiggles. Look at the tight line that BMAS is holding here. So as they flood through CT spawn, there's utility on ZTR, a smoke, a flash. How badly do they want to take these guns away? Doesn't look like it at all. So getting me excited. All for nothing, all for naught. Bomb goes off. 6-6 now, tied on up. NIP after a bit of a rocky start after dropping 2 low-buy rounds. Yeah, you never want to do that.
That sounds so painful.
Yeah.
A rocky shot?
Yeah, I don't know what you're eating. Probably a lot of gravel.
Yeah. I mean, I used to know some kids at school that were dumb enough to eat rocks, but God, that sounds horrible.
You couldn't even chew them. You just have to swallow them.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yikes.
And if you were that kid, glad to know you're still doing all right, man.
You're doing well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep your head up.
You're still pulling worms out of the ground and eating them. Let's see. Round 13, map 1, second series. And Group B being determined through every passing round in favor of the Ninjas. Acor just sticks around a little bit, wants to try and find that early frag that's been eluding him these last few. Looks like ZTR has caught his fair share of nade damage, down to 45 as he enters the bedroom.
That molly for the roof or for the floor? We're about to find out. For the floor.
He's safe.
Just above it.
Safe. And now they'll peek in. They find him out. Great jiggles from the Swedes, but he transfers perfectly. It's Bemis with the double. Finally does get silenced. Hampus issues the gag order, but Bomb needs to be scooped up as well, and Nork having a standoff. It's a bullet to the thigh. Acor through the wall, needs another one. He's adjusted nicely. And now all onto the already tagged up Nork. Chances completely squandered now for the Ninjas. Mouse looking to jostle for control.
Bullets, nades, everything.
And there you have it. Frozen's rotated in. Will grab himself all of the goodies he can find. And post 7 for Mouse.
Interesting one here. I think Mouse Sports with that 7th round, not that they're lucky to do so, but they were 1 kill away from potentially losing another 2-on-4 style situation. This is great for them to stifle top mid here, but as soon as you come out apps and you kill that player short, if this smoke was down before Hampus started running, he didn't need to. There was still a minute left on the clock. Then it could be a different round. And I think this is what is more different decision-making out of Mouse than anything from NIP. Acor in the last few days, I'd say, wouldn't have gone for that re-peek after missing the shot. Today, they're happy to fight. They're happy to be a bit more active. So these are positive signs for Mouse.
I mean, taking the AWP boiler and actually pushing the bedroom is definitely a different flavor. I've just broken my chair in excitement. And Plopsky trying to turn the tide. Instead, he's the 3rd added to the list. Ooh, Nork nearly finished him off on the chase. Still might. Molly's going to completely pin him in. He won't be able to leave. If anyone has a nade, throw it now or forever hold your peace. They find him. Expecting the trade, Hampus does manage to escape.
In and out. That was a quick one.
Ahead of the smoke. This could be the element of surprise.
Frozen, you are mean. You are nasty.
So perfect, and they're both going to fall to him. Ahead of the smoke, the sound cue was enough to lull them into a false sense of security. We are in for our 15th. Mouse Sports 8, Nip 6. And they'll have all of the necessary weaponry to give this one a go. Obviously not anticipating an AWP in the apps.
Of course not. Look at this. I'm glad that we're seeing them much more active. Like Frozen, even with this play here, they just ran through, they killed the top banana player. Frozen then wants to take the fight, finds nobody, gets the info, and eventually the 2 kills come to him. This is NIP's map choice.
Oh! Acor nearly finds them both. Collateral, there it is.
Beautiful.
The finishing touch provided by the HE. All right, Mouse Sports set for 9 here. Limbered up.
They've done
free from the pressure. They certainly have.
Look at all these leftover nades with a minute 20 on the clock. Lots of mollies, lots of smokes left over to slow this one down. The first one towards top banana gets limped out now, so Hampus will have to hold. A few bullets through the smoke to let him know, yeah, I have control. As ZTR is searching now the likes of Rez. There goes the bottom of the chair. Don't worry, everyone.
That was just me finishing off what I've already achieved.
It's more like a jungle gym in here than a chair. So the scenes that I see daily, you guys would have your minds absolutely blown.
How so, Chad?
I've never seen a grown man mantle a chair with such grace and also fill me with fear.
There is a degree of grace to it. I'm glad it's not just me. Now then. Oh, dear. Hampus's hopes and dreams of a beat. Lurk, trying to sell it as best he could. And look how passive Mouse are being. This 9th is important. Rez has actually managed to find a little way in.
Dropsicle.
Surely this is enough of an element of surprise. ETR, though, he's trained in on it. And Rops, mechanically gifted, has managed to convert and make it a 1v3. Rez does upgrade to the AK, which fills me with a bit more confidence. Smoke to play around and does evade the flames. Springs into life. Onto Frozen. 2 more to find. Lurking in the smoke. He could very well find it. Graveyard's great. The nade is even better, though. 10 HP. Time is his best friend, but Rops with the perfect decision-making there. Just the best way to possibly stop any sort of funny business. Sits there, lets Dexter cause all of that chaos. And it does post a 9th. Ladies and gentlemen, 9-6. Mouse Sports looking revitalized.
ZTR, you have been with NIP for about a month. You played IEM Katowice. Now you're playing in ESL Pro League, and you're also calling on Overpass and Nuke, it turns out. Tell me how you've ended up leading those maps so early into your time with the Ninjas.
So when I first came in, I said, or they somehow, BR Threat somehow knew that I was really good at calling on Nuke. So they brought up the idea that because Hampus also, we felt like he can do so much more on playing on positions where he's not as optimal in calling. So like on Overpass and Nuke, he can do so much more now that I'm calling, and we also feel like, yeah, I can do it just as good.
But where did you get this from? How did you learn this?
I mean, like, ever since I started playing semi-professionally in my first team, I've always been talking much, been making the mid-round calls and such. And like 1 year ago, when I joined my first paid team, I started embracing the IGL role. And then I've had it when I joined the Young Ninjas as well. And yeah, now I'm taking it on like a bit halfly.
Is the pressure different when you're calling?
I don't feel like it. Everyone in the team, I feel like they really trust in my calls, so I don't feel that much of a pressure. But it's only been, we've been winning so far, so maybe in the future when, yeah, my calls are not working, I will maybe feel it a bit, but that's up to see then.
The future, ZTR, is this official? Are you officially a fully fledged ninja now?
No. For now, I'm just playing ESL Pro League, and we'll see what the future holds.
That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide in with the rhymes that make the dimes all close their eyes and fantasize. I'm divine, calling their phone number. No, you know I love it. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully, and I got a smile that they hate.
Getting it going, second half, first map, Mouse and NIP. They're duking it out. Now, yes, this one has closed for Mouse Sports in pursuit of playoffs, but now looking to hinder NIP and their hopes and dreams. It is a good, solid first half. 9 rounds posted on their defense. We'll be seeing if NIP can best that with a challenge now on their defense.
ZTR loves these dualies. I swear I've seen it by them almost every CT-sided pistol.
So you know I've got the case hardened skeleton knife, like it's got all the gibblies and wibblies, there's blue bits and gold bits. That's the one I actually wanted. ZTR's got it. It just was a bit past my price point.
Maybe he'll trade with you.
Yeah, I want the cool skeleton knife.
We might, as we take a look.
They're desperately trying to look at his booty. Hang on. There it is.
We're going B right now with 4 players from Mouse Sports, right? We have this utility right now in the hands of Acor and Dexter. So they can set up for a quick pounce. It looks like they're getting ready to go.
Yeah, okay. Plopsky and Hampus will deploy their own smokes. The flashes are great to make space. Look how much space they've got in a very deep smoke. You can see what that's enabled them to do. Completely isolate these two. It's just you. It's just Plopsky. What have you got? Nothing. The answer, Hampus provides just a little. Oh, then a little more. 3v3. They're already into B. Retake entirely coming from one avenue. They'll be able to channel them. Acor confirms there's nothing banana. Even has a flashbang. Even a nade. Interesting on Bemis. It does mean that 2 of them are unarmored. I'm sure those Julies could shred through. Here they come. Just like that, the nade chunks ZTR, and Dexter's the one to deal with it. Now Nork picks up the kit. Has the USP. Has the time, but hopes and dreams fading. Oh, great first shot, and now he's going to go for the hole, try and wiggle, hope that Bemis tries to call his bluff. He's overthinking, and Nork is ninja'd right under his nose. TeamSpeak gets a little quiet after that one.
Whoa, what a great pistol from Mouse. It all falls apart at the final round right there. That one is going to sting.
It was so perfect. You did it all. You did all the heavy lifting. Even Dexter's provided a double. And Nork just calls the bluff and stares at the floor.
Obviously not too aware of the defuse kit right there. They got dropped off of ZTR's body. That is the undoing as Mousesports go for one of these classic 4 spies. BMAS, who stayed alive, has the armor, so he's gone into a Mac 10 instead.
Ouch.
And that one is going to really sting. We know that Mouse are searching for a win.
No, not like that. Not like that. Beamer's caught on his way out the smoke. Dexter gets a nade on his nose. The mood is starting to sour.
Here's another one. More utility damage.
Find a safe spot. I challenge you. He has, and he's quite close to converting the spread. The spread finds Acor down to 50 as well. Dexter operating with just a single point of health, essentially. And now we wait. A Hail Mary wallbang. Could have done the job instead. Plopsky makes the MP9 feel like a rifle. It was the ninjas that were doing that flash off their face, wasn't it? Was it them or was it Heroic?
I think that was, yeah.
That was Heroic in Group A.
They doubled up and ZTR was doing a lot of talking. I think it was that 3 players B on a pistol. This shouldn't take too much longer. Dexter low, Rops is now coming with him in Banana, and we should be seeing the AKs come out in the next round, facilitated by that BMS. Well, not plant, but lost round. Rops will grab Rez. How much more can Rops have? He's been putting in a good showing. Oh, if he had a chance to stabilize there, Plopsky could have gone down, bomb could have been planted, and it would have been a great round for Mouse. But now, going into round number 18, these AKs will be purchased. Acor even straight into a Krieg. Now, I don't want to say that we saw Nico doing it a lot, and now everyone's copying him, but it kind of feels like we saw Nico do it a lot, and now everyone's copying him. So it was just the other day. It's like, yeah, you guys could have all been buying this gun before Nico decided he wanted to be a primary.
Could have.
But you don't have to, so this is cool. Acor using that in lieu of the AWP here. And the AK's immediately heard. You can hear that spam through second mid just to deal with any aggressive halls maneuvers. But this is a B push that they're setting up for. Flash out. They'll wait for these Ts. Mousesports to creep ever closer. And Plopsky, he's the man with the plan.
Rez can't afford to go down there. He actually caught a bit of damage through the smoke, but Nork, perfect. And then they flash for anyone that's behind the orb. It's Bemis and a bit of a mess. Plopsky eventually wins the war of attrition. Look at their util as well. It's very suffocating. Acor's trying to thread the gap. Could have a chance here. Yes, he can. And just a tap over the smoke. Very effective. Hampus tries to trade back in, but he's smoked off. And Acor's trying to make this feel like a full BXX as Frozen takes space elsewhere.
Yeah, he helped create this gap, so now Frozen has a lot of time to work this. These are 3 players you'd want alive in a situation like this for Mouse.
God, what are they doing? Are they going to send Frozen full B flank, or is he going library side?
I don't think they're aware right now that this gap is open, so communication from NIP needs to start peaking a little bit.
I think Hampus has considered it.
He's just had a look.
And they spot him. That's only going to sell this B even more. Heading in fast. Nork responsive. They're up Banana, 25 seconds. It's just these 2. And here they go. Quick from Frozen. Hampus, the only one on the site now. Mouse have had a couple of these rounds slip away. Good opportunity to post a 10th here. And over the smoke on the fountain. Powerful maneuver. Acor was elevated. And he'll be taking next contact. It's Rez and ZTR. 3 letters, but they only need 2 frags, and it's going to be easy as that. Rops and Acor deliver the 10th on a silver platter. Mousesports, they needed that.
Oh, all right. That one started pretty well for NIP. It felt good, right? That set up that safety net they had in Nork right there, baiting him for that second shot, and then Acor mantles up and over.
He really sold this. Like when I've lost the frag from Acor's first, and then there's Molly's being extinguished, there's Molly's new box. It was enough.
The extinguished Molly, I think, is the one that sells it, right? Because you're for CT and you drop a Molly, you're expecting it to be respected. As soon as it gets smoked out, you're like, oh, this game has just completely changed. And with those 3 players, Acor, Rops, and Frozen all alive, anything is possible. Frozen's doing a great job at finding space, and now NIP are just down to these pistols. ETR on the Deagle, the rest on the USPs. And Rops eliminates Nork.
He's very concise with his answer to Nork's question.
Well, this is 11 for Mouse, right? Now, I'm operating under an assumption that nothing goes wildly wrong. There you go. Continuing to go well for Rops there. Even has plenty of time. So this should be, yeah, the 11th round. Now, it's not that Mouse Sports have had issues getting close games. That's something that we've seen out of them. It's about winning the series.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm loving what I'm seeing today. It's much better in terms of like how decisive they're being. They're taking initiative. They're taking fights. They're not looking so scared.
And I didn't watch the game against Vitality where they were forging like a spectacular, like from 13-6 comeback all the way to 14-14. Unfortunately, did sound like they got a little bit cursed towards the end of that. A disconnection after damage was dealt. But regardless, it has been that close but no cigar scenario. And so seeing Mouse Sports try and convert cleanly, that will certainly be a re-embodiment of what they're looking to achieve as a team.
That game you're referencing, because these kills should be coming through any second right now, that matchup was the second map, right? It was Dust 2 and Mouse were up 14-8, and then they let that one go and lost 16-14, right? So not only were they losing round after round after round, there was a couple of timeout rounds in there. Obviously, the one where Rops dropped from the server is going to hurt that much more. But I think all of that is probably necessary for Mouse Sports to sit down, have a big, long conversation, hash out what they think's going. Hopefully, Mytha get them back on the right track. And now they're winning against NIP. So good scenes early here. This is a map they're comfortable on, Mouse. They don't dislike Inferno, so they've been set up quite nicely by NIP here. Ninjas will buy. Up for Nork. Campus aggressive, already pushed back, has to hightail it. So much pressure.
Yeah, you can see the responsive utility.
Look, Mousespot's moving as a pack straight up middle. 4 of them ready to burst up top.
It's a nice bait and switch. If Nork fires off a shot and then tucks in and they try and swing to punish, Rez is there. Here we go. They're going long. Dexter not going to be able to adjust in time though, and so now the silence is deafening. There must be more. Check your long. Hampus has rotated in to completely lock them in. This seems difficult for Mouse. How he's supposed to get out of this one. The flash does tuck them all into Arch. And Plopsky losing his life quickly. Hampus tested. Whoa, damage inflicted. Rops reveals he is detached from the pack.
They're going back to A.
Yeah, they're taking short. They're taking all of this control.
Middle.
They're
This
actually
wild.
swapping round. What the hell? Nork's going to be completely vulnerable if he steps a toe out of line here. Ah! Okay. Info. So much info. And it's free. Can't adjust. Wasn't ready for A-Core. Rops, however, is very ready. And just like that, Mousesports dig themselves out of trouble. What a turnaround.
Oh, I understand what ZTR and Rez were going for. They thought they completely lost the bomb site, right? It's going to be B. We got to push down Banana. We got to get past Rops. But instead, the breaks from Mousesports, and they pay off. Even after this opening from Rez here. Rops coming through, clean and easy. And that was an investment from NIP. It looked scrappy. It was. It was all...
They gobbled up that cut noise. They gobbled it up.
The Mouse, this is their 13th, surely. Surely they're good for 13 here. This is the most convincing we've seen Mouse. Look, now I just mentioned they lost a 14-8 scoreline.
Yeah. Rops has flashed in and, ooh, a minor chance. CTR forced out of Boiler. He's making no secret of his apartment presence. Partnered up with Frozen.
It's quite the duo, isn't it, to take control of halls and Boiler Room.
Better be confident in your aim if you're taking those duels. This is one of those rounds where you're noticing a degree of patience in Mousesports, and that's because they know this one is NIP yet to demonstrate the same.
I really like they've brought that smoke into the play there, Mouse. It was something that I thought was lacking from their game the other day. Look at this, creepy beaky.
Creepy beaky?
Yeah, it's like sneaky beaky.
Yeah, I'm with you. Let's see if it can be pristine. Oh, it's a kind of an anti-spot. Maybe the element of surprise. They're flashed. Plopsky with 2.
It was not worth that at all.
Not at all. $300 very well spent as he takes full 2 Mousesports players out of the equation, but they'll call the site clear. Need another one of those.
Through the smoke is something that Rez definitely needs.
Yeah.
Well, they're all on the site right now, NIP. They've rotated on over through CT spawn.
I mean, one more crazy Deagle headshot.
There is a weird chance.
There is a weird chance, and this would be a 10-second defuse as well. So Mousesports cannot and will not lose this one. Here comes the swing. Dexter and Rops, no issues. And that's their round now. It's just a question of if he can stop them from leaving. Gives it a good go. Rob's no issues. He's still on his way to his usual 30. Just a standard procedure for Mr. Rops.
Isn't it wild?
Mr. Cool. It's even better. Why would I even call him Mr. Rops?
Some of the players have good last names.
What's your name, sir? Cool. Mr. Cool. Yeah.
That would be.
You can call me Mr. Cool.
With a C? No, with a K.
Yeah.
You know, that's how
It's
cool he is.
cool. You know. Mr. Cool. CTs. It's been a while. It's been a ever-increasing gap and silence from them. That's 4 in a row for Mouse as they are running, sprinting towards the finish line of Inferno. NIP's pick no less. Ninjas in Pajamas, so far, 2 wins under their belt. They haven't come easy at times. Of course, their opening game against G2 was a quick one. 16-11. They fell in the first.
Having a look at this scoreboard right here, I think the A-core performance is the one that's standing out to me. We should take a look at this, though. Look at this. Headset's all pulled off one ear. Turn around, listen to me, look me in the eyes. We need to acknowledge this. Threats running them through what needs to be changed.
Oh, God. Just seeing a whole team in one place is quite exciting.
Yeah, as look, they need to fire up right now, NIP. This is one of their last shots, maybe even their last shot to guarantee themselves 14 seconds left before we get back underway. Make it 10 now.
All right, lads.
Whatever Threat said, hopefully they listened.
Yeah, trying to get them back on the straight and narrow. It's been a quiet one from Nip. 4 rounds in a row, a slew from Mouse. T-side sprint, splitting the resources down second mid to start. Beam is tasked with early utility. Just as their smokes fade. Yeah, look at that. There is nothing you can do.
Going for control now. This will all be heard. How does Dexter and co respond?
They respond with util. No, completely flashed off the line. They know that. Vision restored and another perfect flashbang. Look at that. This fall off Orping's not going to work. He's nearly down. But through the smoke, Rez can get them both. ZTR sets him up for success. A double kill for the Ninjas. Smokes won't last forever here, Beamus. Rock in a hard place, 2 to find. Norks the first, but he's not quite exposed. The other smoke's fading. Trying to hunt that AWP, trying to pip the gap, but it's ZTR providing both supportive flashes and now frags. Mousesports getting picked apart and not quite the perfect finish because Rop still exists. The clutch master. He's making it look so damn easy. He could pick up the bomb here. He's made room. Flames to deny him. Has to respect it. 30 seconds. Plopsky's coming in with a flank and
there's a chance.
A small chance and he hits the headshot. Rob's looking for a 1v4, trying to deny it all. Hamper saves the day. My lord, the dude is a threat at all times.
Oh, the fact that Plopsky gave him, what, a slither, just a chance, and he hits that shot. NIP, a round that looks so good.
He is such a threat, dude. Rez does so well to find the timing there. But Rob still steals the limelight. Yeah, check this one out. Bam. Works it out. Isolates. And it wasn't even far off. Hampus really had to hold his nerve here. Ooh, it was about to flash. It was about to pop.
Oh, look at that buy, though. 2 SMGs right now for NIP. Not all the utility. Hampus is in trouble. He's in the open.
Such an aggressive maneuver. He's so brave. And it sprayed down the smoke. Damage again into Hampus.
Testing your luck. Talk about it. How are they hanging around?
I have no idea.
Beaten, bruised, destroyed right now. Mouse win this. They break the money. NIP in the bin.
Yeah, they've lost Plopsky and Hampus being so low as well. They are already significantly hamstrung. The fly-throughs are back, baby. A noticeable difference to the broadcast already.
I'm sure Rush is going to smile from ear to ear.
His best friend MC's back, whispering sweet nothings in his ear.
I'm loving it.
Well, right now, Hampus is on notice. 21 points of health, smoke clearing. He has one more to lob on out. Needs to do so safely because they're just so threatening right now, Mouse.
There's so much hinging on Hampus's decision-making. You've got 21 HP to so single-handedly hold B.
There's nothing he can do. He's smoked off.
Yeah, he'll drop a smoke. They won't respect it. His spray finds nothing.
You don't want me to say it, Alex, but I have to. It's those 4 little letters.
Does it begin with an S?
It does. Ends with an E.
Dear.
It has to be the save. There is no two ways about it. NIP.
And I'm not going to lie, the fact that it was just Plopsky getting sprayed through a smoke that has converted this round is just a perfect embodiment of the nuance of modern-day Counter-Strike. We really have lost a round here, a crucial one. This is for 14, by the way, by virtue of Plopsky pressing W a little too much.
And the thing was, it felt like he was coming to bail out Hampus, who found himself in hot water. There it is.
That was your round. That's a round-winning frag, ladies and gentlemen.
The rest of the round doesn't even seem to matter at this juncture, right? And where the loss bonus is at right now, I do believe we're looking at 2,400 on the nose for next round. It means that Plopsky can't even be dropped anything better than a Famas. So the buy for NIP, it doesn't get leaps and bounds better. Sure, they get a bit more utility. Sure, maybe there's a diffuse kit that they can talk about, but it's still similar scenes as to how they found themselves in the previous. There's only 2 more rounds needed for Mousesports here to walk across the line. Dust 2 next, a map where Dexter did look very, very comfortable. The 14-8 comeback from Vitality is probably in the back of their mind, knowing how close they got to one of the big 3. A UMP for Plopsky, and away we go.
The big 3.
I don't know if they're as big anymore.
So it was
Astralis, Na'Vi, Vitality. Now, I don't know.
Norks opened up the account, and oh, Dexter taking matters into his own hands. It's huge, absolutely colossal from Dexter. He's decided this round is over, and he changes all of our minds in the blink of an eye. What? Well, I'll let you break that one down, Threat. Completely disconnected.
I don't even know what to say. This one's done. What Rops's even has this contained. So if you peek out window, oh, he just spotted you, and he just gets the kill.
He even hit the reactionary one.
He's not getting 4x3 or Ropsy boy.
Are you living that native life?
I am, yeah. It feels beautiful on the eyes. No more squinting it. No more looking at it. Think I've smudged Vaseline all over.
And by the way, guys, Chad's one of those weirdos that was probably living that 640 by 480 life as well at one point.
That is true. I have no shame.
The fact that we've converted a postage stamp gamer into a full native res. Rops, of course, a big part of that. But let me see the timing. My lord, Plopsky actually flashed them. His panic flash actually ended up stopping the cavalry from having any impact. That's what I'm talking about. His just immediate knee-jerk reaction and is quick to the trigger on that. Oof, Mousesports, they have been handed a handful +1.
Yeah, well.
6 rounds to play with.
Out of the last 11 maps Mousesports have played, they've only won 1. This is going to be their second map in 12 games.
Wow. It's important for them. And Acor makes short work of Hampus. An early casualty. They were trying to rock the boat early with aggression. The util's so limited, you can't fault them for it. But Acor pulls the trigger. Hampus is gone. Leader of the pack gone.
And they're executing A. And the rotation from NIP over towards B. Mousesports have had all the right plans here today.
It's good nade damage, but CTR would have to win this round. He's in the open. He's gone quickly to the trade.
He's open.
And just like that...
Throwing the towel, ref. It's done.
The referee prepares, wets his lips, places the whistle within. And just watches as those final few frames of our first map play out. This could be the most convincing one as well. Mousesports making short work of the ninjas. Nork desperate to change the dialogue. More nade damage and it hurts. There's no kits. Flame arrives at the perfect time. They're completely denied. You're either burning or you're walking into our bullets. The crossfire's there. There's flashes as well. It's flawless.
What can you do?
Absolutely nothing. No chance, no hope. And Mousesports have done it. And done it convincing. 16-9 on the ninjas pick. And they're heading into their domain next. Dust 2, looking for some redemption. Mousesports finding a new lease of life.
Malta has truly its finger on the digital pulse. Malta, game on. With 300 days of beautiful sunshine across the calendar year, it's the ideal location to take a load off, relax, and enjoy. Our World Heritage and UNESCO sites showcase the oldest megalithic temples in Europe, the breathtaking capital of Valletta, the silent city of Medina, and so much more. It's gamification in real life. Everything about Malta, namely its architecture, local village feasts, basilicas, entertainment scene, and multiple iconic film sets, make it truly unique. And with a vibrant video game studio ecosystem, major iGaming companies, tech startups, and esports companies hosted across the island, coupled with a passion for innovation, Malta has truly its finger on the digital pulse. Malta, home of gaming excellence.
Hey Future Pros, back to Inferno today with a pretty useful Molotov. This molly will force back an AWPer playing close to porch. To execute this, use your KZ skills to get onto the corner of this railing. Aim below the wooden rafter and at the bottom of the cracked paint on the wall. Then jump and throw. This will force any AWPer playing porch side to move back onto the site, or play more aggressive, so watch out for that too. Good luck!
Your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy.
In a much-needed series for NIP, they unfortunately fall on their own map choice up against Mousesports when it came to Inferno, but the series is not done just yet. But we gotta talk about Mousesports here, Pimp. Sponge said during the cast, sometimes when you play with no pressure on you because you're out of the groups already, you play to an entirely different level. And it seems like Mousesports have been able to do just that. A couple players stepping up that we hope to see. Acor getting a massive game in this one, and of course Rops. But Rops always seems to do this, to be
Rops
fair.
is an absolutely fantastic Counter-Strike player when he's playing like this, and they had it coming for the Mousesports. I think we addressed that as well. Sure, they're 0-3 in the group, but all their games have somewhat been competitive, right? They haven't won a game, sure, and that's not good enough if you're Mousesports. Of course, you want to win your games, but it's not been blowouts. It's not been 16-5, 16-5, or 16-10, 16-10 for that matter. All games Mousesports have played so far, you felt that with a little bit of more, I'd say, clinical finish, or with a bit of more luck sometimes, they could have won a map or two, or potentially even a series or two in this group. So they had it coming, and right now we're seeing the best we've seen from Mousesports so far. Stellar performance by Rops, stellar performance by Acor, and Dexter as well, leading the pack by going in first, creating the space needed, and overall a very good experience here for Mousesports.
Yeah, and we've been talking about maybe the mindset Mousesports are going into this match with, not too worried because obviously the win doesn't affect things too much. It's more about the practice. And we actually did get to pay attention to their comms going into the pistol round in the second half. We're going to take a look at that really quickly, and we'll come back and talk about it.
All CT guys.
Okay.
Close. One more.
Finding him. Close. Dead.
Nice.
Give it.
One more.
One more. Just time back time now.
Yeah. 7. I'm just heading. Playtime. Up the check.
Not defusing.
Well, you can still see on their faces, it's important for them, obviously, to win. But I feel like they weren't nearly as crushed as they would be if this was, let's say, you know, NIP side of it, where they need to win this one to have a chance to get through groups.
I mean, they faced some adversity in this game, and they were having a couple of rounds where you almost lost it, right? Where NIP actually fought back.
Yeah.
And Mousesports still kept it cool. You could see the reaction from Mitha, the coach, right? He was shaking his head, and that's fair enough. You know, there's still no, but I understand, right? There's still a couple of rounds and still a couple of mistakes made by Mousesports. But the fact of the matter is that this guy right here on your screen, and Rops for that matter, played such a good game that even there was a couple of mistakes made by Mousesports, even though it wasn't as clinical as you would like it to. It was still okay, and Mousesports definitely deserved to win.
I think it was a nice little bit of confidence for Acor. We've been talking about him a lot when it's come to this group. You've been talking about how, in your eyes, a fantastic player, one of the best when it comes to movement in the game as an opper. But we haven't seen him shine, and I feel like just getting that map under your belt, getting that result you had for yourself individually, I think it helps, you know, reassure him that, yeah, I can compete here. I can play like the best I can play. It's just about bringing that kind of force with you into, you know, matches that matter more.
It's definitely good to see. Coming off a CT side of Inferno, it's a great map for an AWP player. There's so many ways of playing the upright towards the B bomb side, towards A, into Palace, down Banana, yada, yada, yada. You can do whatever you want to as an AWP player. So to see him find impact is very, very good. Now, if there's a world where Rops and Acor and Frozen, all three are playing good at the same time, then we have enough firepower to really start to believe into this Mousesports lineup. If you're telling me Bemes is supposed to be the supportive element or the entry fragger together with Dexter, then I believe that the composition of this team is good enough. But for now, it's still too early for Mousesports, right? If they can get away with a win here against NIP, that's a positive experience. It's going to give some confidence. And as said, it's not been blowout so far in this group. They've been playing some decent Counter-Strike throughout. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to clinch any wins so far.
Yeah, and maybe it's just a matter of time then. You know, as we've been talking about for Dexter in particular, we know it's kind of a long-term project for him. Maybe just about moving those pieces so they can all work together appropriately. And it is fantastic to see Acor up here as well as Rops. I am curious, as you're saying, if Frozen can play to this level as well, are we looking at that Mousesports top 5 team that you were talking about before? They have the potential to do it, but can they hit that stride?
I mean, when you look at the team composition, I'm thinking to myself, Bemes, as I said, I wouldn't say he's been disappointing, but he hasn't been up to the level that a lot of players thought that he had the potential to be at, right? And if he's supposed to transition into being a supportive element, you can't have both Frozen, Rops, Acor all fracking out like monsters, and then Dexter also being a very aggressive entry fragger in terms of in-game leading, then what is there of room to work with Bemes? So I'm curious to see how his role is going to involve, but yeah, if you can have those three players play well at the same time, then sure, they can beat anyone.
Well, you got even potentially a fourth player coming in with Dexter back on Dust 2. We saw how it could do just a few days ago with the work it could put in. Let's see if you can do it yet again as we head over to that map here for our second map of the series.
Hi, my name is Suli. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Agora. Yeah, I'm on purpose right now. I don't think so. Yeah.
Would you give up the fight if you had no time to even surrender? Would you give up your rights and let your life slide away? Why complicate that feeling hate when it suffocates at the bottom? Don't take the bait, just walk away, resuscitate your nirvana. I feel a way I've never felt before. I finally found what I'm looking for. Stop, would you give up the fight if you had no time to even surrender? Would you give up your rights and let your life slide away? Forever in our open arms, we're thankful we made it safe so far. We proudly show our battle scars because they made us true. Stop, would you give up the fight if you had no time to even surrender? Would you give up your rights and let your life slide away?
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one.
ESL Pro League is brought to you by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, and DHL.
Ah, yes. Group B continues. It is so damn close, and Mouse Sports are here to spoil the party. NIP are on the ropes, Chad, and maybe, just maybe, convincing a few of us that there is some life in the ROP Sports squad. Frozen, a big integral component of their success on the first map. 1xBet seems to be leading Mouse Sports' way as well. And I have the luxury of bringing you all the action alongside Chad, Sponge, Birchill, Plopsky having a look. Ooh, ouch, that hurts. Glock straight to the dome.
They're coming out short onto A right now. Rez is in pressure.
Yeah, Hampus late to the party as well. Rez would need a couple of taps here. Just above the box, he's dancing with death. Every repeat vulnerable to Robs and Dexter, both winning their duels. Awkward now, very awkward. Shouldn't be a way back in, but I've said that many a time. And looking to confirm my suspicions is Rops brings more aggression to the plate just to ensure the round is theirs. Just ETR, and they know exactly where he is, so nice little long and short pincer.
Yeah, best of luck to ETR here. I love what we just saw out of Mouse. They take the initial fight at long just to keep them interested, see what setup they're up against. ETR goes down to Frozen, and while we have what might be a little bit of a lull, we can talk about last time we saw Mouse play this map. It was just the other day. It was against Vitality. It was 16-14. They were 14-8 up, and it was the T side is where they struggled to close that out. They managed to pick up the pistol against the French. They lost the force buy. They had a slew of 3 rounds straight, and then from there, they were completely blown out of the server. Now, let's see if that's going to be the same task today. NIP, they force buy in. Can Mouse have fixed the woes they had not so long ago? A-Corp, scout of his own. Here in down middle, get a bit of a joust, a bit of a duel here as they swing left and right. The tag will be onto Hampus. He thinks better of going for that again.
Do you think in medieval times you'd be up for a joust or two?
If it was with a scout? Or do you mean an actual
I'm talking
jousting?
a big wooden pole that you try and implant into another armored adversary on horseback.
If it's anything like the movie A Knight's Tale, I'm in.
Oh man, that was great. And that was before Vision was Vision. He was just Paul, I guess.
He's had a lot of roles that people probably aren't too familiar
I loved
with,
him, dude. He was that kind of dirty monk in Knight's Tale.
I think he was in one of those Tom Hanks movies as well.
Paul Bellamy? I think I said it right.
Nice.
Good job, Brain. Proud of you.
We're working today.
We're operational. They're up short, and so is the Mouse Sports T side. That is operational, not up short. That would have made sense as well. Rez. Oh, dear. Caught in transition. He was just considering the push for info. And that's enough for a full cancel. They're heading on back.
Oh, this is going to get dicey. Hampus is back at platform with a scout. They can get some tags here, collateral tags, unless they molly him out of position.
Oh boy, oh baby. So Frozen's lining up. He looks like he might be throwing in a smoke and a flash through the skylights now. And Hampus does finish off the job that Rez started. Baiting in for Nork. They are charging into this. The mollies are there, but they're so grouped up, Chad. No, it's going to be a disaster. Nork gets 2. Beamers keeps it competitive, but they're so low. These Deagles even more potent now as ETR drops the smoke for the push in. They bide their time. Plopsky from tunnels late. Kit on ZTR. He doesn't have to rush this at all. Doesn't have to. He confirms that Bricks is clear. Their crossfire's strong. Timing's everything.
Oh my god.
Who takes contact first? CTR does catch the timing. They know where he is. And just like that, Ninjas steal away the second round.
Oh, I was just saying how it went all wrong for Mouse Sports yesterday on this map. It's gone all wrong here. You could see Bimas, he was aware that doors was open, so he had to pivot away, but then he couldn't cover tunnels, gets caught in between 2 positions. He falls, and that leaves Rops with no HP. They were standing so strong, so tall. Bimas did everything here to trade off of his teammates on the way in. And this is the moment. He's just put himself in no man's land. He cannot be protected at all. And then Rops, what can you do? Bullet in the back, you fall down. AK's picked up, and yeah, he caught with a little glance. Couldn't be too happy with that one. They will just go onto the pistol upgrade here, Mouse. That's for 2 players. Frozen and BMAS, the other 3 onto Glocks. So because of that plant, they will be able to buy next round. They've swallowed the bitter pill. They've decided they don't want a part of the force buy wars. Bemis with a tag through the smoke onto Plopsky's unconfirmed damage. Hampus pushed off the line. But now Rez is here. I think they'll fight.
Oh, that's magnificent. No chance for these Deagles to ply their trade. You can't get past the doors without nades and bullets being thrown your way. Out from Acor. No Deagle for him. I think he was just looking at the floor.
Bit of a missed molly there. I don't think that's going to be the end of the world. Couple more moments now. We have 1 minute and 5 seconds left on the clock, so let's see how far BMAS and Rops want to draw this one out. You reading anything at the moment?
I'm trying to read books about ADD, but I keep getting distracted.
That's not even a joke.
It's not even a joke.
Not even being comical.
I'm just trying to learn a little bit more about my weird dopamine receptors, and I just keep playing video games.
Yeah, it tends to work like that.
Interesting, though. Definitely an interesting topic.
These two really getting the most out of this round right here. If they are able to take down ZTR, they can plant and they have a rifle, and then we can start having a conversation. But that smoke's dropped, they've made footsteps, ZTR spams on down. 2 simple kills, as easy as you like. Second round for NIP, but here's where it gets interesting. The guns immediately in response here from Mouse. AK's being brought on through. ACO will not be able to afford an AWP, so let's see how they operate while lacking the big green. I thought he was instrumental in their win on Inferno, taking a lot more initiative, finding a lot more fights, and being an impact player. Scout for ACO, so operating with the baby AWP.
Yeah. Ball ping, if you will. 2 across to B. Only 1 spotted. Not operate under the assumption, and there was a small micro window for Frozen to try and jump through. He saw 1. It's actually Dexter to provide an opening frag. He's been really buckling down in this series. Wow. Perfectly in the dead zone for this push, and they're not looking. Hampus plucks 1, but Dexter, great shot. He had a chance, and he seizes it. Grabs it with 2 hands. Completely isolating ZTR.
Flash through.
He needs a chance. Nork has set himself up for success. ZTR not watching the tunnels. That was his chance. And Plopsky running out of them. Oh, he's dunked on Frozen. The reactionary headshot. Beamer saves the day. My lord, Plopsky, that could have been stylish as hell.
The fadeaway dunk.
It comes down to a 1v1 though, Chad. I'll let you grab the mic because I'm looking at both screens and I don't know who has the better buy.
I think that Mouse are going to come out on top of this just because things are a little bit cheaper here, but you're right. Both teams have this economy right now where it's hard to see who's going to be looking better. Scouts for both teams, rifles for both teams. I'm still going to side with Mouse Sports here. They walk away with 3 AKs of Galil against the Scout, an M4, an AUG, a Deagle, and a FAMAS. So quite the collection of NIP. Keeping the buy round interesting. And wow, that right there was just Dexter. 2 massive entry kills. That's all she wrote. It did get very close. I was so worried for BMS walking right into the line of sight there.
Yeah, dude, he was holding it.
Well, there was always a chance. ZTR buckled down already. Towards back a plat with that AUG.
There's an art form to holding this spot. And Hampus has definitely got an affinity for it. Wins that very sketchy duel with Dexter at single point separating the 2 of them.
Looks like they're going for a B finish again, so really trying to punish ZTR on this B bomb site. Saw out of the CIS teams how good the mid to B and the B pops can be over in Katowice.
We saw from the European teams how bad it can look.
That's true too. Let's see which version Mouse are going for. Because ZTR towards back of play, he's hoping to just poke his head up and spam them down.
Ooh, well, mission not quite accomplished. Damage, but need to see some lethality out of the CT soon, because here comes the push. Already, Hampus successful. Bemis even more so. He's got the sight now.
Oh.
A flank from Plopsky is the only way back in now. The only chance they have is the armored FAMAS. Little smattering of util. The 1 HP on Hampus. If that smoke had hit him, he'd have gone down. But he lives on, and he'll be a body to draw crosshairs. How do they go about this one? 3 coming in from the door's side.
Have to be worried about tunnels here.
Util on Plopsky. He's got a molly for close. That's going to force Acor into a weird... Oh,
flubbed it.
Oh, no.
That's just denied window for 7 seconds.
That's like a T-molly, essentially. Thanks very much. Okay, in they go. Beamer sets up and knocks them down. 4 from the young gun. Crucial, especially considering we actually saw the voice comms on that one from the Mouse Inferno pistol. Just doesn't call the bluff. Nork on the Ninja. Ooh. Let's see that one again. So just narrowly misplaced his crosshair, and you can see Plopsky's frustration is visible in his mouse movements. Bemis will close it out though, opened up and closed it.
Again from Bemis there, right? I know that isn't that's not a fair 1vx situation because he posts up and they're not looking at him, but the fact that he converted those back to back are huge rounds for Mouse, because you can see what that's done to the economy of NIP. just down to these USPs and opting for an A stack. Nobody towards the B side of the map. Everybody hovering around the lip of A. And I think Plopsky could be a bit of a nuisance on these long pushes. You've seen him in multiple occasions now be able to get into that back line, be a bit of a problem. Long taken for Mouse now. This one flash for Hampus. So if we look at this and we talk through it, what maybe is on the cards if NIP get an inkling that it is long, they'll flash and all fight, but they might be too late. Mouse just contacting up. Flash needs to come now.
Yeah,
so much damage.
Nervous. Just the USPs, they're using the flash so well. Oh, Frozen so low as well. What do you do? They have to count on Rops. To bail them out of trouble, it would have to be an ace clutch in the anti-eco. This is
USP.
So screwed. It's backwards. They have the bomb long. Rops has the AK. They've gone scavenging. They pulled out an AK and a scout. It is great weapons for this job. Rops has to be the hero just to save the day. I mean, damage control.
This is ridiculous.
Losing players would have been bad enough. Losing the round, it's supposed to be...
Okay, he can smoke the bomb and dip to B.
I like it, Chadney. I like it a lot. They'll start to put bullets into that, I imagine. Or they don't. Oh, isolate C. One, quick reactions. He knows where they both are. 20 seconds, though. What do you do? Where do you go? Rob's trying to head into the A site. The smoke doesn't cover him. He'll have to peek on it. ZTR test it again. Through the smoke with 5 HP. And that's it. They win it. Unbelievable. Despite Robs' best efforts, Nip have pulled a full eco victory out of the hat.
That is unforgivable from Mouse. How do they lose that one? Long control, complete long control, and just USPs with one flash. It's not like there was a deagle in the mix or a scout getting tags. It was just USPs. How do they drop that one? Look what that's done for Mouse Sports. They're now limping out of spawn with a force buy, and no, Acor, head ripped off his shoulders.
Before he could even get going.
Oh, I'm so perplexed. Take a breath, take a timeout, take something, Mouse. How can you lose that one? Oh!
These are the sounds he makes when we're losing in CS, by the way.
You don't hear me. I don't use voice enable anymore. I'm bloody pressing that V key these days. You don't want to hear me sighing, huffing and puffing. I keep it all to myself. And you guys, when we watch games of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that's what I'd say about the Counter-Strike community. They always keep their opinions to themselves.
Yeah, they're not.
They never share them. They're never very vocal. They never, speak hyperbole.
Most people are nice to us, though.
That's true.
It's just the people who get under our skin by saying nasty things, but that's all right. If someone has to be a punching bag, I'll be it.
Yeah. Well, if you've convinced yourself the world's out to get you, it's very easy to
coming for me.
Spread that negativity into your everyday life.
Here we go.
40 seconds, they are poised. The Swedes have 2 ready to respond to this. Contact, a scout, and a missed shot. ZTR provides. You'll never guess who it's left to. And Rops is hitting the most ridiculous headshots, not ZTR as well. He denies it. Another multi-kill from the young gun. They are testing him, but in which case, he's got green ticks all over the sheet. 4 for an IP. You might have to give up on B. That project might have to be scrapped.
Yeah, and they look at this one. This is to kick it off. So the buy was late out of spawn there, right? We could see what was going on. It was a weird force buy from Mouse, called last second, it must have been, and Acor caught out of position just trying to swing across middle. It's not too often the CTs have that much confidence to take a fight, but Nork's going to do it again. And yeah, Mouse are just down. These need to put more resources into how they go for their default. They can't think that they can get away with just, facing mid, smoking Xbox. And then you have to be worried about CTs using Nork's AWP to get them into lower dark. So it opens up a couple of problems.
But, just let's talk a bit more bigger picture while we have this opportunity.
Sure.
They've swapped the doors over, right? And more teams are doing what we're seeing now on gun rounds. Nork and Hampus, you can see, if the AWP's watching doors, Hampus provides support B, vice versa. They can swap and chop and change, but be responsive. The kills do come in.
I think that new way to be able to approach middle and harass it more is one of the reasons why now the double AWP setup can be a bit more fluid. You don't just have to be back a plat. You can play outside sight and rotate back a plat, because if you get caught out of position, you can tend to help through those doors.
So you're saying back a plat saw more action because of the doors, basically meaning you had to be
teams like the
all in.
Turtle more, right?
Yeah.
You had to play in that site because if you got caught into the mid to B, there was no easy way to swing away. And you also, if you were playing on B hill, you couldn't help your CT defender as much. You couldn't help your B defender as much. The link was almost removed, right? But we need to talk about Mousesports and their purchases just because of the flow of this game so far and how close those 2 rounds in back-to-back fashion were for Bemis pulling them off. This one right here, we'll do our best to forget about it. But there hasn't been an AWP out for A-Core yet. There has just been scouts in lieu of that.
Oh, that third shot, dude.
I didn't even realize he got 4 kills in that round.
Yeah, the USPs, man. That one echoing through. An 11 for ZTR. This is a big game to be delivering like this. Don't forget, NIP's hopes and dreams are on the back of this, and they're already a 1 map down.
There's that orb. So A-Core's invested here. He is glass cannon with a little bit of utility behind it.
They're going to meet. Oh, it's a very early boost. It could be toppled, and he loses his booster. Rez is gone. Nork is too. Completely forgoes that much map of the, or that much of the map. Oh, you are a dead man walking. Hampus pulled in the pin. Does go down. Smoke not going to do too much. ZTR needs to be the hero once again, and he commits to the full spray. He's found more impact through mid. You said he's comfortable on Dust 2. We're starting to see evidence of that.
Yeah, it's when we've seen him be able to get away with entries. Just think of Inferno when he pushed through CT spawn towards the tail and gets 3 kills, right? He looks like he's able to snowball these kills quite well. It's just when the fights are a little bit more, you can see them coming, is where we see some issues. But that is a B split again. And that is NIP on the back foot once more. So now 5-4. When the rounds are getting lost for NIP, it's like, oh, okay, it's over. But when Mouse are like slowly getting trickled away, it always feels like they have a bit more fight left in them. Hunting up mid, Plopsky, how many can you give us?
Watch Frozen flash it.
You reckon?
Yeah, man.
The fact Dex is looking at it says a lot.
That's what I'm thinking.
Like, he's staring directly at it. Whoa.
That's what it feels like when I'm trying to shoot people.
Yeah.
They're all just robots, but yeah, magnificent stuff. That's another important round for Mouse. 4 on the T side so far, and let's have a look at this again. Topples the boost. He gets that info on the slightest of jiggles, and then not only converts off of A-Core's tag, but also finishes off this B defense.
It's good stuff.
Really good shooting.
Hard to argue with that.
This is just Frozen being too good at the game. First bullet out of his AK, and it's bang into the head.
Wow, still an AWP here for NIP, but they will have to take a save if they drop this one. More flashes fast down middle, pressure applied. Mousesports looking to do more damage here. A-Core trained towards those doors, but same for Hampus. And back towards B, wanting to really pressure ZTR. Oh, and he knows the moves. Rops, your little smoke play, it does not pay off. ZTR will deny any entrance onto the site. And now we have these rounds where the opening kill happens and the trade potential's not there, so it's strung out. What is the next decision for Mousesports here?
That is the question. To overcome the adversity of no ROPs, it would have to be something as a unit. And, well, we are going to be seeing them gather their resources for a full exec.
They have so many nades for this. I don't hate it.
Oh, no.
Jump
Just
spot.
for the info, Nork's ready. Like, essentially pre-aiming that jump spot. Bemis does make things awkward temporarily for Nork. He's immediately responded, though. He's put it out. Oh, Rez over the molly. Catches Frozen, and they're just picking him apart one by one. A-Core's the only one to change the story. Change the direction of these final 35 seconds. He's actually got a second. Nork, by virtue of the spread molly, and spots another, not far off. Hampus jumps and dings. That should seal his fate. Damn, A-Core's hitting them all. Imagine if he hit that first onto Hampus. We could have had a 1v1 before we knew it.
Oh, hey, all right. I think Nork gifted him one there,
Let me see this. So how much of Dexter's visible?
So he's looking for the boost, right?
Oh, great replay work. Look at that. Boom.
That's the moment Dexter knew he trucked up.
Yeah, got to stop trucking.
Okay, well, 6-4, and
oh, Chad, everyone's been really nice to my mum's new Twitter account.
There you go. That's good.
We were talking about it, but during the break,
being cautious.
Should remember the internet's a nasty place full of nasty people, but I believe in you. I believe the esports corner is relatively diverse.
Depends on the day of the week.
Yeah, I just realized where I was going with that. It's an eclectic mix of human beings.
This is a rough one now for Mouse because it has been so heavy over towards that B site. They haven't conditioned A. They haven't really gotten away with too many executes over there. So it will be the B lean late, most likely. Have to deal with Rez in this forward position again. Dexter slammed his head through the wall last time round. And instrumental on entry kills here, Dexter. 2 rounds you can almost attribute solely to him. Cleared close mid doors. Silent scenes. Setting up for mid to B. Smokes. Hampers back to be an absolute nuisance. He just denied their CT smoke, right? He dropped that 1 second before, so now their mid to B smoke means naught. He's even playing close doors. Hampers, are you okay?
He's fine. In fact, more than fine. He's found the opening and gotten away with murder. Oh, the punishment could still be coming. Yeah, hang on. Justice is on the way. They don't expect him, but quick reactions from Rops. Your first bullet accuracy is constantly tested when you're peeking into Mouse. If you give them that second to react.
They're also low for this one, half HP on all 3 Mouse members.
I wonder if Akor's ready for Plopsky. Like, that's a weird one.
His flanks have been crazy late.
They are so low, and the kits are present. Akor is intermittently floating between the two. How is he so turns away. Plopsky. And I think he thinks better of it. Here they go.
Oh, big miss.
He's found the timing. Looking for another, though. It's Rops and Beamer's trying to step up to the plate. It's just Rops now. 3 kills to his name. Time's on his side. Nork would need to hit the no-scope, and he's just playing with him. Just like that. Movement alone. It's glorious. It's stylish. It's Rops with the 5th.
And it's B again. So even though I thought Mouse Sports were eventually going to have to start looking for other answers, they break NIP's money. And we've mentioned this before. And before, NIP were on a full eco with 1 flash. This time around, NIP have enough money to go for the Force, or not enough money and have to go for the Force. Depends on how you want to look at it here.
Bang.
It's great stuff from Rops. The fact he gets the immediate trade after Akor dies, though, that's the pivotal kill, because you don't see it, but Plopsky's immediately fragged. And that right there alleviates all the pressure from upper tunnels. They can focus doors, gives Rops what he needs. And a timeout called for Mouse Sports here. They're second within this first half. 5 rounds, they've done better than they did against Vitality. It was their CT side which took them to that 14-round mark. Managed a 10-5 CT side against Vitality. Can see money low for Dexter. Akor has an AWP on the ground for him. Rops has purchased on Infrozen as well. It's like, does he want a Galil? Does he want a Mac 10? And it is up against these Deagles and Scout. Now, 2 of these rounds, I'm pretty sure NIP have stolen away. There was the Deagle retake on B, where it was Bemis and Rops stuck in the site, and then there was the USPs towards A. That is 2 of the 6 rounds NIP have so far by virtue of these lower buy situations. So let's see, they can likely do it again.
Yeah. If history is anything to go by, this evening's entertainment has already baffled us many a time.
This is a very classic default spread. So take a big screenshot of the radar in your top left, and this is how most teams will approach a default. 1 towards upper tunnels, 1 towards lower, 2 top mid. They just slowly full press down, and Frozen with the job of listening for the nades towards long. Takes to the point man with the bomb up close and personal towards those mid doors, and he has been doing a lot of entry work. I don't know if it's a position he's been loving, but it's one he's been getting more and more out of. Hampus' Scout, if he tags somebody mid, it might funnel them into the A stack, because going towards B against a Scout, quite the deadly proposition.
You can almost assume, with his shot coming from the left side of mid, that there is a Scout on B, as you said. Lurk, smoke.
Hampus is even rotating over. He feels like he's calling the bluff a bit here. Hampus, so much work for him to do. This almost has to be the commit. We have 35 seconds left.
God, they've run the clock down to a point where a couple of Deagle headshots slows everything down. You get that chaotic mid-round. The nade just a little early. Oof, no, it's not. It's onto Frozen. And this flash at 20 seconds. They're going to eat it as they push. There's so many CTs on long to respond. These next few exchanges determine their fate. Plopsky, CTR, suddenly making it awkward. The bomb is loose. You're going to lose it all. After time, no way. He has to go for the Glock. He goes down. $7,000, bested by 700. Rops tries to hit the shot. He hasn't got the time. He stands, tries to deliver. The AWP still recovered. And NIP have done it again, Chad. Another one added to the list.
This is getting ridiculous now. That is 3 out of NIP's 7 rounds that have come from pistols or low buy scenarios. Mousesports, they combed the map, they did the default, they did everything they had to do, and NIP are like, yeah, sure, you play by the book Counter-Strike, we'll have the perfect counter for that. You execute into us, we shut you down, and this half would look completely different if they didn't give up all those rounds. This is not a situation I thought Mouse would be finding themselves in here, but NIP are doing everything they can to fight back in. And I was trying to think of the word, because I described it poorly the other day. I thought this may be a bit melancholy, but I don't know if it is.
Well, yeah, you came up with somber before.
Yeah. We're going to keep going through the arsenal of words.
Melancholy? How would you define melancholy? Like kind of comfort in misery? I don't know.
I think that's pretty close to what I'm going with. But
Let's see what the internet
but there is a bit of uplift to this one here. Like, it's like, yeah, we're all in this together, but...
Pensive sadness.
Pensive. I used that one the other day too.
Ah, sad and pensive. Define pensive, please, internet.
Okay, Google. Sorry, everybody. Didn't mean.
Just woken up everyone's home.
Didn't mean to.
Don't do that.
Well, Mao's a 4-spot here, so this is a very big round to decide to do that, and that got a cheeky beaky bit of mid-play right there. Oh, whoa, dinked on up from that range.
Ah, well, it turns out I'm always pensive, Chad.
Okay.
Yep, reflecting or serious thoughts.
Ah, that old thing. Well, lots of damage done to NIP early here, and this is a strange round, so you can see how the purchase has gone for NIP. They are a little bit hamstrung too. So this one, knife's edge.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's almost reminiscent of the previous. This time, the stakes are higher for NIP. We've seen some great success out of Dexter's T side so far. He's defaulting middle. Again, responsible for trying to force Hampus' hand, but the dude's long gone. He hasn't been hanging out in middle for the last few rounds. He's partnered up with ZTR for a push.
This is the AK.
Robs can deny it all. Hard adjustment. Baited nicely by the movement of the SMG, and just like that, their premium weapon is lying idle on the floor. If anything,
no.
They're running into a trap. They're trying to use the mid to B. It's a good chance for some space, but these are rifles you've got to break. And Hampus crosses the whole line. Oh, ZTR, you can't afford to go down so easily. Or maybe you can. Hampus delivers just 2. And now into the site with a chance. They have a man disadvantage, but that bomb can go down.
Need those rifles and need them now.
Yeah, it'll do. Something's been recovered. There we go. They know exactly where that Brick's position is. They have util as well. Let's see how refined NIP's retakes are. Acor sneaking up. He wants to have the element of surprise here.
Be careful here.
He does, but look at this. They've thrown a molly towards his old position. He lives on. He can destabilize, but it's Plopsky. Great shooting. Continues to ruin their hopes and dreams. Dexter misses the spray. Can Trav a chance? And just in the nick of time, an 8th is found. My God. Right down to the wire, right down to the last 36 points of health. But Ninjas, they post the 8th and they have won the battle for control.
I kind of feel Maus have to buy. I know that seems like a strange thing to be saying at this juncture of the game, but with the scoreline 8-5, with the money with Ninjas still on the edge, and Maus off the back of another plant, another up them, they're going to be down to... Maus might just have to swallow this one and go with some upgraded pistols. They get 2,400 in the next round of play, so we'll need to maintain around 2K in that bank balance. And yeah, there's the Deagle investments from Frozen and BMAS. That will signal the same. Rops has got one. Dexter and Acor probably working out who's going to save all the money for the AWP, meaning Dexter probably not going to purchase in here. Not the place they wanted to find themselves in, Mousesports. Dexter late purchased into a scout. Curious, okay. Well, he gets a tag. Immediate damage done, but Rops has fallen elsewhere.
Yeah, they've lost the point man on long early. And all of that space as the smoke blooms is taken. Plopsky can just park the bus, chill your beans. Acor.
Oh, what are you doing, bro?
Shopping. Oh, damn. Norcasters take that one on the chin.
That was a literal facepalm.
Yep. Frozen has taken the AWPer out of the equation. Anything more?
That's good, the AWP's down.
Yeah. The only way this could possibly tumble out of control is if Plopsky was to lose the duel onto Acor. They run boost into the site, and Rez, has no issues. He knows what he's up to. The long duel looks to be with one as well. Mousesports demands some respect.
Oh, he's crazy.
He wants more. What are you up to? He's actually taken the head off of ZTR. He gets another, fully flashed though. He will go down. He's bought some time. If only that Deagle could find Hampus in one shot. Beamers can't find the bullets. And now as they cross into the site, yeah, it's all over. Acor and CT completely disconnected and unable to deny the defuse. It's coming in now. It is planted for short, but he hasn't even hit the jump. And so just like that, an MP9 and a Deagle is all he can save.
He tried. He gave it a shot. I think that play from Dexter, this one right here where he decided to fight CT Spawn, shows you that he is growing into the European star, right? Because as soon as his scout was spotted top of A after those tags, he knows that it's very unlikely they're going to fight him, even though they're on that low, but has to wait for the teammates. So he took that fight. If he had enough time to get back up and away into the site, maybe a different round. But NIP walk away with their 9th. They are looking good for double digits here. How do Mouse respond?
CTR very vulnerable. Dexter knows he's headed pit. The flashes, the counter flashes, enable CTR to peek out safe. They want to fight this. This could be a round over so damn quick. The nades and the bullets are all hitting. Frozen court as well. An absolute disaster, a catastrophe for Mouse Sports. Spells trouble.
Okay. Well, now there's nobody on B.
Yeah, and with that frag and the bomb on his back, they have to respect it. Is he hoping to catch them crossing doors?
He might get away with one here.
Ooh. Actually pulls the smoke out of him. Interesting. It confirms his suspicions that he's forced to rotate, though.
Plopsky's just walked away as well, so he's coming back for more. Plopsky in 2 minds here.
Yeah, he is. And the blue bin is a powerful spot.
So many angles to clear for Acor. So many
quick reactions. And now they know exactly what's up. Acor recovers a little bit of extra util to drop the CT smoke.
Oh, no time for this, dude. 20 seconds.
Yeah, where are you off to?
Has to be so careful now of mid as well. Look at Rez.
He's holding the Xbox. It's the perfect play. It's the perfect play. They've got all the info.
Has to beeline it as well.
Yeah, and there you have it. Finished off nicely. 10. Ninjas in pajamas are in firm control. They want to take us to 3. We'll find out if they can after the break.
Future Pros, retaking the B site on Inferno can be pretty tough. However, the Molly or Incendiary I'll show you all today will help clear out one of the little hidey holes a T could be in. To throw this Molly, secure runes first, then get into the corner next to the sandbags. Aim up and place your crosshair in the midsection of the ruined roof between these 2 points. Get your crosshair in line with this kink in the scaffolding, then simply running jump throw the Molly. As you can see here, this T did smoke the Molly, but from this angle you can see that the Molly does in fact completely coat the area in flames. Good luck and happy retaking.
The Ninjas find themselves not only down 0-1, but here on Dust 2, up 1-0. It is 10-5. We are ready to talk about our second half of our second map. Tonight, I'm joined by Sponge. This is Mousesport's pick, and so it's time for them to prove it on their defense. Chad, hopes and dreams of a third? High?
It is looking likely after that first half, and that goose right there onto Dexter is going to help NIP in that direction. Nade immediately limped out onto ZTR, who stood and delivered on that B bomb site time and time again.
I remember back in the day where you just had to nade that barrel top spot. 1 minute 48, throw it out every round. Don't see that at all anymore.
Yeah, the game is playing at much slower of a pace these days, but up Cat is where NIP are. Rez has even found Dexter, so he got goosed early. Now he's dead.
That's the P250 in action. Beamer's actually trying to dice with death.
Oh dear.
Okay. Crucial that he does that, but it does mean that Acor is entirely isolated, and so this NIP pistol is shaping up just almost too perfectly. Almost too perfectly.
I can't believe how many rounds Mouse dropped in that first half right against the pistols, and now again, well, it is the pistol round. Getting destroyed.
Whereas, give him another opportunity, he will seize it. He's not far off the mark. 2 targets, and he's found them both. Go on. Can't quite find the ace. It's denied by Rops, but he's actually done well to find a second. How does he wiggle his way out of trouble? There we go. Finally, he falls. Rez 4, NIP 11. And that third map is just on the horizon. Top right of your screens, you'll see.
Forcing the CTs, right, to have to go for kind of different fights, because the playing field is completely leveled once that P250 comes out. Could be a different game if Mouse can bounce back here. They've gone with their Force Buy, but it's not the Force Buy special. They haven't gone with only Deagles. Managed to buy themselves a couple of different pistols. P250 for Dexter, 5.7 for Frozen, utility as well, and actually taking the time out now are NIP. Good time to do so. Talk through their options. Make sure you don't drop this round. Can spur yourself forward, close this one out quick. Forget Inferno even happened. Hampus has a good long spawn here. Looks like he's glancing over. Nork will be scouting mid. There won't be anybody to battle back against him. Sport sending 3 over towards A within the early stages. Not going for the short boost. They're actually forcing the issue towards long.
And Hampus is too. Straight through the nade. Pipping the gap, but Acor's found, and oh, that was a crucial one from Dexter. Immediately, though, the response comes in. It's 2. Quick succession from NIP.
I think Mouse were enjoying a nice warm bath over there on Inferno. NIP have come in, they've ripped the plug out. We're gurgling down the drain right here because this is quick as you like. Going to be 12-5. Frozen will do his very best to get this AK. And that's about all she can hope for here.
I really miss my foothold on this stool.
Yeah, I can't give you this one because this one's squeaky. And if you move around on this one, it's going to make too much noise and bleed through the mic. That one, we now just risk you forgetting that it's there and
trying to put my feet on something that doesn't exist.
Smashing your face into the desk. So it could be an action-packed day.
One more way or the other. Action-packed. Not this round, though. So NIP will be posting 12 before Mouseport sees 6. Definitely set themselves up for Mirage.
What do you think of the Anubis? Can we go on Frozen right now, Rushley? Is there a chance?
The Chad Birchall special.
What do you think of the Anubis?
It's very busy.
It is, there's a lot going on.
Yeah, I mean, it looks ornate. It looks fancy.
Do you reckon Spinks has the Anubis?
Don't know.
That would be on point, wouldn't it? Branding, guns, everything. Okay, saved it, okay? Yeah.
There it is.
It was like an Egyptian reference.
I got it.
Anubis.
Sphinx.
Yep.
Anubis.
Yep.
Sphinx.
Yeah.
Got it.
It was a stretch.
No, well, I wouldn't say it was just like a Stretch Armstrong stretch, but it was like a pre-yoga stretch.
Like reaching over the table without asking to have the salt handed to you type of stretch.
Yeah, precisely. And already damage has been inflicted. Rops doesn't even get to B without losing half of his health, and there's going to be more in pursuit of that. Look at that. He's mantled on the car, trying to get himself up silently, and he has. And look at the success he finds. 1.5. That was the bomb. He confirms that. Dexter does manage to recover the AK-47 from Frozen, but already the bomb ticking. This one, oh.
The window mollies from NIP. Not landing exactly how they'd like them.
I think he was trying to do the cheeky one-way there.
Yeah, that one is really filthy.
One of the extra special mollies. I think even Monesy's getting credit for it. What are you going to do? You're not getting in.
No, but I've just watched them throw so many window mollies this time, and they've never landed it quite exactly where I think they've hoped for them. I'm not sure if Nork wanted that one to land right there. It doesn't matter. Oh, run, Nork, run, Nork.
No!
Rez, how dare you?
You massacred my boy.
All right, guns out. Last chance saloon for Mouse Sports here. We've already stated during the cast that Mouse could not make their way through the group. Yeah, there you go, there you go. Thank you very much, Max and Felix. Getting us done with the replays right there. Double. Fast down middle. Quite the pace from NIP.
Yeah, really. Look at them go. Look at them go. They are taking so many liberties.
Rotate now, I dare you. Oh,
my lord.
Did Acor hit? Acor heard that. Acor knows something's up. Acor's scared. Acor's...
Saved the day.
Whoa.
He drops straight in and finds Hampus. The smokes will bloom now. They double incendiary. You can see it's all reactionary, yeah. NIP not so flustered. It's Rez that goes down. Dexter with more impact. Catches an elevated angle. This duel from Dexter's going to have a lot of weight behind it. Oh no, caught even though the vision was taken away. Supportive flashbang came over from B.
ZTR doing so much talking here as well, calling them back to B.
But there's an AWP B. How do you break the AWP posted on B? It's double AWP. This is almost a guaranteed frag for Robs. And just like that, they fall. Oof, doesn't quite hit the second, and Frozen jiggled out, but it's neat, it's tidy. Mouse Sports weather the storm of the B split.
Going to be quite the comeback here if they do pull this one off. 13-5. You've got Rops there as your 1x bet impact player. And that right there from Hampus, they are using the mid to B smoke, the one that teams are throwing out to Shroud there to just vacuum away all that space. And they got a lot of room, but NIP with a cheeky one, not across the line. This time, Nork out long, flashes aplenty. Oh, dearie me, BMAS has dropped.
Yeah, and Hampus added to the list. Another early Dexter frag.
Might not want to hang around car.
No, I imagine, yeah, that's going to be a duel Rez is willing to take.
Dexter's not ready for this one.
You heard it. And he converts it. That's a wild spray. Rez tames the beast for a second. Even run boosting. Can't call the cross when you can't see it, Chad.
Oh, that's it for Mouse, I think. 2 players alive, Rops and Frozen. It would be nice to see them go for a retake like this, but they can't justify it. You can't make the argument right now. Even though you're about to be down 14-6, imagine going in for this, losing all your rifles, not having anything to deny that 15th with. Plopsky will find himself a gun.
Like that.
When that range, right?
At that range, when you've got 2 targets, you've already fully unloaded half your mag into the first kill. Yeah, you are just relying on your muscle memory there. Rez has got plenty of it.
He played for Get Right. He played with Get Right for a couple of years, so probably took some inspiration.
Certainly. No one quite tamed the beast like Chris Get Right Allison.
Okay, Mouse Sports, it's decision time as we get this lovely little spray. The crouch, the stand, the peel. Acor dead. They can drop guns, Mouse, if they would like. And I think that's exactly what they're going to do. So there are 2 AWPs on the floor again. One for Rops, one for Acor. M4s for the others.
Looks like he wants to take the spawn. Hampus, knife out. Gun on for long. On the cross, Nork. Tested. It's Robs that catches the bullet.
And now Dexter.
Right in. They're taking space, but Frozen's already charged up mid.
Of course he has.
Of course. Not only that.
Here, NIP can now chill on out as Hampus is lurking through the smoke. Hampus is punishing here.
They're taking so many liberties. The whole
you can see the head.
Dexter's beanie is visible. Drops his smoke now. And Hampus flashed in to perfection. A second, he stabilizes onto Bemis. And they are rocking Mouse Sports world here.
Load up Mirage. Pack your bags.
Oh no, just zap the head. It does feel like that. And there may be more. Missed shot. Rez knows he's under a lot of scrutiny. Stick a fork in this one.
Yeah. It's just been a whimper from Mouse. After losing 3 low-buy rounds in the first half, this is what's going to happen. That first half could have been 10 rounds for them. They could have been in the driver's seat to close out map number 2, get a 2-0, make themselves feeling hot to trot, lots of confidence. But NIP, they know what they're in this for.
So all too familiar that for the Ninjas, that loss against Ence can haunt them.
Yeah.
They really need this one.
Too many rounds played, and he did his job over there on the defensive beat. It felt like Dexter had no idea that Hampus was this close, right? And he makes a play. Hampus pushes that smoke. He goes for a lot of early pressure and info right there. Mousesports are getting caught in 2 back-to-back rounds where they weren't aware a player could be so close. It was Rez previous, it was Hampus just there, and it's Mousesports to use their last tactical timeout here in map number 2 with a scoreline 15-6.
I'm very impressed when I take a look at the effective flash stats as well. Just having a quick look at that, you can see that it's actually ZTR's provided 12 flash assists. He just got 2. But on the other side of things, it's Mousesports with Acor and Frozen, not the units I'd have been expecting to be throwing 15 effective flashbangs. Looks like they know they've got Mirage just around the corner. Let's see how quickly we get there. Mousesports, no stranger to starting a comeback. It's the same as the way they make their rounds.
4-man A-lane, just gambling on B right now with Rops.
CTR's out, hasn't been tagged down. Gets himself into blue, and now the supportive utility actually setting up for a boost. Ooh.
Quick boost here.
He knows Bemis is lurking on that smoke. Hasn't mantled yet. Wait for it to fade. Up he goes. Bemis sitting dark. He adjusts, but not in time. Hampus executes. 4 frags. That's all they require. Hampus still in the point of elevation. Rez containing any mid-info plays, and Frozen supported by Acor. Oh, you could hear a pin drop here on the server, and that was what Acor was waiting for. Now attention is drawn. Frozen should have had one there. Another flash successful from ZTR. Acor can focus his attention elsewhere, and at that moment, util starts to be dropped. Acor holds the line. He'll probably try and throw a bullet down range just as the smoke blooms. He secures big frag onto Hampus. Mousesports surely got a 7th here. That's perfect. The Flames do guys their cross just enough, but Dexter can deny. Just bides his time. He's fine.
Rops can nade the site here.
Oh, and that's Plopsky surely dead to rights. Better bing. You'd need 2 more. They are both AWPs. And he sees the thigh of Rops. He's desperately trying to isolate this duel. He knows he's on a timer. ZT closing the gap. There it is.
Process of elimination right there, isn't it? Rops knew he couldn't have left the site. Acor just had to clear his angles diligently, and there it is, 15-7. But this just feels like a matter of time. In fact, only 2 players from Mousesports survive. They were getting the max loss bonus before, or close enough to. Making their buy work. They're out of timeouts here. Krieg out for Nork. Plopsky into a Galil instead. Both teams with the best buys they can muster. And just parking it late, so hiding Death Alley Acor.
Bang. That is something. Change of the pace from Mouse. Completely catches the Ninjas off guard, which is not something I've said an awful lot of this. A lot of responsibility on this. He's fully blinded. They are leaving the bomb towards tunnels, so they want to try and perhaps show mid or show short. Smokes towards the CT, but they've got 3 defenders ready.
Oh, that was one piece of information. It's unusual to see him floating in mid like that.
Yo, there's a huge gap, and they're about to jump through the flaming hoop that reads 16. Walking up short, the double long hold is pushing for info now. The flank from Dexter may be a little too late, because as he turns the corner, nothing to report. Could be tons, could be short.
Out.
Still contact at this point. Dexter with his knife out. And there's ZTR, that confirms his suspicions. Okay, lads, it's lost. The site, that is, perhaps even the a dream of a retake. Another molly, just stop.
We've got even more. Hampus has a smoke and a molly as well.
Gonna completely hold them at bay. There's another one. You have to go through it now. That's what ZTR's there for. Wow, more from... And he advances into a third. Oh, Dexter didn't expect it. It's Hampus, and it's only Hampus trying to save the day, trying to end it all. He can't quite find it. He's got the kit.
Needs to find the bomb.
That's on the nose, that. Oh, just about across the line. Mouse Sports, a sigh of relief collectively. Look at this. Despite all of their util, Dexter finds not only 2, but 3 impact frags.
Almost
Hampus
flub it, don't they?
nearly with a stylish clutch. Look how close it came.
Oh.
Hopes and dreams in the Bamus Mouse.
Looks like NIP aren't going to let him off the hook here, Alex. They're going to invest again. It's not the full buy, it's partial. We've got an AK for Plopsky, some Deagles, a Scout. It's still very deadly against this Mouse Sports economy, which cannot risk faltering. Only 1 AWP carried through now. They managed to keep that on A-Core. But if they don't keep these rounds clean, NIP are in the driver's seat.
I mean, that's what this is all about, right? They're trying to just chip away at the foundations. Bring the whole thing down.
Keep your paw.
Oh, wow. That couldn't have worked out any better. 2 bullets leave the MP9 of Frozen, and Tunnels thinks better of it. It's Plopsky in particular who catches the damage, and that was the only armored opponent. So this is going to sell perhaps a false dialogue that we've got fully armored Ts waiting on the other side of things.
They should know what setup they're up against now, right? The fact that...
Through the smoke they go. Dexter loses vision. A-Core doesn't, though, and he's set up for success. Good nade. Plopsky still lives on.
Oh.
Dexter, no issues, though. Bit of a shooting gallery for him. It's only Plopsky remaining. 9 now for the Mouse Boys. So they were trying to keep the pressure on. They don't succeed in taking too much away, Chad. So for all intents and purposes...
That's the one. We're learning here at the Pro League. Learn with us.
Someone told me apparently that, in particular, that mistake, the intensive purposes and intents and purposes, is called an egg corn.
Yeah, I read that too. I didn't investigate, but I know that's probably happened with a lot of sayings.
There's a couple of sayings, yeah, where basically it sounds indistinguishable from the other version.
All right, Mouse, how many more rounds do you have in ya? Plopsky with the AWP, not known to be an AWPer, takes the pick. We'll give that back to Nork, and Rez applying pressure straight away. This nade's going to dunk on him. Oh,
ouch. That's a lot of damage, 120 from a single highly explosive device. And Rops, same angle he worked with on the AWP, laser beams down another. Mousesports are in hot pursuit of their 10th there. He's taken down the leader of the pack. Hampus can pull the strings from new POVs. A-Core. Just in float. Him and Rops just intermittently responsible. Oh, and just as A-Core tucks in, Rez, what an adjustment! Finds A-Core as he drops off the box. That's 4-on-4 now, and the call is A. It's only Dexter. Beamer's so committed to the long side. Flashes rain in. He's been so good at finding these multi-kills. Can he continue to adapt to the European brand?
Oh,
it's
no.
not great. Nork shuts him down, and more damage being inflicted. Bemis in jeopardy, gone. And now just these 2 from ramp. NIP 2 frags away, make it 1. It's just Frozen to take him down, secures a 3rd. We're going to 3. NIP snatched us 2 away. And we have to separate them on a 3rd map. Group B keeps delivering. Ninjas in pajamas take on Mousesports after the break.
Hi. Good to see you, Michael. Thank you so much. Thank you. Right. Perfect. And, we're all set here. Should we kick things off?
Live in 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the ESL studios, actually, and we're here to learn a little bit about observing today. I'm joined by none other than Alexander Rush. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
So tell me, observing, it's the new craze. What's it all about?
Yeah, it's observers. They like work in tandem with the production team and the casters.
The production, the casters. Now the casters, they are the top dogs around here, aren't they? So well known in the area, and someone like yourself, who's perhaps a little, unknown, they're giving you a chance to shine out there, aren't they?
Yeah, I don't. I'm actually.
Don't worry. Take your time. Just try and explain a little bit about the role, and we'll get there.
Explain about observers. You like work. Well, they work with production.
Don't worry. Let's run it back a little bit. In terms of the production, what do you actually do?
Well, me.
Hi, I'm Rush. I have a 12:30 with you.
Rush?
Yeah.
Well, who's this then?
This guy? Someone irrelevant. Get him out. Security!
No,
you got it, boss.
Please, someone must know who I am. I'm here every day. Every day!
Wait.
Get him out.
Look at the camera. Look at the camera for a moment.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
De tu libertad. De tu libertad. De tu libertad. Tengo la fuerza, vivir no me espanta. Si me conoces, sabe bien que no soy santa. No me privo de lo que me encanta. Si no hay razones para que lo haga, no. Me gustan los problemas, sabe que yo ando como quiera, no digo que no. Yo soy a mi manera, no me arrepiento. Escucha mi consejo, mi amigo. Vive una vida llena de personas que te quieran, que te respeten de...
Kolla det. Jag ser det. Han är CT då. Nice. En kvar. Här är CT. CT close. Nice. Let's go. Nice fucking pick där.
NIP playing as if the first map of Inferno never existed. They tie things up this series at 1 apiece, putting us to our third and final map here over on Mirage. I'm still Jason Kappen, and still luckily joined by Pimp as we look to break this one down. And now Dust 2, bit of a travesty for Mouse Sports, but it was great to see NIP bounce back after the devastating loss on the first.
Yes, it was definitely a much better playing NIP here, I would say, on Dust 2. It was a game with a lot of nerve in the beginning. It was going back and forth. NIP won a couple of anti-ecos. Mouse Sports fought back, and broke in. Yeah, a couple. They won 3 in total in one half. And then NIP were also missing a couple of great moments of really putting down Mouse Sports to the ground. So it was a weird game to begin with, not the most beautiful or well-executed Counter-Strike game, but a game with a lot of nerve in it.
Yeah, a lot of nerve indeed, and we mentioned like these anti-ecos coming through, and you have one in particular you want to break down for us, and I want to let you get into it because it shouldn't really happen, but it is great to see when it does sometimes.
It shouldn't really happen, but sometimes it does, right? I picked one out of the 3, and the first one is the most three-dimensional one, right? Because we have around here where Hampus is just putting down a smoke middle, so of course Aco spotting down right here. It's not really too sure whether or not Hampus is the only one crossing towards the B-bomb side, or if there's more players. Now, fact of the matter is that you can see, if we just pause the clip right here, that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 NIP players in this area. And right now, Mouse Sports, well, they're on their way up towards long. What's going to happen, of course, is that this is going to be a bit of a mess for Mouse Sports because of a couple of reasons, right? Right now, you can see any smokes to play with, and you just want to fight with the AK-47s and the Scout. You have long range, but still, I would probably go for the smoke. If not, then at least smoke CT spawn or short. Mouse Sports is doing neither, and we play out the clip right here. They're just walking up in a stack from NIP, take the duels against the USPs, and guess what? one single flash coming in right there, and that's enough for NIP to completely destroy it. Dexter is caught behind long with a Mac-10, can't serve any backup whatsoever because the gun he has is a Mac-10. He's supposed to be up there in front. He's supposed to fight, but he can't do anything, and now Rubs is up in a 1 versus 2 that he ends up losing. Mousesports, this is a great example of rounds you cannot lose on this level, but also a great example of Mousesports and the lack of practice. I am 100% certain that if we were watching Mousesports in 1 month from now, these mistakes wouldn't happen. The smokes, the Molotovs, the procedures, the protocols for taking a bomb site in an anti-eco, they would have practiced that over and over and over because it's so early in their travel, I guess, for this team. Yeah. They make silly mistakes like this, and NIP were great at taking advantage of it. Mousesports, they should have won the first half, but they kept on messing up in every single anti-eco.
And I know we talked about when we were watching the match, like in the mentality of Mousesports to lose 3 anti-ecos had to have given you so much momentum for the team. And we've seen NIP already be 2-1 in the groups. This is still a match they want to win. They want to secure to get themselves potentially a spot when it comes to top 3 in the groups overall. And one player that we talked about when the series started was Rez. We have to come back to him yet again, currently 93 and 78. He didn't really stand out far and above everyone else, but he was their top player.
He was the top player, and he was doing a good job. It was good to see him, especially in the second half, getting off with a pistol ace, and you think to yourself, okay, that's the rest we want to see. Yeah. That was the story for this NIP lineup here on Dust 2. As a team, they were taking advantage of the Mousesports mistakes, and no NIP player took over the game. It was not a carry performance coming out of everyone. It was a team performance, and as we spoke about coming into this game, that's exactly what we expect when we watch NIP. Individually speaking, I would argue Mousesports have the better players. They have more talent when you match player against player, but as a team play-wise and everything else that, you know, in terms of aspects of Counter-Strike, NIP is just one step ahead of Mousesports. Naturally, because they've had more time together, but also with Threat being their coach, right? We know he's very systematic, and he always makes sure that the teams are well prepared for games.
Well, we see the advantage as well as playing in the same position. We saw in one of the timeouts, I think it was back on Inferno, where they called a timeout and everyone just took their headphones off and then just sat there and chatted and just tried to figure out what was going right, what was going wrong. And one thing I want to say that was going right for Mousesports, at least 2 times now we've seen him on Dust 2, Dexter, dropping over 20 kills against Vitality, dropping over 20 kills against NIP, proving he can pick up the kills when he needs to as an in-game leader.
He found a lot of impact, and as said, you know, Dexter is an in-game leader who can find impact. You know, he has a great individual level. He's a player that gets a lot of credit, I guess, for that individual level. We saw him struggle in the beginning of this group stage, couldn't really get it going, but again, he has so much stuff he has to maneuver, right? So many new unknowns, new spot names, new players he has to control. So you can imagine why it's a rough task, I guess, for Dexter at the moment. The last couple of games he's been playing fantastic, especially on Dust 2, putting up 180 AR right here. Sure, it's not nice to lose and play well, but it's definitely better to play well and lose than to play bad and lose as well.
Yeah, you don't want to, because 2 bads don't make
exactly.
a good, I guess. But let's turn our eyes towards, obviously, the last map of the series, right?
Sure.
Mirage. Any first initial thoughts coming into this match for these 2 teams?
I mean, we've seen Mousesports play twice in this tournament against FaZe Clan and Vitality, and both games were somewhat close, as we spoke about. That's been the trend for Mousesports. They lost 16-11 on one of them, 16-13 on the other, so both games with a chance of winning. Now, I expect NIP to be the favorite here and to put up a better performance than we saw on Dust 2. This should be a much closer one, and again, a game with nerve in it.
Well, I'm hoping for a very close match as we round things out here for one of these teams. Let's head to a short break. We come back, we're heading over to Mirage. It's between NIP and Mousesports. And of course, we still have a 3rd series today to come up, so make sure you don't go anywhere.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
It's time for a flashback.
Even though their win at ESL 1 Cologne 2014 is arguably the greatest success in NIP's history, it was a dramatic and trying road to the title for the Swedish side. Despite being the #1 ranked team in the world going into the tournament, they had had their ups and downs when it came to their prior performances. Despite twice finishing as runners-ups in the 2 previous majors, first at DreamHack Winter 2013, and then at the ESL Major Series 1 2014 in Katowice, the team just couldn't make their otherwise dominant displays of play count when it really mattered. Being one of the top, if not the top Counter-Strike team at the time, NIP were a strong contender for the trophy in Cologne, but they needed time and a little bit of luck to gain their momentum. Within the group stage, NIP did well, but not perfect just yet. Get Right and the rest of the squad managed to win 2 out of their 3 games. They began with an expectedly easy 16-7 win over Team Wolf. The next game against Epsilon, however, was a wake-up call, as the French world #10 threw the Swedes down the lavatory in order to prove they're also in for the biggest honors.
And now it is a 1-on-2 for Forrest here, and this one is for the map. He's gonna have to pick this up. He's got time for it. But does he have the aim?
He's done the damage right now, and he's currently caught, and there you go, Shoxy with the headshot.
But NIP made it through the group after taking down Ukrainian roster Hellraisers in a solid display of CSGO. NIP securing their spot in the quarterfinals was their first step to success, but they still had to face the fact that both of their biggest rivals from the past, Virtus.pro and Fnatic, also made it out of the groups. The Swedish roster had to strike the iron while it was hot by winning in a close fight with North American Cloud9 and a little bit of help from Team LDLC, who managed to crush NIP's unwanted opponents, Virtus.pro. So far, Get Right and his crew now only had a 2-step process left to win their long-awaited title. The battle was on. Even though the Swedes lost the first clash with Team LDLC on Inferno 10-16, they once more were lucky to win another close fight on the last map, Cobblestone, thus making it to the major finals for the 3rd time in a row.
This is Freiburg disciplined to the end, waiting for something to hit, and it'll be existing Get Right in Freiburg, and they're only 1 frag away from the final. It's Kaylee versus NIP. Can he deliver? No!
The story has come full circle now. Fnatic once again smoothly went through the quarters and semis to become NIP's nightmare once again. As some would say, 3 times the charm for ninjas in pajamas. This time, their team composition was the key to success. By defeating Fnatic 2-1, one of the strongest teams of that tournament on NIP's favorite map Inferno, the Swedish Goliath did not give David a chance and finally went for what he had hoped for.
Fnatic make their way around. They have 1 AK and nothing but pistols. What you've witnessed in this tournament is a broken NIP team managing to resurrect themselves, and Exist picks up 2 kills. Forrest with the shot as well. Olofmeister goes down, and here it comes. 2-on-5. JW and Flusher. There is nothing they can do any longer. NIP have won Gamescom 2014. Ladies and gentlemen, 16-13.
Let's not forget, you have to be good to be lucky. Luck should also refer to the spectators' point of view, because they had a chance to see for themselves what is now considered to be one of the most iconic scenes in the history of CSGO.
Changing from your point of view. A smaller circle, but the range is some deja vu. I recognize my
ESL Pro League is brought to you by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, and DHL.
I don't wanna be stuck in countless doubts. I just wanna smile and run away.
The Ninjas still vying for a top 3 finish here at Group B. Mousesports to play spoiler. They brought a new air of aggression to their gameplay, and there's a reason they picked up the first map. But now we find ourselves in the 3rd. Mirage to separate them. NIP, they've got to contend with Vitality as their final game. They want to take this scalp, and they want to take it now. We are straight into the action, it seems.
It's all right, it's not live. It's not live. Everyone... We got you excited.
The music implied it was.
I know. We like to get you excited around here. The knife round just concluded, and I can tell you that Mousesports won the knife and decided to stay on that CT side. So This one we should be getting live any moment. Acor's just called a tech pause. So another false start. We love those around here. I think they're okay now. Everybody's just asking, are we ready?
Everyone's making sure.
I think that's the way we want this one to start. Make sure everyone, all the bums are in seats. Everything's good. There's no bugs in the system.
There's a bug in the system for me.
Okay, what do you got?
Was ETR's missing $300? He's dropped to P250, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I've worked it out.
It's all right. We added it together. We got the maths working. Nork and Rez are on the... How do they fare this time around? Look at Rez.
Up, yeah. They want to take a lot of that early space. Hampus is actually up. He's out connector. What? ZTR coming up ramp. Hampus is in the window.
Yeah, everywhere right now.
He's actually working on a B flank. Doesn't matter if all the frags go Mousesport's way, though. The first few taps all successful. Now, the element of surprise kind of redundant. Unless Hampus does more than that. He has caught Bemis in rotation, but another one for Dexter. Been saying that an awful lot, and it's finished neat and tidy. Rops with a quiet 3 across the map.
Okay, well, that was quite the start.
Cool idea. Loved seeing Hampus worm his way through the gap in their CT setup.
I'm not sure if he's meant to get, like, I'm not talking about Mauser setup, I'm talking about NRP strat. I'm not sure if he's meant to get so much room or if he's meant to find a fight and it's meant to be chaos and draw the rotations. Unfortunately, it didn't work out no matter which way we cut it. And NIP will just be down to an economical. Hampus with the Deagle, everybody else onto Glocks, and this is a chance for Mousesports to convert a second round. Now, they've had their hard time against these low buys, but this is not one of the regular force buy scenarios.
There should be no way. I mean, they might be going for a little bit of a Machini TV special here. It's a good opportunity. But now they'll try and sell it. Here we go. Steps. Dexter dropping the nade, and oh no, a Glock if he goes down. The dinks were there, but he hasn't fallen.
Oh, it's so dicey.
Now he does go down as ETR in the meantime. We did miss it, but no bomb plant. That's a dream that's been dashed. And Nork's Glock. We may as well have a go.
All right, handled there. We will see the buy come through from NIP now. Should be able to afford those AK-47s, no dramas whatsoever. But with these bonus guns, as it were, for Maus, they can be a little bit more aggressive. Dexter gets dropped one of those MP9s. Frozen will upgrade into a rifle. No AWP, but there is a scope for Acor working with the AUG. Now, I noticed the other day when it was FaZe versus Maus, I think it was, and we had Rain coming out ramp, and he was just focusing on those 3. Close ramp setup right now from Maus as NIP will take middle, uncontested.
Acor can't quite finish off the job, and now surging into Frozen. Trying to keep them at bay. Oh, very good deep flash. It should enable another duel. There he is. Slows down Nork's retreat. Dexter catches one blind through the ninjas in pajamas. It's just getting sent out of the server. It's only Hampus. An ace clutch seems like too tall of an order, and Dexter, he is in the perfect position to collect. He'll even grab himself the upgrade. And there you have it.
But I saw a smile on Dexter's face there.
Yeah, he's not allowed to have fun on playing European CS. What are you doing? That's supposed to be stressful.
Business only. Well, I think here when we did talk to Hampus in the post-game interview, asked a couple of questions about Mirage and why they picked it against Ence. Ence hadn't had a map on record. They didn't know what to expect. He actually mentioned he got caught off guard a couple times while doing strats in middle. So NIP, to allow this one here to be the third, they must have some confidence in it, not having those same problems as they had the other day. And Maus get another chance to breathe. So they've dealt with the gun round, and now they're getting another lower buy.
Hampus, he is trying to trifle with Dexter. Oh.
So cheeky, Hampus.
Yeah. Gave it a go. But he's gone down in the apartment's duel eventually. Frozen from ladder room provides a little bit of support. Still just 4 Deagles in the mix. Plopski's looking to nutmeg on that smoke. No one's home. 4 in middle.
Yeah, this is the type of round where Maus being passive is actually to their benefit.
Yeah, just don't give them that way in. Because you know you give it an inch, Rez can take a mile. This time he's gone. And that is the trade provided by Plopski. Shouldn't be too much more. As you can see, look at that crossfire established between Robs and Acor. Your options are minimal. Eventually he's going to swing out to mid and call it clear. In which case, Plopski catches the jiggle. This is spicy. The bomb is on short. If you could make the jump, which you can, ZTR, this young gun, is making a round out of this. He's got 19 seconds in a dream. Rops has rotated into kitchen, so it's only Dexter, and he's hit the shot. 10 HP. Rops presents his head. It's too quick, too easy for the Estonian. Trying to get a rifle into Dexter's hands, not going to be made.
I think he got it, yeah.
The org in time, wow.
Just in the split second there. I thought he was
so far away from his hands, yeah.
That E key, sometimes she's a cruel mistress. Here it pays off. Almost got dicey there, right? Dexter going down to 11 health. He dies, it maybe is a different story, but Rops mops it up. And he's currently sitting at 7-0, so yet to die.
He's just doing it all. No worries, I'll watch the flank, I'll watch short. Dexter catching that deagle bullet, very grateful for his life. Hello, I love a bit of this. Rob's actually joining Acor for an aggressive mid stance. And I mean, that is a lot of util now on the floor. Acor flashing himself out for the repeak. There's definitely some revenge in Plopsky's heart, but smoked off now, and actually straight through the smoke, they've caught another. Oh, the casualties keep coming straight through the smoke. Plopsky tried to advance, gray screened and executed. A double for Mouse to open up the defensive proceedings.
Not sure how Rez and Nork are meant to get back in this. They had some success on Inferno in these situations, but not this time round.
Oh, even worse for Rez. He didn't have a chance to fire a bullet accurately. And now Nork desperately trying to hold on to his AWP. He does get a little value out of it. Bit of pocket change.
How many are they going to feed him?
Oh dear. Just as he looks away, they'd almost lined up for a double.
The interesting thing about that round, not only did they have Acor in this underpass position, they had one player behind him, they had one player in connector, and they had one player on short. So their focus was middle. If they're able to stop you getting underpass control and stop you getting top mid control for free, it means you can't get away with your standard defaults. So this is an aggressive mid control strategy, but one where they haven't just barreled up middle like you might traditionally see in a Mirage game. So it's very well thought through. They baited NIP into having to go for those kind of pushes, and that's the reason why Acor gets that second kill, because the play to take back mid has to be made. But we get another look here at Threat's green socks, as the Ninjas are going to be talking through what options they have here. 5-0 is the scoreline. Money is in a position right now where NIP can go for a half buy with a full execute. Maybe change that pace up, apply some pressure to Dexter over towards that B bomb site, or continue to try and isolate BMS over towards A. They give BMS a lot of responsibility on that A bomb site when Rops and Acor have to deal with middle. So it is a pressure point.
I found it interesting there to see how he's communicating with them and delegating. It does seem to be with a very kind of, you know, authority-driven approach.
All right, well, the freeze time is ticking on back down, so we'll get this one underway, as it will just be NIP to, well, I was just going to say pistols. Hand pistols on to the AK, so they still don't want this money to start to explode out of control for Mouse. You can check it out right now. The only player with a lot is BMAS at 8.5. Back underway, and well, let's see how deadly they can make this. CTR was quite the hero on Dust 2. You had to frag with Rez on this one. Still early days.
And they are out ramp. CTR caught, executed by the flash org combo. And even a bit of nade damage. And this time it's Hampus's AK that does find impact. Could get uncomfortable now for Mouse. Losing another player in Plopsky. Multiple targets now for Bemis, and just like that, another body drops. NIP looking for their first mishmash of deagles. There's no way in for Acor. He's been great so far, but he's been nullified into this one.
Oh, he's been heard too, that molly tick. Dexter falls, Acor's known. AWP has to save, he can't even get away. Look at this, Hampus just looking at the unbroken vent. Acor will do the honors.
Kitchen, they know him.
Yeah, Hampus has got him here. Or Hampus had him here. Nice shot from Acor. It's just about survival. The amount of players I see taking their hands off the mouse these days is wild. I guess because each round goes for 2 minutes plus, you're going to have to deal with a little itch or a scratch at some point. Okay, well, a good round back from NIP and one where they weren't favoured in winning with that type of a buy. It was just that AK on Hampus. He makes it work. And then, strangely, I understand why Frozen is trying to get out from under the balcony. He doesn't want to be isolated after his position is known. But him and Bemis are caught in no man's land there, right? You can see them in the open. They're trying to take fights. At that point, it's anybody's game. It's no longer the CTs holding strong lines. Double orbs come out. Rops is into the second. And fast window smoke this time round. Hey, doesn't even get a chance to jump.
Damn, I rarely see the window jumper get caught so quick. Hampus has given Ninjas in Pajamas a chance to start to really mess with the equilibrium. He's doing it all. Knocks down Robs again.
Both AWPers they dealt with. Both
like that, with his AK no less. Oh, okay, things about to go awry. That double kill, we're talking 3v5 territory, has been completely leveled. And now the T side, admittedly, does have to make an executive decision. Nork's trying to take space. Oh, silently was the key word, not anymore. And a sitting...
Oh, no, Bemis, no!
Bemis has completely had the script flipped. That was a free frag for him. Frozen does make good on his promise. But now with the 60-second mark, there is a lot of info being taken by both squads. Plopsky versus Dexter is going to be a big determining factor. He finds it just as Plopsky swiveled away. Okay, so he might be opting for a bit of a cut noise here. He's hoping that Frozen goes looking.
He has good nades for this, but he has to get past Frozen. Dexter cleared out middle, and he's found the timing.
It's a small one.
This is miraculous.
It's a small wall window, though, right?
The molly's going to help.
True. Smoke would have been a dream, but...
Oh, heard now.
Yeah. And Frozen's probably not going to let that bomb go down. It does. And just as he tries to retreat, Frozen peeks on out and catches him in transition. Trying to take a gamble there, hoping to pip the gap on the way back. And admittedly, it's a great plan with no smokes for the retake had he got there.
Yeah, he opened that round though, Hampus. So going to be disappointed. The rest of his teammates just disintegrated around him, right? He gets A-Core jumping out the window, deals with Rops. Both of those AWPs to one. Now, look, this is how quick he was there. 148, A-Core just caught. And the flash, actually, Hampus had just gotten blind at that point. So this is really good stuff from Hampus. Oh, Bemis. 3 kills for Frozen in that one. Hampus is brought back into an AK again. Nort can buy an AWP, ZTR can buy. Everyone's good. This is in virtue of that round where Hampus was able to get that entry through the smoke connector and they won that low buy. So that gave them residual cash to work with here going into round number 8.
If ever there was a game plan, if ever you had a page of the strat book, it does seem like we're going to get a very different flavor here. Swedes. Definitely trying to make it feel like mid-control. There's the smoke and Molotov bloom. Haven't seen Dexter punish too much on his B defense so far. He's been very willing to take aggressive lines. Previously MP9s, now with the M4.
Dexter's committed to this now. The fact that they're on the other side of that wall. Oh.
Big find.
Freebie.
Completely. Hampus trying to find a gap, and this time it costs him his life. A-Core, he reacts in time only just, but baited in. Dexter's got the trigger discipline, and the element of surprise is only good for one. Nork, quickest of flicks, enables a chance for NIP to find a second here, string together some consecutive rounds. Frozen opting for the underpass. They're rotating from A. They have the time to get that bomb planted. Smoke deployed to the window. And a bomb to be planted. ZTR to take some space. They're actually already going through the smoke, completely denying it. Look at this. Robs has completely nullified half of the site. ZTR's not expecting this. Oh, wait. Yep. Spots his toes. Knocks his shoes clean off. And now all onto one man, Nork, who only just defied the odds. He's doing it again. He caught Dexter with a quick one now, 1v1. Bemis had a tough go of things, and it gets worse for him. Nork doesn't blink. And NIP steal away a second. This is the battle now for financial supremacy. Supremacy? Supremacy.
That's the
there
one.
It is.
It sounded good.
Supremacy.
Yeah, probably could have got away with that one. I would have let you off the hook.
I said it with such conviction.
Yeah.
I had to.
It was all good. It was like, yeah.
Yeah, man.
That's the one.
Supremacy.
Well, I don't know what to say about these situations. Mouse Sports are doing so much to put themselves in the driver's seat, and then NIP are ripping them away. it continues just to add insult to injury, considering those low-buy rounds they lost in the last map. Have to worry about the mental here for Mouse, but Rops onto Hampus. He's going to push through. He wants some more, and he cannot take down Rez. He's going to get the trade, and we're on to B.
They're so far into B. Dexter's Deagle is just not cut out for the task. Maybe, just maybe, the M4 of Frozen. I just took a look at the map, never mind.
The save is already on the agenda. Look at this. How far away can you get from the site, Mouse Sports?
That's the challenge. And this time, B has been the point of contention.
Yeah, unraveled, really. To see what Rups is going for. We were taking a look last night on the podcast they do, talking about the entry stats for Mouse Sports, and Rups is actually, I think he was highest in attempts and success. Like, he was their highest overall, right? At the
definitely
highest
going for them.
Yeah, and that's one of the things. I think Rups of old is most people consider him to be a bit more lurky and stuff. In recent times, I think it was Hawker who did a video actually talking about Rops' aggression and something that he's been needing to do more. And look, I think that Rops is a fantastic player. He can do whatever the hell he wants. It's just a shame that there aren't too many other players on this team who have shown consistently that they can go for aggressive maneuvers to find them openings. Yeah, that's a feeling we've all had before. As the saved guns are good, I don't think we'll be seeing the full investment from Mouse Sports behind this. Need to start letting that loss bonus build now so they can be more threatening in future rounds. Don't want to find yourself in between buys for too much. It feels like with Mouse, we've said that a lot.
Be more threatening than 3 save rifles.
Yeah, so how are they going to throw these across the map? Acor, Frozen, BMS, where are you going to end up here?
You send the York Palace. That's going to be a quick boost into the window room.
He's already top mid.
Yeah.
At 40.
He's got friends as well. 3 silent ninjas. You can see their intentions. It's painted all over the minimap. Gap he can try here, and it's Rops that finds them. That's weapons for the 2 of them. But this is the CT side now locked out, and Rez continues. Quick succession.
He's going to go for it? Come on, Rob, give us something. We know you love a good clutch. Remember the Vertigo ones we had the other day? He almost wins the 1-on-5, so then the next round he wins the 1-on-3 because he didn't quite get across the line.
That's right.
I think better of that this time round.
Just every one of those jiggles, he's ready to click the mouse. Like, it's not just doing it for show. Every single time he's readying himself for the potential of a little CT head presenting itself.
If there was any question if he was focused or not, just take a look at his posture, ladies and gentlemen. Well, not his posture, just take a look.
Saving.
Yeah, he's just so glued to the screen, right? The focus, when you're locked in like that, you're not seeing anything else. Saves that AK. That's the most exciting part of the round for Mouse, I think.
Yeah. That's 4 NIP rounds out of the last 5 of play. This is getting a little sketchy.
I don't know what they can do with their buy because the money's not great again. They're going to be low on util and they need to hit shots. Like, that seems to be some of their problems, right? Is that they're losing a lot of these fights. They're losing rounds when they have utility advantage and weapons on par to lower buys. So I don't know what's gone wrong for Mouse Sports at the moment.
Yo, Rops is up to his usual antics again with the aggression. Will he be flashed in? Side, but ZTR is immediately there for the trade. Dexter pulls Mouse Sports back into a competitive side. He actually walks on that smoke. I think he might have been spotted. Yeah, just enough visible gray screen. Dexter trying to throw a little bit of spice into the mix, but instead, he's completely ruined the curry.
Yeah, and because he's gone through his own smoke there, he doesn't even know what was on the other side. Just know that Plopsky was there with the bomb. And now NIP take control of this round. BMS, Acor, left on an island with no information. Acor searching with the AWP. The timing.
Oh, Acor, so close place, but ZTR has found him. And over the top, Bemis, the element of surprise is found, and they are immediately trying to sprint that bomb to B. On the retreat, that was such a chance. So low. Nork's gotten away. NIP have, and the bomb will be planted. 3 bullets in his fresh M4. And relatively loud, so Nork knows what. Great reactions, doesn't let the AWP pull the trigger. Finishes what he started on A, here on B for the retake, taking a lot of liberties as well. He needs to try and work out where that bomb could be planted for. It's just a bit too mysterious. Plopsky will secure another for the Ninjas. 5 rounds now secured of the last 6 of play. And those CTs just having it whittled away time after time. This is Dexter's death.
was a chance, right? If he killed Nolk there on that rotation, it is a true one-on-one. Plopsky probably same situation, hidden somewhere, just to be an absolute thorn in his side. But what was a convincing start from Mouse has now turned into quite the string of rounds from NIP.
Yeah, frustrations are starting to boil over.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing these pistols a lot with Mouse, and that's what happens when you don't get the opportunity to save guns or you go for retakes and you fail. So it will just be Deagles again. They really do love the Deagles over there. Probably all watching Rops in practice, just putting bullets in the body.
Yeah.
That highlight the other day, right? At low ramp on train, I think it was.
Yeah, and we also had, there was a couple of Fame did something similar to Cloud9. We saw just 4 of them running into the side. He just 6 clicks, straight to the center of mass, right to your belt buckle.
Gets it done nice and easy.
All right. This time, Rops responsible for an aggressive CT maneuver. It won't find too much early. In fact, they're going for their A and mid play once again. Hampus, such conviction to be pulling his knife out like that.
He's very comfortable around these mid lurk smokes as Hampus, knows what he's up against. Easy as you like against the USP.
Yeah, he smoked his support. There was no way that anyone other than that A-core frag was going to come in. I say it, Bemis and Rops have made the hand cannon connect. And even the scout has. ZTR's in trouble too. Rops with an AK. He can finish the job, but ZTR beheads him. Keeping it competitive. Bomb loose on the A site. Scout and AK in the mix. And Nork, oh, Frozen should have this. Frozen has it. Takes off their head, and Dexter puts the final nail into the nip coffin. Nice to see a round pulled across the line.
They get their own back. Might just turn the tide of this half.
Let's see how it started. Comes through the underpass with an element of surprise. He was there the whole time. He just parked it and finds 2. Dexter provides the final frag. There's 7. Mousesports back on the board. And those double AWPs that they're so very convinced are the recipe for success.
Bet not broken. Keep that in mind for some window boost of Hampus.
Ooh, something. Knocks his ear off. CTR catching a little of the nade as well. That's the dream. If you're running double AWP setup, finding that early frag in the first 10 seconds of play, dream territory.
Hampus is in connector again. I don't know if Rops has spotted him.
He will in a second.
Or has now.
Yep. Barrel identified. And Rops repositioning.
Wants to lock Hampus in.
The silence, the calm before the storm, now nades. And the flash, not quite good enough. Rops has his vision in time and pulls the trigger onto 2 of them. Making it work. This is a triple kill so far. Even finds a 4th. Rops just making it any weapon work in his hands. Plying his trade, reminding us that this is a name we'll be screaming in stadiums once again eventually. Look at this angle he finds onto Nork. Sweet spot. And even the sweet spot to evade those T flashes as well, Chad. He played that to perfection.
Yeah, I think as soon as he sees the barrel, he's aware that they might be looking at an ace split. So not only is he putting himself in a spot to secure that Hampus kill, he can pivot around that box and help fight towards Palace, ramp, connector, even window. Good stuff there from Rops. Pistols now for NIP. And back and forth we go. Fast towards connector, an avenue that's been working for Hampus.
Yeah, this time there's an AWP to receive him. He does a lot of good clear, but Rops will have A-core support for this.
Hey, boys.
Smoke, I'm sure a quick scope is in order. There they go. Oh, and he's toppling them all. 3 frags in just the same amount of seconds. Plopsky and ZTR holding on to their sidearms. Trying to get away from harm. There is no way in. Smoke is best bet. Catches it as it fades. And maybe Frozen. Nope. Timing's there. Frozen will have it. 9 for Mousesports. So this is exactly what they were hoping for. We could see there was frustrations bubbling over, but digging their heels in with a connection of 3.
Yeah, he got real lucky on this one, didn't he? Don't think he was expected to get a double kill.
Never seen that exchange.
Yeah, that's quite a curious one right there. So the AWPs back-to-back rounds having huge impact, and for the final round here in the first half, no AWP for Nork, just those AK-47s. Utility, what can NIP do to walk away with 1 more round? Frozen's out fast this time.
Oh, he misses his shot between the wickets. Frozen's going to be on his own here, but he didn't choose to push, and so perhaps the element of surprise is there. Rops has a flash to set up Frozen. It's CTR, his first victim. The wide swings found by Acor, but kept even as Hampus does what he does best. A chance again from Acor using this ladder room position with the AWP, with conviction.
Still picking.
Yeah, he might even go for further lines. Yep, he has, and just narrowly misses his chance. It was a small window. And Hampus trying to create space, loses his life. Bemis does well, does his job. And that should be another Acor, 1 frag away, and that's 10. Mousesports holding on, keeping NIP's sweat on the brow. 5 for the Swedes as they swap into the defense. We'll be right back.
Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
Glaive, my in-game leader, the way that he's been keeping Astralis at the top for a very long time now, and like consistently just being able to be in that top 5, top 3, top 1 for a very long time is something that's really hard to do. I picked Saiwu as my AWPer. I don't really think I need a reason for that, right? First of all, he never really misses a shot, and like he's rotating properly. He's helping his teammates. He's always at the right position to help out and actually be there when the enemy team hits aside something. I would have Robs actually, my teammate. He's just really consistent in getting those 2 to 3 kills every time, and he's really amazing in clutches as well. Like he's like an overall really good player. So he's playing the second AWP as well. Like you can't really ask for more of a player. My pick for the entry would be Dupree. I would want him as my entry because he's been so consistent over the years, and he's keeping himself ahead of the meta every time. You see the way he's entering and actually looking out for new stuff, and he also brings a lot of mood into the team. He's looks like a really open guy and brings a lot of mood to the team, which is really important. Actually, this was a bit hard. There was a few players that you could choose, but I actually went with Nico from G2. Like he has a lot of experience. He was in-game leading before at some point, and actually just his raw skill and mechanics is the reason why I picked him. Individually, he's so good. Sonic, the way he tries to lighten up the mood in the team, you see him just standing up and bringing the hype, and he just seems like a really good guy. And from what I hear, he's also a really good coach. Like, yeah, I would choose Sonic.
Together and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption. Time for salvation.
Mousesports 10-5 for the Ninjas, but it is Mirage and it is the third map of our second series today. ESL Pro League's second group, Group B. It's going down. It will be concluding tomorrow. Mousesports do have an advantage so far. They managed to turn it around after what looked like a pretty damn solid T-side from the Ninjas. Good to see ZTR. Bright-eyed, wide-eyed, whatever the expression may be, and bushy-tailed. We are ready for the 1xBet odds. You can see Mousesports given a slight edge. NIP certainly competitive still. And it doesn't take long for that 10-5 to feel competitive. It starts with a pistol.
Putting a wide net out here, Mouse, just defaulting across the map for any early pushes. Frozen has a lot to deal with here.
Yeah, Rez is holding him. And he wasn't anticipating that. Nork to swing out. Frozen is being hunted, and yes, Rez provides. Into A. Oh, it's unguarded. ZTR has to hold the cross. Pushing triple. Smoke on CT. He does get across. And what are you up to on the flash? They're so blind. Nork desperately hits a scroll wheel. Acor hits 2. Mousesports poised now, and Bemis with the flank to seal the deal. He doesn't quite. Acor does, though. Triple kill for the Dane.
Sure. I wasn't sure Mouse was going to get the bomb down in time there. Acor had to push through that smoke. It would have been fading. They might have been caught out of position, and that is everything. That is everything in this round. You can see both of them scamper away completely blind. Acor whiffing a couple, but it does not matter when he hits a shot like that onto Hampus. Denied. Good stuff there as Mousesports are looking to pick up their first series. Now, the complications for the group, Mouse cannot progress. But NIP, they this off about the pressure, you know, maybe getting to the youngsters on NIP. Not a whole lot of experience over there. This would be a terrible one to drop, and the freedom of Mouse, we're seeing it more and more. Acor looks like he's coming into his own.
Oh my lord, look how much progress they've made without any info for Hampus. He's talking, flashes, and he does tuck in. There's a chance on that deagle, and he does well to find the first. Eventually knocked on his arse though, and now into the site they are locked out. Frozen's even got a Molotov if he fancies.
Don't tell me Mouse are going to convert a second round.
It may very well may be the case, especially when you've got this as your pièce de résistance. A little bit of ROPS action from behind. Could very well be the end of Rez as well. You won't be able to escape.
Nork, I don't think he's going to be able to get too far away from this one.
12 though, like I had a different picture in my head. This was NIP, they've had their team talk, they've had their Cheerios, and well, this one, like there is only 4 rounds stopping at Mousesports from completely playing spoiler and just ripping NIP's chances of a Group B top 3 placement.
I'm going to say something, Alex.
Go on.
It's going to have implications here. If NIP win another almost full USP round, the only thing they're purchased in right now is a P250 in the hands of Hampus. There's not even a flash. If they win this one, I'm going to walk away and let you cast the rest, because 2 USP ecos, losing them to the same team in the same day,
it doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen.
It shouldn't happen.
Shouldn't, probably a better word to use.
The problem is I feel like it might.
Okay, well, they've gone for the 4-window strat. I really don't think this should work.
Me either. And I'm hoping and praying for Mousesports' sake and their mental well-being that it doesn't. But we've seen some calamities around from Mousesports here.
You have. Bimp broke it down on the Dust 2 oopsie, the boo-boo. Dex is talking. And A is completely unguarded, so with a Molotov perfectly positioned to stop that jungle angle being taken, and Hampus pushing up mid to only find Frozen. He's not interested in any of that. He knows that they might be wanting to punish him. Good restraint from Frozen. And now the frags can come in, farming up the cash as much as they can. SMG's given a priority in this one. Oh, nicely done. Good burst from the MAC-10. And we got ourselves a knife kill. Nork, 8 deaths. It's time for the weapons. It's time for NIP to show their worth, show their mettle. This was what Nork was waiting for. A lovely double left click.
Great for the bank balance as well there. So Nork is going to have a lot more to operate with his AWP. It won't just be AWP, but maybe some light nades, maybe some armor. It's going to be the AWP, head armor, and a full set of nades coming on through. So let's see if that's a difference maker in round number 19, because NIP got to get going now.
Yeah, they really do. We need to see one of those convincing rounds. Perfect molly from Hampus. They go through it. He misses his shots though, and suppressing fire is present. They know there's more than one in mid. But how many? The numbers are vague, they're blurry. It's uncomfortable. Frozen's so pushed up. And he can have a lot of fun with this. The rest of his team can do whatever they desire. It seems like it is going to be that 1-3-1. Loads of util. That is for Mousesports. Relevant as well, though. Plenty of smokes for Nip and Rez. Perfect timing on the incendiary. Does mean he can probably stop worrying about Palace, but he's actually just been pushed further into A on that.
Yeah, Nork just cleared B apps and he's rotating away from the site. He'll be faster to help out with his A attack.
Frozen's been here a long time. They're keeping track of him. Hampus keeping him honest, but the spray battle is won by the Swede. More chances. Oh, CTR could not have timed it any better. A lot more. Too many duels, in fact. It's only Rez catches Robs completely off guard, and a second quick trade from Bemis. Hampus is there. It's only Acor. He's low and about to be even lower. The smoke to fade, as will the lights in his eyes.
I think kill would be great.
3, 2, and indeed 1.
Oh,
it's loud. And he's found. Okay. NIP, the start of a very long journey. It's the first CT round we've seen them post. Now it's time to do some convincing, because there is an entire Twitch chat, as well as 2 casters, that have kind of written you out of this one.
It just, it's not completely over, but it's feeling like it's going to be a difficult task. That round right there, if you get 1 more kill Acor, if you make that a little bit more costly for NIP, well, then the economy situation for NIP is in a lot of trouble. But the fact they keep 3 alive, they can drop guns across, and this is starting to become more and more of a possibility for the Ninjas. Just ZTR soloing A right now, and oh, Nork flashed off the line, mid-control and mid-aggression. Bombs in T-spawn, Bemis and Dexter towards top mid. Rops is in Palace this time. Last round he was in a ramp, and the rotation has been rejigged around. Nork's now made it to Ticket. Rez still dealing with Connector. Hampus pivoting up close on short for info. Plopsky anchoring B. NIP are sitting pretty where they are right now. So they're faking mid-control, but there's no one pushing back Hampus. There's nobody putting any pressure on Rez. 2 players can still wait over to A from NIP to deal with this.
Gathered by the smoke. Ouch! 130 damage. And a frag. Nork delivers. ZTR as well. A CT lockout. And Mousesport's left wondering, scratching their heads. What are we supposed to do? There's still more smokes to be deployed. Dexter's been caught on his prong of the assault. And the elusive rounds for Mousesports will continue. NIP. They don't want to let him get away with anything. Gap in the smoke. Hampus wins his duel out eventually, and the fist bumps are exchanged.
Looks like we lost Rops there for a second, so we'll be getting him back in the server momentarily. Tech pause has been called, so just bear with us, but couldn't ask for a better timing right there. And at this point, you're standing behind the smoke, you're thinking to yourself, oh, I guess we got to go forward. And they run straight into it. ZTR well positioned here, but let's all stand in your living rooms right now.
Put your lighters up.
Get up on the coffee tables. Get your mouse in your hand.
What are they doing on a coffee table with a mouse in their hand?
Well, I use my mouse as my remote. So in my setup, I have my little Nook plugged into the TV as well as my second monitor. So that operates as like my media center.
So you're a single PC for the gaming.
Yes.
You've got double monitor trouble on the backup media center.
Yeah, and I used that Nook I brought with me to do the streaming that I did for a couple of days when I first got here, but I haven't had the energy to do it since.
Yeah, no. I actually still haven't updated my Twitch page, so I've set up my Twitch. It's Microsoft Paint icons and a picture of me before facial hair existed.
Okay, so we're going back about 10 years.
Yeah, I was wearing a really, really itchy H&M jacket that I was convinced I had to wear because that's what some people selectively realized they're comfortable wearing, decided to force it upon everyone else.
Yeah, but you look good in it, even though it was a bit itchy.
Or I started trying to bend the rules to fit my personal taste. Convinced that wasn't an option for a while.
Well, Mousesports are out of options as far as the buy goes here, right? It's just the Glocks. Rops has just dropped. Morale at an all-time low. Things aren't looking too fantastic. They swarm middle.
Quick double. AK is loose, but there shouldn't be any more to say about this one. He's even ready for it. If Acor fancies his chances, he's going to dice with death as the nades come in as well. Ooh, Rops has kind of got a pretty sweet angle. He drops to reposition, hoping ZTR just places his head in the vice. Rez does, and Rops does not miss. Such a threat. Such a threat. How is he consistent? I mean, he's on 23 and 11 again, Chad. The dude has been having such a swing of performance.
A little fragger that could, they call him.
Yeah.
I think I can. He gives every shot a crack. It's taken.
Yeah, but if you're Nork, don't you just wanna have a look? Don't you just wanna know?
You do when you only got 8 kills. You'd love that 9th. Tenno we smelling.
CTR, I assume he's responsible to stop the Nork flank. Otherwise, this is the gap. Okay, so passive.
Has to fight spawn.
Yeah, and if he wins this duel with like a couple of seconds spare, there could be a plant. He's loud now. CTR. Oh, what? While jumping? And he's gotten across. Okay, panic over. Rops is being pushed, and Nork saves the day.
Thanks, Rops.
Thank you very much, Rops. Just denying all odds. Nice shot, he says in chat.
With a lol underneath.
Nice shot, lol.
It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, that was good, but did you mean to do that?
Is that what you were looking for?
Oh, it doesn't really matter, does it? As we go through a bit of a, what would we call that? A barrel roll. I think we would call that little camera maneuver right there. Here's the shot.
Yeah, man, that's just... He didn't even realize it. Like, that's how much it defied the odds, is the man that did it didn't realize he'd done it.
Yeah. All right, well, 2 players boosted up to vent room here. Another change up from NIP as they continue to mount this comeback.
Yeah, we're talking. We're cooking.
Got the mid control they're looking for. Setting up the nades now. Smoke towards window is what's going to be thrown out of the hands of Bemis. But guess what? Nork's found Acor in the meantime. Smokes himself off. Trying to take the space back quickly, but Mouse, you've been denied.
Ooh,
hello.
It's a freebie. NIP looking set for the CT lockout. Can we have a quick recap of what we've seen Mousebot's T-side try so far?
Win pistol, and then go from there. But since it's been the default spreads, they tried doing a mid fake with a late A execute. Here they went for mid control again. They went for a faster B split as well in some of the earlier stages where we had Frozen get into vent room early.
True.
So they have looked like they can get mid control, but it never feels like there's like the plan is to go and get the kills. It looks like the plan is to get the information. So now that they found themselves in a 3-on-5, once again they've got control. But NIP aren't afraid to take the fights. And I when we came in today, you mentioned that you played a matchmaking game on Mirage and how, you know, stifling it can feel. You have to be willing to take fights like this. And look at it, Hampus continues to search, continues to look. And it's just this one man again. So Rops, it looks like he's baiting, but everyone's just gone on fights on their own and they've lost. What else is the kid meant to do?
Yeah. Too many targets, too little time. 9 for the Ninjas. Mousesports, it's getting a little quiet over there. It's been 4 in a row now. We discussed how quickly that gap can close. Admittedly, the gap's still large enough that Mousesports considered to have the edge, but they'll have to prove it.
They need a plan.
Certainly not in this one. Yeah, this is something that I've become more hyper aware of as I've been casting with this Brainiac on my right. Is the woes the T side. I always consider the T side economy to be super favored and super like luxurious. The weapons are cheaper. You're getting bombs down, but that part. Getting the bombs down, it actually can look quite painful. I think the Renegades game was where you gave me a proper 101 on it, but you really can feel quite screwed when you're, especially under the thumb, as it's the second half when you take to the T side.
Yeah.
There's a balance of battling for control of the economy, keeping the CTs honest, but also, yeah, these Deagles and Kevlars, and they fall flat, and then another round, round, and suddenly that CT economy, it goes both ways, Chad, and you've helped me understand that.
Yeah, it comes to keeping it clean, right?
Wait, that ADR's bugged, no?
Rushley?
He's not averaging 200 ADR.
ADR is bugged.
There you go. Thank you, Rushley.
Well, I shouldn't have said that with such conviction. I was trying to use it to hype him up. My bad.
Right. Rush is honest. I don't think Rush has ever told a lie in his life.
I'd have believed it, though. That's how good he's having it.
All right. Well, Frozen. He's found the aggressive maneuver here, so been able to find an opening, and maybe this is exactly what Mousesports need. Need to keep this threatening. Rops did his best clutch attempt before. Now they've given themselves a number advantage. What can they do with it? Dexter's slipped the net. He's gotten across, jumping into window, straight into the hands.
She missed up the movement, and it's just such a great warning for Rez. Like, hey, is your crosshair not in the right place? Let me...
I'm coming.
Give you an extra second to get it there.
Okay. This is just Mousesports limping out and
why do I feel like he's about to blow off the head of ZTR? Just as he's transitioning this time, the timing's not going to favor him. Oh, maybe it will. ZTR will have reported back saying, Nork, can you put the zoom banger on mid? And hello. Takes his time, doesn't rush the flick, but Rops takes down the AWPer. And it was a chance for Bemis to open up the A site, but ZTR's done it. Falls away. Bomb on Frozen, just the two of them. in a 2 versus now 1 versus 3. And only damage. There you are, ZTR. 3 crucial frags. Puts the 10th on the board for NIP and are stringing together. Now 6 in a row. That's bad maths. Hang on. 5 in a row. Makes more sense.
5 plus 5 equals 10.
That's correct.
10 points to Gryffindor.
What would you be, Chad? I don't know where to put you.
I'm either a Slytherin.
Yeah, actually.
Or a Gryffindor.
Well, yeah. Yeah, in a way. Not that I have any sort of prerequisites as to what.
Well, we'll get the sorting hat out in the car on the way home.
I'd like that.
We'll find out.
Let's have a go, though. It's Beamer's having a go up mid, and look at the liberties. He's cleared it all. Okay, wow, that's a dream. 90 seconds into the round, and mid is yours. The smokes will fade. The CTs will drop a second. A barrel's been spotted, and oh, a chance presents itself. Squandered by Nork. Rez is there in support, hoping to bait him in with the AWP shot, but they are all covered in this mid-hold. And already Hampus has found enough of a gap. He dropped into the smoke, and he's found another. Hampus just completely silences and flattens the Mousesports attack.
He's so active.
Constantly in pursuit of information. And he knows where Acor is as well. He heard the scope earlier. But he's hit the magnificent shot. Maybe, just maybe, can make it competitive. The bomb's still T-spawn. He's all alone. The CT's ever dynamic. Like, when you're playing in Mousesports, you can't help but feel like any gap you've left can immediately be taken back from you.
I'm not sure how they get back into this one. Frozen on the A ramp has a lot to do here. Acor's going to flash to set him up.
It's kind of cool. Does mean ZTR doesn't have the info, but they probably do, based upon the flashbang that they were setting up Frozen this time, sneaking. And there's ZTR's crucial frag. 14 for him, delivering on this second half. He had a quiet first, but it's Hampus I want to start by talking about. First blood again, and even finding a second. Just as the smoke fades, Dexter loses his advantage.
Only 8 kills in the last 6 rounds for Mousesports.
Well, there is an absence, and bomb plants also have been an absence. There isn't a single defuse next to the icon. It's just been eliminations from those CT rounds.
Having a real rough go of it. Oh, that is a nice way to start this one off. Nork is tagged.
But it's a scout. Like, that's already, like, I'm upset if I'm Nork because I'm working with 38, but I'm also quite happy to hear that they have got a P shooter and I have the big green.
This might get the Mousesports team going if they're able to make this one more competitive, but it has always another tag.
No. Robs. 2 tagged with the scout to start off proceedings, and he's trying to do it all. Maybe Frozen with the element of surprise, though. Here it comes. And Hampus finds him. He knows what you're up to. Trying to force the issue, trying to find the trade frag, but Hampus is just playing it to perfection. He gets them all.
Everyone else was tagged, everyone else was low, and Hampus saves the day. Is this an Acor special? We've been talking about an Acor special.
Oh, you know, I haven't ordered an Acor special before. I want to see what that feels like. That was a chance and info. He knows there's another. Oh, and another missed shot. Acor's running out of chances now. The noose is tightening around his neck. The spray is vicious, and the round is nips. 12. Ladies and gentlemen, it looked like it was going to go down quick. Mousesports trying to play spoiler. They win the pistol after a 10-5, 10 T-round half. But now, they realize that the bar is set for them.
It's crazy they have no solutions. This is just the pistol plus the conversion and then the eco. That's all Mousesports have mustered here in this second half. Going to take another timeout, and there hasn't been a lot for me to sink my teeth into and talk about because they haven't been getting into these bomb sites. They haven't even really been getting past middle. It's just been the same thing over and over again. The loss bonus, it's been maxed out for some time. The 3,400 coming into your bank balance, that's not even what we're talking about anymore. We've mentioned it so many times. Is the lack of bomb plant does not just mean that the rounds are not getting the extra money coming through. It means that they're not actually getting into a point where they're in the site. Think back to the closest round you can imagine that happening. It was where Rops just took his time in a 1-on-3. He almost got the bomb down in that scenario, denied at the last second. But Mouse, do you feel like you need to do a full execute? Do you need to try and head over towards B with a bit of a set piece? Maybe continue with all those numbers middle, but send every single body you have behind it so we're not just left in a 2-on-4 walkie boy mid-round.
That's how I'd describe what we've been seeing.
Walkie boys.
2v4 walkie boys, yeah. Perfect summation.
So this is it again. So there's not a lot of pressure towards mid. Hampus has been having his way with middle as a rifler. It means Nork doesn't even need to be on the scene in a lot of these scenarios. CTR close ramp, playing for info, expecting a bit of an A execute here, NIP, with this forward setup. Over on ticket will be Nork. Hampus just casually clearing middle with some occasional peeks. We'll smoke out towards connector now.
Acor.
Yeah, but there's nobody, they don't want to fight them. NIP are like, that's cool, take top mid, we'll wait until you get a bit closer, and then we'll make it really jarring. And with the setup they're going for right now, they actually want you to come connected to A.
They will make it hurt, but only when they choose to take that contact. It's not been any unforced errors out of them yet. Oh, slight bit of info as the molly fades. Bemis' toes cooked. Just a passive stance. You can see Hampus is reacting off the back of that info. Short is lost. Warp. Potent.
Almost the double.
Nearly double into the fingernails. Bemis holds on. And a lovely smoke for Plopsky to peek over. Rop saves the day.
Hampus is here, the spoiler.
He's got util as well, but it's all about the bullets now. Looking around, trying to spoil the day for Mousesport. A crucial 14th for them. Robs is staring at bench, and he's been found. Another crucial frag. Acor, oh my god, he loses his head. Hampus has played spoiler, and it's over. Another one, the equalizer no less. 3 frags from the leader. He's chasing 30. He's having such a big game here, and pulling the Ninjas in Pajamas into a control of this third map. Their defense is so different. It's got such a different look to it. This time, they're just giving Mousesports enough time, 15 seconds, just so the chaos...
Oh, what?
Acor's joining the bloody SpaceX program.
Did you see how high he went? That was wild. Here it is again. What?
He had some really high caliber rounds, actually. Those are new special Swedish design IKEA rounds.
Oh, well, that was a funny one. All right, Mousesports again.
Oh, Jesus, guys, they're going so fast. It's just a complete throw caution to the wind and charge. And it's evenly traded so far. We got 3 of each side. Mousesports hungering for a 14th. It's eluded them for so long. Hampus is already ahead of your util, and he's planning to play spoiler. Nearly finds Rops. Acor saves the day. Keeps Rops' heart beating, and now mine quickens in pace. Plopsky executed. Acor's the one to pull the trigger, but they know where they both are now. Nork has a smoke, has a kit, has an orb, and he knows where they both are. Acor trying to punish, and does so. Huge impact from the Palace. Glass cannon AWP, but it shatters NIP.
Finally, we see a bit of a pace change out of Mouse, right? And something that wasn't all through middle. Just out Palace, on contact, explode, and go. And that was enough to catch NIP out of position. One of the things NIP have not felt is out of position. Hampus is always in the right place at the right time. Here they were having to rotate in. Great work from Acor and the likes of Robs to isolate Jules as a team. And then Acor does not want any of that smoky, defuse, funny business. Peaks well and truly before. And gets them a much-needed 14. That is the first in, what, 8 rounds? Oof. Now they've gone back to the slow pace. Just meandering around middle. This time they're going for a bit of a B piece. 2 players on the site already. Hampus here again.
He's always in the right place this game.
Plopsky with utility, a smoke for him. Hampus with a smoke as well, so they can isolate this execute. Just jump peeking will be heard. Actually deep smokes, but they're ahead of it.
Oh, here they come. He heard the impact, and Rez is pretty damn fast on the flank. Frozen's into the site. There's 2 for the Nip Boys, 3 for the Nip Boys. They're sending them packing. Dexter's only got a Mac 10. He gets nothing to show for it. And NIP immediately jostle back for position, pole position should they pick this one up. 13. Mousesports sat there for a while. It was a full 13-5.
Hampus got his 30 there.
13-5, now 14-14. Mousesports have hit a serious lag with their T side, and this is the last time out to piece it together. So you know that the mid default's definitely not been landing. NIP give you the space and then take it from you in short bursts of brilliance. Palace Explode worked, but they're aware of that as well. It's not an easy call to make, and Dexter's the one tasked with piecing this together. Disconnected from his roster, hard to boost morale, certainly more difficult.
And remember, there's no pressure on Mouse. Even if they lose this game, well, they would still be out of contention.
I think the pressure is self-applied. You know, that there is not, the tournament isn't dictating there should be pressure, but the pressure is...
They want the win.
Exactly. You know, how many times have we heard teams talk about we needed a couple of wins just to boost the confidence, get the ranks believing? It's not an exact science, but there is a lot of merit to that statement.
This is all a fake. Frozen's trying to take space here and draw all eyes to him as they lurk out Palace with 3 of them.
NIP too smart. Hampus, however, going down to Dexter does open up things. Hang on, ZTR. Element of surprise, and he strikes 2. He's tucked in. He may even find a 3rd. ZTR shuts them down and sends Mousesports out of the round. 15. It's about to be found. Frozen completely disconnected from the pack. He has managed to find 1 with his element of surprise, but they know where you are, and they know where the bomb is. They know just how tall of an order this one is, and there it is, 15 secured. Don't celebrate just yet. 3.4k on the low end. It's not great. ZTR finding more than he could dream of.
No head armor there on PMS as well, so you can just see how the economy has played a role. I know that his back was turned, but you could see just how quickly 1 bullet and his head explodes. Mousesports really up against it here, and they buy in. They afford some Galils, Mac-10, Deagle, Tech-9, and just head over to B for a Hail Mary execute. They've thrown out the mid-smokes, window, back a cat, smoked on off to draw the eyes, but Hampus, he's here again.
And he wants to take that space from you by force. He clears all his close corners and reports it clear, reports it clean, drop a deep smoke if you can. He's held on to it for now. And Rez winning out his mid-duel. That does mean it's all coming from one direction. They can focus their attention towards the apartment. Some slip the net, though. It's Frozen. He hasn't checked it. They're both doubled up in the van, and no one was ready. Just 2 now. Frozen doing everything he can. Hampus, the unknown entity. Will they really just ignore it? He doubled up in the smoke, and there's no... They send Mousesports down into the doldrums, the pits of despair. 0 and 4 for Mousesports. NIP find their 3rd. Group B gets even spicier.
Would you give up the fight if you had no time to even surrender? Would you give up your rights and let your life slide away? What complicate that feeling hate when it suffocates at the bottom? Don't take the bait.
default. And a form. Nice. Nice! Snyggt!
I think you guys can see what it means for NIP to pull off that victory, especially when coming from behind so far. They win the series 2-1. They get themselves to 3-1 overall in the groups and get themselves one step closer into the playoffs. Jason Kaplan still joined by Pimp as he has elevated the style here on the desk with his snazzy new jacket. Just like NIP have elevated themselves here in this group stage alone. 3-1, looking fantastic.
Yeah, they were a great comeback here against Mousesports. I thought for the longest period that Mousesports actually had this game under control, but Mousesports continue their tendency, I guess, to be very, very close to get some decent results, be very, very close to win series and win games, but at the end of the day, they fail and fail and fail. I guess this is a syndrome of them being new again together. As soon as it gets into Plan B, Plan C, and Plan D, as soon as they get figured out, well, they don't have a good enough Plan B, they don't have a good enough Plan C, or their Plan D is non-existent, right? Because they haven't been together for a long, long time. Unfortunately for them, this was a great opportunity for Mousesports to showcase the world that they were able to beat anyone in this group. But if you lose a game like this, when you're up, when you're leading, and when you have such a good grasp of the game to begin with, and you still end up losing, then I'm lost for words at that point. Then Mousesports, it's just not supposed to be this time around.
I think Rops might be a little bit frustrated going 78 and 51 in the series, but I feel like, and as we stated before the match began, right, this is not a game that's going to change the tide. It's not going to change their fate here in this group. It's more about that learning experience. I think they're just going to internalize that game, hopefully down the line going to continue to improve.
It's also a question of confidence and building on for the future, as you're alluding to right here. The fact that you're Mousesports right now and you go 0-4 in this group in itself is not a good thing. It's not going to build confidence, especially not when you lose in this fashion, right? Because all the games so far have been very close. They've been playing a lot of close maps where you could have argued that with a little bit more of efficiency, with a little bit more, I guess, coolness in the clutch situations, Mousesports could have won a map or two in this series and potentially could have won a map or two, a series or two in this group. But unfortunately for Mousesports, every single time it goes down to a 13-13 or 12-12, they fall short. So in terms of confidence for Mousesports, they are aware right now that there's potential, but right now it's simply too early for them to perform.
Yeah, too early for them to perform, but not too early for another team to perform as we bring in Plopsky here to talk to us from NIP. And first of all, like always, can you hear me? You there? We all good?
Yeah, hello.
Okay, well,
yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're sounding fantastic. I have to say, congratulations. 3-1 in the groups. You're looking very good to go into the playoffs now. I just want to ask you, to you personally, what would it mean for NIP to qualify into playoffs? What would it mean for NIP to potentially get into that first place play-in?
I mean, it means really, like, it means a lot. I felt like we have grinded a lot lately, and we have played so much CS because we want to be the best. And I mean, we're just playing every day. And at this boot camp, we're here with each other, just like, working on our teamwork and everything. And so far, it feels really good.
You guys were starting off slow in a couple of the games today. Is there any particular reason as to why you guys are slow starters at the moment?
I think that we're a pretty slow starter today because we knew that it was like much on the line. I think like we were playing Mouseboard, they have basically nothing to lose, and we have all to gain. And like those matchups are pretty like rough for the team that has all to gain. But yeah, I mean, it was a really, like, I would say a scrappy best of three from our side. I felt like we lost a lot of like rounds we should have won. We had a lot of advantages, and we lost like an eco on every map, I think. So there's a lot of mistakes that we can fix, and I mean, we still managed to win even though those mistakes. So I'm happy with the result, but we still have much to work on.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you can win on a bad day, I guess that's a testament to how good you are as a team as well. A player I want to touch a little bit upon here is Hampus as well. He was involved in, I believe, 18 opening duels. He had 11 multi-kills here on Mirage. Is he becoming better and better for you guys? He's been with you guys for a good amount of period now, but I feel like Hampus is growing within NIP.
Yeah, like Hampus has grown a lot lately as well. Now we have CTR as well, which is like he helps out a lot with the mid-run calling, and I mean he's not calling exactly on Mirage, but he helps still with like mid-run calls on every map. And I feel like Hampus is like taking much more ground now in game. Like he takes a lot of space for the team, does a lot of openings and like everything to make it easier for the other players. And I mean, he's just a really good player overall, as you saw on Mirage as well. Like he saved us so many rounds.
Yeah, did a fantastic job. Plopsy, I'm going to let you go celebrate with your team. I don't want to take too much of your time, but we always appreciate you coming on the show.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys.
You too. All right, so cool stuff to actually hear. I mean, I respect that when you go 3-1 the groups, he's still saying, you know, we have a lot to work on. I'm just curious, can they make it work with what they have coming up? Obviously, getting out of the group stage is going to be tough enough, but then to play in the playoffs is going to be even tougher. But Pimp, you know what we have coming up next? Ence up against Team Vitality of our final series of the day. It's coming up after a short break, and we'll see you guys then.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Here for Fnatic moving into the second last round. They had a chance to break the economy of Liquid. They still have a chance going into the last round. But this one's not going to be easy. And surely we're going to see a fast play from Fnatic.
Look at this, Liquid want to get more aggressive in middle there. Not giving Elephant the space to breathe, but the spray down comes into play. It will be the Flames to finish off Olofmeister, but he's done. Crims and Dennis still stand, and they cannot be counted out at the moment as they are holding on to some pretty dangerous weaponry. They don't have utility to aid them in their eventual push, but what they do have going for them right now is time. They're very spread out at the moment, and Fnatic should be able to get engagements. What is that? Long-range shot connected by Crims. JW is history, and maybe there's a chance now for Fnatic in this round.
Two players now for Fnatic just holding up again. They're waiting for the peaks. Who is going to be the recipient? It is going to be Hiko. That's a big frag. Simple is creeping. They've seen with the AWP now. And a desperate play into B comes in. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. He's going to fall down again. What is this frag from Simple? Are you serious? What is that? You can't do that, Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major. He didn't even... He had one button on his mouse pad. He had one button. There was no zoom.
Just faster than you. Just faster than you. Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's different dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lies. Sneaky bitches never ever acting so nice. Alright. You can tell me again. Come back when you guys all in the same.
ESL Pro League is brought to you by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, and DHL.
The important matches keep on coming. Both these teams currently sitting pretty in the groups, both with 2-1 scoreline overall. Now it's time to find out if Ence can pull out ahead potentially against the likes of Team Vitality. But we need to talk about something right off the bat here, Pimp. Yeah. It's very important to mention why this game is so impactful to both these teams.
I mean, this group so far has been incredible close. There's been a lot of upsets so far, a lot of stuff we didn't see coming. So, fact of the matter is that Ence and Vitality now are going up against each other. They're both 2-1. And if one of these two teams are able to beat each other 2-0, which means that either Ence winning 2-0 or Vitality winning 2-0, they are actually, as the first team, 100% sure progress to the next stage of the round. So, for these two teams, there's a 2-0 on the line, and there's a potential for a 2-0. And again, you know, as you can see in the group, there's a big task ahead. If they were to lose this game, either Vitality or Ence, then tomorrow will be a group, you know, where you can say that if one team is losing today and the other one is winning tomorrow, you don't really know what's going to happen with this group, because we've seen upsets over upsets over upsets.
100%. We are seeing Shox and Zaiwu as well, two really standout players for Vitality. We talked about how Zaiwu, who's been stepping up, he's been kind of getting back to his previous form, but Shox as well, I'd say, has looked so good so far in this group stage.
Yeah, Shox has been starting to play well again. I feel like he's a guy that, when he's playing well, Vitality is playing well. When he's not playing so well, they lack a bit of firepower. It's been a conversation we had a couple of times up here on the desk, but you look towards your Vitality lineup, you of course have Zaiwu, one of the best players in the world. Then look towards the support cast in RPK and Misuta and Apex for that matter. They're decent players, they're good players, but you need a secondary star. You need a player who can be productive on the server, and Shox have shown in glimpses, I will say, in this tournament that he's slowly but surely getting back to that level, but we need to see more consistency, and we also need to see a higher peak coming out of Shox, because he can be, still till this day, one of the best players out there.
Well, we're going to see the vetoes on your screen now, and for one thing that stands out to me in this series is not only do you have Ence currently 2-1 in the group, but they're also the second worst rated team overall in the entirety of the Pro League right now, which is so crazy to think that they're 2-1, but they're the second worst rated team just above Renegades. We are seeing the picks come through, and it looks like we'll have Nuke come out right off the bat.
Yeah, Nuke is not a bad map for Vitality. So for instance, that makes sense. You know, it's a map they've played a couple of times in the tournament already, and they've had a decent amount of success. Vitality, they've been going and sticking with the Dust 2 throughout the entire tournament so far with great success. They're looking good. They were struggling a little bit against Mousesports, but still they got the W, and that's the most important thing. Apart from that, then as a third and deciding map, it's not going to be Overpass. It's not going to be Mirage. We're getting out to Inferno, which is, I guess, the classic third map decider. Again, a map Ence have played a couple of times in this tournament already. So both teams, I think, will be fairly comfortable with this veto, but just looking at the maps, looking at the lineups, I will agree. To me, Vitality are still the huge favorites coming into this one.
Yeah, I think they should be by any rights. If you look at just the past results, you look at the caliber of players as well. We're going to take a look at our Epic GG players to watch. It's going to be Snappy and Apex between the two. And I have to say, Apex has been looking pretty decent, at least yesterday when we got to take a look at them. But talk to me about Snappy here. Why do you think he's a player to watch?
I mean, he's the in-game leader for Ence, and I think without having good calls today, without having a good grasp of how to deal with Zaiwu and deal with Vitality, there's no way Ence is going to beat them today. So without Snappy playing well, or at least having a good read on the game, they're not going to win. Also, the comparison is quite interesting, because they're two very different players. Apex, hyper-aggressive, hyper-mobile on the server. You're going to see him, if you look out there, the viewers, that he's going to constantly be in duels. He's constantly going to move around the map. He's always going to be proactive. Whereas for Snappy, he's a little bit more calculated in the way he moves around the map. Doesn't take too many duels, and when he does, he goes in 100%, because he's, again, very calculated as an in-game leader. So two different styles of in-game leading, two different styles of players. That's why that's an interesting matchup.
Yeah, and also, to go beyond the interesting matchup, we usually do these head-to-heads, right? It's normally like a player from one team and a player from the other team, but we're kind of comparing two players from the same team, kind of the newcomers with Sphinx and Diha.
Yeah, two players who we don't really know that much about, right? We've seen Dyha on a couple of teams. We've seen Spinks coming in from the FPL rankings as well. And both of them have been a positive surprise so far in this tournament, at least according to my eye test. I think Spinks has been the biggest one of them, right? He's the best and highest rated player for Ence as of right now. He is that carry, dare I say it, or he's the guy who has a lot of productivity on the server. Whereas for Dyha, we see it in glimpses, and we've seen him in glimpses before as well. I remember watching a tournament last year. I don't remember which one it was, but he was playing it, and I thought to myself, okay, this guy, he has talent. He can definitely be better. He can definitely be in a better environment than he is right now. So look out for those two. As said, Vitality are the favorites, but if Ence wants a chance of winning today, we need to see Spinks play well, and we need to see Dyha play well as well.
Let me pick your brain about Spinks in particular for a certain reason, right? Coming from Israel, there's not many players you see in the tier 1 scene or in the pro scene coming from that country, right? You look at Broky from Latvia. He kind of put Latvia on the map. Do you feel like he has extra pressure on his shoulders to kind of realize he's trying to make a breakout play for the region?
Maybe, but he also has extra support, I guess. He has an entire nation behind him supporting him, right? Because he's the only one who is at that level, dare I say it. So in that regard, sure, you can look at it both sides of the coin. I will say for Spinks, though, that he's playing well, and I think he's always in a early stage of his progression, right? He's only going to get better from now if he continues to work hard. So for him, watch out. I think Ence, he's going to be much, much needed for them today to deal with Saivu, deal with Vitality. It's going to be a big task ahead of them.
Well, it's a good way to make a statement here. If you can take down Vitality here in this best-of-3 series, it's Ence going up against Vitality. We got Nuke coming up first, and we got two amazing casters. I'm going to be nice to them because they're nice to me lately with Hugo and Harry.
Oh, I love it. Positive vibes to start the day.
At 6 p.m.
Oh, maybe it is just too early to start the day for me. Look at this, right? We got a little Vitality Ence affair. Everyone loves Vitality, and everyone, and I mean everyone, loves Ence. So let's take a look at this. Ence towards outside. A lot of pressure here to begin this pistol. Already crossing with 3 down through Secret. Zaiwu having a full-on out, but he does have this crossfire with Shock set up. That's a pretty devastating little 2-man maneuver down through lower. Ence decide to avoid it, though. Start to pour back out into the outside area.
Yeah, taps from Masuta and Apex. Apex will find first blood, but Masuta's trapped out in heaven, and they're getting closer. Apex might need to back on out. Masuta dinked in heaven. Zaiwu's pushed up from Secret, and he's got himself a kill as well. It's getting easier as Ence fall like flies in the yard. Masuta finished off, but it won't really make much difference. Spinks can't plant. The bomb is trapped outside, and now Snappy in a 1-on-4 leads the ace. Not happening. Shocks shoots him down, and Team Vitality take the round. Good reaction, right? They drop double lower. They see that Ence aren't committing, and well played from Zaiwu to re-aggress as all that fighting is going on outside. Apex gets a double, and Vitality start off strong on Ence's pick.
Yeah, they're coming in with a force buy though right away. You know, we got the Tech 9s, we got Deagles, Deag fans all around the world rejoicing together in harmony, and it's a beautiful sight. Right in through the lobby they go. Shoxy is set up over here at ramp, and he's tucked in, so he's committed to this fight. There's no getting out of this for Shox. It is a fight to the death to see how well he can do. The flashes are going to rain in, and he will decide to opt out before the second volley of flashes rains into ramp. He's able to get out of there, and that's a decision that's going to bode well for Vitality. You know, Shox was in a pretty rough spot if he did decide to commit. There's a lot of situations where that close ramp angle is great, and that wasn't one of them. So he gets out of there. Apex, in the meantime, is aggressed outside. There's a lot of information for Vitality right now. Oh. They know they've lost ramp. They've got control towards outside. They're anticipating that this is going to be a lower hit, but just as easy as that, it could come in towards this A bomb site, depending on if Ence are going to look for any of this hell control. If they go back into lobby, this wrap from Apex is going to be filthy, and he's playing the trigger discipline. Oh no! Apex shoots them in the back. Now RPK aggresses in through the hut as well, and down on the B side, D has in an engagement elsewhere. It's all gotten a little bit chaotic, but Ence, they're thriving in this chaos. Masuta's dropped the bomb, but he's brought down very, very low in the process. This is not an easy round for Vitality to navigate.
Oh, Alu could have dropped B. It looked like he was considering it, but the kill gets delivered. And now with Diha, who still has ramp, can come up on heaven. It's a bomb plant for Ence now on the other side, and no surviving is Shox. He can't even get up the ladder. Ence find a force. Even with all that info from Apex, right? Getting a double, telling Vitality to get back up to that A bomb site, it is not enough. Diha keeps them there for so long, and Alu at least manages to get the kill that he must to enable that bomb plant. Ence buy right back, and that's what we want to see, right? We know these guys have looked really, really good with this new roster inside of Pro League. 2-1 right now, and taking down some big dogs. So Vitality buying back in, and Ence orged up on the T side, although already scouted. They could finish the job even, but doesn't look likely. Smokes it down. Does Zywoo have a gap? It doesn't look like it, but I can never be sure with this guy. Oh, okay. Yeah, reasonable. Bit of a tag. We don't have any lower rotates until finally a ramp player moves down and Zywoo drops in the vent as well. So again, that double setup we saw in the pistol, and this gives you so much info. If you don't see Ence committing, you can easily regress. You can rotate back up. And so Apex draws him in, but he does get headshot, and now Zywoo needs to finish the job. Oh no, they're falling for it.
Yeah, they're taking a gamble, right? On the back of seeing this player down through Secret, Vitality, they figure, oh, well, we'll throw all our bodies at the problem. We'll try and get past this Secret hold. Zywoo, that's a pretty nutty peek. Oh no!
Guns galore.
They rotate into Secret, and at this point, Ence are like, ha ha ha, they've fallen for our fake, but both the Secret players die without getting anything other than that one passing kill onto Apex earlier on. So now a 4-on-3, now possible for Vitality in this retake.
No kit though, you got to go fast, and there's even Molotovs landing in heaven for Ence. Spinks is on a big wrap round as well. This could be the round winner. Snappy trying to get a big bit of damage off with the dunk. Timing is everything here. He's looking like he's done it right. Great damage. RPK still gets a kill. They're losing players, but they still have this flank and no one to wear a Spinks. He can line up 2 kills right now. There he is. Guns dropped. The bomb not for him though. Snappy might need to draw them in so Spinks can play for the end of the round. RPK gets the headshot and Spinks goes out wide, but there's no time for Zywoo. Spinks with the wrap, and Pimp said he needs to play well today. Well, that's certainly the start that we require. My oh my, a hard-fought round for Ence, but they take it, even if Zywoo gets away with an AK. No problem for Ence.
Yeah, Spinks has been a very impressive player in this squad, right? I've really enjoyed watching him in every single Ence game we've had. He's been delivering. So often has been the player to make a difference. And now for Vitality, well, maybe there's no money for this this CT side. Alu running them down in A, gets him fast, and RPK fully blind. It's just cut down by the MAC-10. It's nice, it's easy. It's looking like a third round for Ence. Zywoo, the only man with a gun in this one, saved from that last round.
And maybe saved again. That's assuming they let him. You see the MAC-10s moving in. Zywoo should be fine though, AKV Mac. And Snappy doesn't even know he's there yet either, searching outside instead. He might find something, but it's not that AK. Hello, Shoxy. Oh, hello indeed. Ah, dear. 3-1. And they save again. They get that AK out. Snappy gets to sharpen his katana.
It's a shame that Zywoo doesn't even get a chance at a kill there, right? If he was able to get one, suddenly he can buy an AWP into this round. You bring that out right away. They're not going to get it. With the knife kill coming in, there is always a chance that we see that AWP come out in the following round. For Ence, I imagine they're just running the bonus round here. So some MAC-10s still in place, some AKs alongside it.
Cool, fast ramp.
Oh yeah, look at this. Into the ramp room they go. Shox does not like what he hears. A lot of players coming around the corner, and Shoxy cannot hold on to the ramp room. Already a huge hole just punched clean through the defense of Vitality. They're having to rotate players down. It's all kind of gotten a bit chaotic here. They put Apex into control, but he's losing control of this B bomb site. Rotations are coming in now for Vitality. Down they go, and RPK is still finding success. Masuta decides he's not waiting around. It's on his terms if he's going to go down, and he will go down fighting at that B bomb site. Alu left up alone, a 1v3, an ace needed if Alu wants to make this round happen, and the bomb dropped down in B. This is not going to be easy, and really it should never happen.
No, and that fake smoke will do nothing. In a few seconds, Vitality will know he could be anywhere, and there are no lurkers for Alu to find either. They're all on the bomb right now. Eyes on the ramp, but at a certain point they'll realize that the timing could have eluded them, and Alu creeps in behind. Maybe he gets one off of a surprise, but then they can set it up for him, and even then none. RPK is ready for the vent drop, and Vitality take 2. Nice lower rotates, right? Coming in very fast. It looked like Ence, who didn't storm B very quickly, despite getting that pick on ramp and mollying hell. They take their time to drop smokes, to set up, and that gives Vitality so much room to throw rotates down, right? Not getting faked out, luckily enough, and they just run through smokes. Mizuta with a hero play. And 2-3. Now the money's stabilizing for both sides, but that won't be for long. This is a huge round in deciding who's going to be starting off strong in the first half. Ooh. Hello. And goodbye.
Oh, Shoxy at ramp is really getting pressured in these rounds, man. Time and time again, Ence are just making it their prerogative to get this ramp control. Apex is down on B early again, and Masuta is rotating. It was him who made a big hero play last round, but this time it's Apex trying to do more of the same. And they'll lock it in between the two of them. I tell you what, while Shox's ramp hold, you know, very rarely is getting away with more than one kill, the procedures that are in place for Vitality, these rotations into B, have always been good. Apex has been great at thinning out the numbers and drawing attention away. Masuta is very, very aggressive in how he rotates as well. You know, he's not like, he's not giving them any respect in that bomb site. He is looking to take gunfights. He's rushing through smokes, pushing the doors, and just refusing to give that room up. I really like the kind of procedures we're seeing out of Vitality. And now they've broken the economy events. So this is right where you want to be if you're a Vitality fan.
Yeah, switching it up as well, right? Apex dropped vent fast in the last, but now he's at the back of Garage watching the main split. They're not scared of a secret cross. They know that Ence don't have the utility to go for that in this round. And if they do, they can drop one of the 2 ramp players to try and deal with that. Apex can at least call if anyone's wrapping this A site. Smoke on the door. Ence are just waiting it out, hoping for kills to come their way through the little hole. Vitality are not budging. Orp on Zywoo still watching this cross right now, and Apex waits for the drop and deals with it. Oh no, he doesn't. 1 HP on Diha, and somehow, someway, they're out into A, but RBK mowing them down and dropping the bomb twice. Alu is going to spam with a deagle, doing damage but no kill, and it's Vitality, although it looked awkward, managing to lock in the round. That main player, ugh, that scares you a little bit. But not enough to cause any kind of problem here for Vitality. They can afford, they can rebuy. And now Ence with no AWP, back in with another rifle round.
Outside utility getting thrown over, and Ence are looking to use it this time around. Crossing with 4 players behind these smokes. Zywoo not given an avenue with that AWP just yet. In response to seeing the smokes, Vitality try and pressure lobby, try and take some map control away from Ence. If they do move into lobby, they're going to get this information that no one is there for the T side, and at that point it becomes very, very obvious that these outside smokes weren't a ruse, and Ence have moved down behind them. This info isn't something that Vitality have yet, though. That kill onto Spinks has made them paranoid that maybe these were fake smokes with players holding lobby. And so this...
oh my goodness.
Oh, Masuta hits an incredible timing. He doesn't realize how good his timing is yet. They're already behind him, and with Snappy missing that shot, Masuta, now it dawns on him. He gets out of there. Masuta lives to tell the tale. The B site and Ence's control of it, no longer a mystery. They're still very paranoid. Vitality still with 5 on the upper sites. The bomb getting tapped now, rather. Should give up the fact that this is a B-side plant and the rotations are now coming in. This is a very weird round. Very slow. for Vitality as now they're set up for the retake. That's a tag onto Snappy. I think that was ZywOo, didn't even see him, just spamming the door. Doto, good for the first. ZywOo, immediate response, and Doto is toppled in a matter of moments. Snappy and Alu left alive, 2v4, the bomb ticking away, but it is planted for Snappy and Deacon. He's trying to deny it with the smoke spam. Oh, it's getting a little bit weird, it's getting a little bit wild, and there's the lineup for Snappy. Now it is just down to him. ZywOo isn't missing a beat, however, but there's no time for the defuse. Snappy's done enough. And so Ence, that very drawn-out B play, ends up working wonders for them.
Wow, and Ence was so scared that, like, wow, we've been given so much control. This is surely not real. Like, they're faking the plant. They're clearing everything on B because Vitality have so often been there before them. But even in this round, double tap, finally getting the plant in, and it's the time that cost Vitality, despite all the kills being theirs. Oh, yeah, Vitality. That took them some time to piece together that it was all B, right? Like, maybe they had some awareness that there were players down secret, but not how far they were, and not that it was the entire enemy team. Shox smoking on ramp, they're going to go through, walking up close on the edge. Flash going past, Shox is in a great position. If they try and walk this smoke, he is going to get multi-kills, but they hold off. Oh, the gap. Oh, the boost. Shox can't even see them. They don't know what's up, and the nade's dropped. It does great damage. ZywOo already here for support at this point in time, but again, Ence, they love to throw little fakes in, showing this ramp presence and going back to an A take with mollies coming in from roof. Oh, JK, it's Ramp again.
Oh, and Shox, he thinks he's hit a godlike timing. Now, ZywOo is still here, and Masuta is pressuring the lobby. Vitality showing that they're no slouches when it comes to falling for these fakes that Ence are trying to throw their way, right? And even if they are getting caught off guard, they've got fallback plans. They've got players ready to follow through. Now, this Heaven Wrap is something that Vitality should be considering. But Masuta is responsible for a lot of angles right now. He gets spotted at the door, lives to stay alive at RPK. Doubles down. Locks it in.
Yeah, I mean, that fake got me, Harry, and I have all the information, right? Like, Ence show ramp, then they throw nade A, and then they go back to ramp. Like, the hope there for Ence is, oh, we show ramp, and then we fake A, and exactly what happens. Shox gets aggressive, they think it's an A play with the early ramp fake, and then they just go right back into the free real estate that Shox has given them. I can't really blame Shox for that call, for that move. Definitely, you know, flooded communication in that moment, and hard to know where it's actually ending up. Still Vitality win the round. ZywOo was helping on ramp, and oh, down the vent denied for Doto. Masuta mollies him. Apex catches the drop, and there should be many more where that came from. Oh, finally spins the Glock, but good luck escaping here. Masuta cleans it up with 3, and Vitality 6-4. We're seeing a good CT side right now. Nothing wrong for Ence, right? They've still got another gun round coming through. And they are coming into this one as underdogs as well, something to consider, despite the wins they've had. Vitality have looked fairly threatening, as they often do.
Yeah, a little more limited in this round as well for Ence in terms of the utility. So their ability to throw these fakes at you, it's kind of rough in this round. You know, you can't make those same kind of big fake plays and then look to misdirect Vitality. Instead, the utility you're throwing is the utility that you've got to use. Oh, ZywOo, yeah, you could feel it was going to happen. Deha caught on the other side of that. Very reasonable kill. Doto and Alu showed that there's nothing to worry about in a round like this. They get into A. There is this fast wrap from Shox, and so it's left you back in a 3-on-3. Up through the vent comes Apex on this rotation. Not a down and out round yet, but with Alu wrapping the lobby and Vitality not even considering it, he lines up a double. ZywOo very, very low, and Doto from inside the site has got the trade for Spinks. Ence, they recover that one well. They end up on 5, and that's losing that first player early on outside. An immediate response from the rest of the gang.
Yeah, we saw that fast ramp flag that got denied in the previous round as well, right? Like Shox coming in when they realize it's A. That's definitely something that we're going to see Ence keep their eyes on in many of these rounds. And Alu's been great at finding timings in lobby, like, you know, doing the merry-go-round around the hut door. And it's through A, flanking both CT players coming from the door side. Oh, Zywoo finally picked as well. Alu's going to get that kill. The smoke blooms. Zywoo tries to reposition, and he gets torn apart. Apex can grab the orb, upgrade from the FAMAS, but Alu is shotgun orbing right now. He's chasing him down, and he's got the shot. Alu behind enemy lines. The rest of his team walking out ramp. It is clear. Shox was B. He's rotating up, but he is not ready for 4 players creeping his way, and he has got the kill. No info for Shox. He was never to be ready for that one. And now 5-on-2. Vitality have the lobby, but that is dead real estate at this point. Ence are all over B.
Yeah, you've got to feel a little bad for Shox and the game that he's got to play so far, you know. Every one of his rounds have just been getting rushed by multiple players at ramp. And even when it hasn't been an all-out rush, a lot of the time, you know, he's been like moving back into ramp into a situation like what we just saw there, where there's already like 3-4 players deep. Information he doesn't have, kills that he can't find. So Ence are on to 6. They're keeping this nice and competitive. Alu delivering us a great game as well, topping the server right now, which when you're up against Zywoo on the other side is quite the testament. I will say, you know, we've been getting a very good game out of guys like RPK. I think he's a notable mention here, right? His ability to anchor down this A bomb site has been stellar. Masuta's B rotations and Apex's B rotations have been really, really good as well whenever we've had those come in.
Apart from that one round.
Yeah, you know, there's always one round though. There's always one round that's there to like taint the feeling of victory.
Something in the water, Harry. But yeah, Ence have been doing a good job of like hiding their game plan from Vitality, or like, you know, throwing in ruses, fakes, making them think something it's not. So definitely credit to Snappy in here. Flashes into A, they go late as well. As soon as Vitality rest and relax, they're going to get overwhelmed. It's Apex with a nice D shot. Could that keep them in this round? No. Alu picks him out of heaven. Zywoo coming in with a deagle as well, but his teammates are dead. Masuta almost makes that round interesting, flying up into the A site, but Alu will put it to rest. 14-8 on God Alu himself. And 7-6. Ence leading the T side on Nuke as well. Very good half right now. Can they win the half outright? Only time will tell.
Yeah, we got the outside smokes again. You guys know all about these. I don't need to tell you what they do. They're smokes, they're outside. Who knew with a name like outside smokes? But look at the gap in that.
I think it's been mollied.
Yeah, it's been mollied. You can tell there's a little burn mark in the ground, man. That's a rough hand to get dealt here. And yeah, you try and run a smoke like that versus Zywoo, he is going to punish you for it, and then he's going to get one through the smoke as well, and you're just left wondering, well, why did we even give this a go?
Yeah, the bomb hunting there, that was an interesting one. It definitely could have crossed secret in that time, but Zywoo's now dropped it, and now the entire round, forget it for Ence. It's all about retrieving this bomb, and you got to get the kills first. Vitality hunting you down, Shox spamming, and he takes Spinks off the silo. Diha 1-on-5. This was not what Ence had in mind. But they have no say in the matter, and now suddenly 5-on-1 and no kills being given over. Nothing for Diha to play with, but the room he's been given. Clearing garage, Shox on the other side. Diha with the check, but not enough, and Shox has got the shot to win 7 for Vitality. Either team could win the half. They both have money. They both have momentum.
Why can either team win the half, Hugo? How many rounds are there in a half? 15?
Yeah.
And so what, they're both on 7, that means?
Yeah. So that means there's one more, Harry. Wow. And anyone can win it, man. Anyone can win any round. That's what you've always got to believe.
Yeah, you always have a 96% chance to win any round. That's what a Broken Fang Premier, I think, is the name of it.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
The little scoreboard thing that tells you.
It always tells you 96%.
Until you died, because you're the problem. Not you.
I am the 4%. Look at this little A play that Ence have got on the cards for us. See, the thing is, man, you can try get into A, but to do that, you got to get past RPK. This guy, the Silver Fox, right, ready to hunt you down in the night. RPK in with the first. Masuta going on a tear of his own, and the A play has been laid to rest. It's RPK, it's Masuta, and Apex on the vent ladder to round out the half. 8-7. Nice and close. Just what we wanted from Ence versus Vitality. The Finns versus the French, but it's not really finished. Everyone's having a great time.
Future Pros, Nuke is one of my favorite maps. So today I'll show you a powerful fast A flash Glaive often throws for Astralis. This flash works wonders for a hut rush. Communicate to your team you have a god flash and politely ask them to rush hut. First things first, break out the window on this skylight. To throw this flash, climb the ladder. When you're at the top, aim to this section of the dome. Run forward and throw the flash while you're running against the vent. As you can see from Twist POV, he gets completely flashed. This should allow your team to get a practically free kill while entering the site through hut. Good luck and happy flashing.
That's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't
A vital first half victory for the Frenchmen as they find themselves 8-7 up over Ence on their pick. It's a best of 3 here. Ence sitting 2-1 inside of the group. Vitality looking to take them down a notch. We're having some shining stars, Harry. Zywoo 12-5, barely dying in this map. See if he can keep that up. Ence on the CT side is full Kev. And a bit of utility for Vitality.
By Vitality early. Zywoo hits the dink, but Diha an immediate response, and Alu is fighting up on the air vent, rather. I can't even, AC vent, that's what I mean. Look at this, Masuta and Shoxy, they're in B. The rotations are already in. Bomb plant is something to work with at least. Shox can't get it back under control, so Masuta, nice easy little 1v5 was needed for him there. And he falls short. Ence get the defuse with a very clean pistol round to their name. So immediately, this game is tied up again.
Maybe there was a world there, man. If he got the second player on ramp set up, he had a molly, they had nothing but armor. I don't know. Could have happened.
Hugo. we just talk about the best thing that could have happened in the round that didn't happen. But, like, you know, that's all we do. Just theorizing other ways that it could have played out. Like right here, for example, Apex could just take all 5 players down with the scout.
Probably not, though, right?
Wow, Apex, what a big play. Oh, imagine if he hit that. Oh, imagine if he hit it again there. That would have been sick.
I get your point, Harry. Oh, imagine.
Go on. Imagine, though. Yeah, like, start imagining. Get those imaginations whirring. That's the sound your imagination makes when it's really spinning up.
Okay.
Imagine it.
Well, maybe we won't have to.
Maybe we can imagine it into existence. Maybe that's how it works. If we believe that Apex has already hit a wallbang or a nutty scout shot, then maybe he does it. That's the imagination whirring back up again.
Now you got to give it a kill to get a kill, unfortunately. So it's no prizes here for Apex at the moment. Alu is holding on to B.
Yeah, he looks really thin from the back for some reason, does his character. Apex's little character that he's playing as. Ooh, very intimate.
On the scope.
Getting intimate with Apex. We'd love it. Oh, Masuta going to take the head off of Diha. Apex now, come on. We've been imagining for a solid minute, Apex. Give us something.
Not getting anything, Harry. I hate to break it to you. Shox is stealing kills. Alu's dropped further into B as to not feed the beast, but that's a problem because now Vitality are taking A, and he's nowhere here. Doto is, however, dropping the bomb. Apex, no wallbang today, and this has fallen apart. 5 on 3, and Doto does it all. Shox needs something sublime. They molly the back of the site, but he's up on the rafters. 10 seconds, no time. Aww. Oh, it's off the wallbangs. Okay.
Doto.
No.
Doto. Come on, guy.
Just imagine, dude. If he hit
Just
that.
imagine if he hit that, though. Like, that would have been, yeah. It would have been like the NAF wallbang on Inferno. But he actually did hit that one, is the difference. You got to remember it.
Yeah.
Orp in second mid, into the T apartments.
Exactly. I was there, Harry.
You were there.
Yeah.
Me, you, Naf, hanging out.
Yeah. All right, Shox evaporates, and we'll bring this AK into the next round. Just surrounded by Glocks, they're going to put him in first. Sneaky Shoxy all the way behind Red, but they know about the timing. This isn't going to be a surprise. Oh, looks away and still taps out Alu, no problem. Teammates dropping onto main roof, just trying to draw attention. Diha mollies it. That could be nice. He's going to smoke his back, and they actually drop off safe. But it's only temporarily, as these Glocks surely should get chewed up. Can Shox get any real ground in this round? He's looking for a B pick. This time there's no one lower. If only they knew they could cross everyone down towards this lower site right now with very little resistance. But now D has come up through heaven, and he's spotting on a timing. Ence is just missing all these timings right now. They have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know how they've gotten this. It's almost unreal that this is, you know, it's impressive how many timings they've missed here. Finally, some kind of info is here for Doto, but he's like, yeah, I just see one guy hanging out behind me.
Back in lobby, guys. Watch lobby.
Yeah, they might have gone back. Everyone care. Snappy's down on B. He's like, okay. All right, they shouldn't even be here according to Doto, so everything's fine. I'm chilling out. I'm having a good time. Oh, wait, what's that? Is that Squeak? Oh my God, they're at Decon. Oh, guys, they're in B. Snappy's deleted. The AK finds him. The bomb plant now in. And now the AK's trying to deliver again. Finally cancelled out by Spinks, and that kill is huge, man. Shox had to be the hero in this round. And now it's left to RPK. As good as he's been, 34 health and a Glock. I ain't feeling his chances. And there's Doto deleting him on the peak. Eds get the defuse, right? They get a 10th up on the board, but a bomb plant there for Vitality is pretty huge, all things considered. You know, lots of money now injected. Shock's able to buy without a care in the world, even though he saves that AK up. And an AWP can come in if you want it to.
Yeah, no problem at all, apart from the fact that Ence now up 10-8. They're feeling it on their map pick. Dust 2 and Inferno to follow. So at least you've got that to fall back on if you are Vitality. We saw that incredible comeback as well just the other day against Mouse Sports at 14-8. They managed to pick it up. Oh. 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 Oh.
They're just playing with Alu.
Just doesn't take the
Shox
shot,
is like,
man. Doesn't even
running
try.
out. He's saying to himself, guys, imagine if Alu hits this shot.
Yeah, imagine.
Imagine it.
Oh, he's going to boost up the AWP. Maybe Alu has got a little bit more to work on, or work for, rather.
Smoke's down, though. Zawu trying to peek over the top of it. Alu is suspicious. He is suspicious.
For good reason.
Oh, but not suspicious enough. Crosses back. Don't peek credit. Don't peek credit. You don't want to build a bad credit score, Alu. Oh, he's safe. He's safe. Everything's fine.
What is this game?
Everything's fine, guys. Everything is okay, because outside, no one even sees each other. As far as they're concerned, on both sides, outside is clear. And there was never a moment in which that round could have been anything other than that. Utility goes in outside as some insane timings are missed again. And now looking across behind it is Shoxy. Now these are deep smokes. These allow you to cross into main. You can pressure garage. You can play for the outside control. And Vitality is stacked up outside a ramp. But look at Diha. Look, I called this guy a rat once, right, from where I played with him. Look at this position, right? Look at it. Good for the first. Boosted up. Snappy still fighting till the very end. But RPK is able to best him in the head-to-head. A 3-on-3. Shox is still outside on this lurk. And now could look to go in through main, but with 3 players for Ence trying to get down the vent. Oh no, Shoxy uproots the entire round, and it's just they heard him drop. They know he's there, and he's trapped in the vent. Shox locking that round in. Great stuff out of Vitality to fall back, to wait to see what room Shox could create. And man, was it worth waiting for.
That's like what Ence were trying to do on the T side, but not really like getting away as anywhere near as cleanly. It helps that everyone rotates through the same position for Ence, but that outside lurker does it all. And flying in through heaven, Vitality plants. I spots him as well. That's so annoying. He doesn't even get the chance to fight and has to move away. They could drop, but no real need. Keep your guns. Shox is on patrol right now. He won't find Doto in time. No one dies. And that's a 1-gun save, but not a pretty situation to be in. At least Ence have a bit of money to fall back on, but Vitality are warming into this half. RPK just falling in off the ramp as well. That really sells the fake. Like when you see players dropping to B, that's why Ence are panicking so much. They're trying to beat those rotates down lower. No chance.
Oh, Alu's bringing his AWP out. Got it again. Hopefully he's given more of a chance to use it this round. Smoke in the door, and RPK rendered useless by it. Very, very slow from Vitality. Oh, I get nervous.
Ugh.
Oh, Shox, stop it. One of these days, doing that jump is not going to pan out for you.
Yeah, late smoke seems to be the port of call here for Vitality. This time, will they do anything with it? Will it just be another lurker, or are numbers going behind it? That's the ruse that you've got to wonder. You've got to work out if you're Ence. Back to lobby, leaving Shox to do his thing. This time they want info. Diha's going to get it. Moving up from lower B into secret. It might be a little bit too late, though. It's already an A play. Spinks does stop the first. Dropping a Molotov. Pushes Masuta in. He's got no choice. He has to go wide into the open. Zywoo is blinded. Masuta can't get that trade. There's too many targets. And he almost flicks back up on top of the hut. But Spinks lays down the pain. 4 in the round. And what a hold on that A site. 11-9. And that fake goes nowhere for Vitality. Even the Molotov, man, just separates those two fights so well. Forces the bomb to commit. Vitality have to go at that point.
Spinks is dirty, man.
Yeah.
He makes every gun in this game look so good. He'll like 3-bullet people with the MP9, and I'm like, well, okay, he can do that. I really love what we've been getting out of him for this Ence squad. And something that is really sick is in this game right now, while Ence are winning, it's not the usual like Spink show where he's having to show up in like a huge way. It's a very, very balanced team effort right now across the board.
Yeah, and with Diha quiet, like usually one of the big gunners for this team, if he starts to warm up, if we're going to be seeing him again, it didn't matter in that round, but on those B rotates coming up, secret confirming or denying flanks or lurkers in the form of shocks, he could definitely get back into this game. It's a really good position to be in. An important one, but one that can have huge value. So this could get scary for Vitality if they haven't got more things to fall back on. It's again, shocks, lurking, Yard, the rest of his team in lobby. No smokes, but again, if Vitality stall out the clock, wait a little bit, go back to the late smokes, they can get shocks into, a number of positions in the Yard.
What position would you put shocks in?
The Yard.
Yeah, exhibitionism?
Yeah, you're really... I don't even know how to talk to you sometimes, Harry. Yeah, mute your mic. Good idea. Fast round play. Shocks has got the kill outside. He does get Orpa out of the round. Snappy's still here. He's fighting for it. And he gets one. Can he escape in time? Yes, no trade. Vitality could drop B. But it's now
PK's like
dangerous.
Terrified of the smoke as well. Just spamming it. Oh, Vitality, they give up ramp after that little even fight. Back into this 4-on-4. And now they go back to ramp like we all expected. Here they go. They leave it. They go back to it. But my relationship with CS is MM. Now down towards the B bomb site. We've got big gunners, ZywOo, with the biggest gun, the AWP. And if it's a battle of whose gun is bigger, then maybe ZywOo is good for this. But look at this angle out of Snappy. Oh, it's disgusting, it's filthy, it's dirty, and you hate it if you're Vitality. They will silence him. It's a battle of the big guns, and ZywOo comes out on top. A 2-on-3, Shoxy and ZywOo. And there's always a certain degree of romance whenever these two are left alive in the clutch. You really get attached to them. Doto, with the spam, finds some damage. They lose Shoxy. It's all onto ZywOo, and a missed shot seals his fate. The defuse is in. Ence are up onto 12. And they're starting to run away with this game in the second half.
Yeah, and there's Diha with a dirty double as well. That's going to get scarier for Vitality now as all players cross the double-digit line. Ence are feeling it. What a spot for the AUG as well from Snappy, right? Like, that's the last place you're checking. There's no way to really clear that. Like, you can't throw a molly there easily. So many spots on B to check. And okay.
I reckon Alu almost smiled there.
Yeah.
I reckon he was close. It almost came out of him by mistake.
Because he died first. His team still won the round. That's got to feel good, right? Always nice when you're picked early, but your team hold it together. Maybe a great.
That is a great like taste of your own medicines. I was so good at finding those smoke shots. So Alu dishes it out. He does get one deeked by ZywOo on the heaven rotation. So
right back.
Of course, yeah, medicine time, and ZywOo's dishing it out.
He's got an AWP though, Harry.
He does have an AWP now, and it always makes me scared, but he's opting for the deagle.
Oh no, that molly missed. ZywOo, I don't know what happened. He's trying to throw it, so it bounces back and hits the stairs. You often do that to deny a double door position, and you can get a planting with that molly. It misses, it goes too short, and then his teammate tries to chase in all of the madness and doesn't get anything done. Unfortunate stuff. ZywOo choosing the Deeg over the AWP right now for that multi-kill potential. If he gets double peaked, he knows there's two here. Okay, tap, stick. No one behind him. He's got a lot of room to work with, but he can't hit the first shot as Doto bounds out of the door, and Ence find his 13th. Piecing it together, Harry, bit by bit. This map is slipping out of the hands of the French.
Yes, ZywOo in clutch scenarios like that, he's often very, very good at like knowing and anticipating what his opponent's gonna do, using that to influence like when he peaks, where he peaks. It feels like right now he's having a rough time getting the read on Ence though. Time and time again in these clutches, they've just outmaneuvered him. They've won in the fights, the head-to-heads. You haven't even had a ZywOo clutch start rolling yet that you get worried about. Once again, they're trying to cross outside, but this has been a bit of a reoccurring nightmare for the side of Vitality. Finally, some good news for the Vitality side. Apex gets the opener, and through this smoke, you are playing with fire. They boost Spinks up. He turns that into a one-way, and he goes on to double up in the blink of an eye. What started as a 5-on-4 is now a 4v1. That is domination from Ence.
What is that boost? I have never seen that in my life. Boosting on squeaky door to find a one-way. Oh, you cannot anticipate that if you're Vitality. And now Apex, he has a lot of work to do. Time to do it. That's something. We know this guy can be unreal in clutch scenarios. But even this one, with the positions being taken by Ence with 2 lower rotates and 2 back in T-spawn, like, that's forcing Apex to plant, which, you know, while it's nice, right, get a bit of money, get a position, like, firstly, he doesn't know that, and secondly, planting in a 1-on-4, they're all coming at you together. You want to try and thin the herd. Oh, he drops, hearing Spinks, and now there's a chance. Apex thinning the crowd down to 3. Does he try and plant? Like, he's expecting to get swung if he sticks this. But he does get it down for Heaven, a spot he has just come by, and now they've climbed up. Molly goes in, and they try and force the fight out through the Alu flying up, and Apex with a chance to find this 1v4. Oh, dearie me, it could be the ace. 4 bullets in the mag. Snappy coming out from Heaven, and there's a little gap. It's not enough for Apex, and Snappy shuts down the attempt. Oh, you can feel that one piecing itself together. But even Ence won't throw that away.
Man, that was a damn good try from Apex, though. Look at this boost, right? That was the kill that really turns this back in favor of Ence. That's the thing, right? Like, the heroics of Apex almost make you forget how much of a dominant round that shaped up being for Ence after losing a player early on. The almost ace for Apex denied.
Oh, it's got to be a sigh of relief for Ence, right? That could be the momentum, like, you know, there for Vitality, and suddenly they start rolling you with rounds. But now they're desperately looking for double digits. ZywOo is running amok down towards B. I like this. Despite no smokes, Vitality get down lower quick. However, look who's here. Alu, doesn't matter. ZywOo domes him. And now gets another free AWP. It feels all too easy, always delivered to him, but he won't choose it. Instead, just trying to fight back on the ramp rotate. Snappy gets 1, but there's the lurk from Shox that has been so sublime in this T side. He doubles up, and there's more to be found, but Spinks comes in on the flank, and now the bomb getting planted for Vitality.
Yeah, you could even make a case for not attempting this if you're Ence. With this kind of scoreline, though, with how good they've looked. Oh, the double smoke, that might seal the deal. Yeah, it's like, well, site's closed. We'll come back another time.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Apex is even trying to hunt down these saving players. Oh, there's one of the guns removed. And just taking that one gun away actually makes a decent deal of difference to this this Ence buy that's coming up. Now, if you got away with both of those players surviving, they've got a lot of money to drop guns around to keep a buy coming in. If Spinks is able to find a lot of people hunting him here and stay alive, that is a huge victory. ZywOo gets out of there with the AWP. Spinks does throw his life away in the process. And so now the money's in a very weird spot, right? You see the reason I say that saving those 2 guns would have made all the difference. Snappy and Spinks could have dropped guns over to the rest of the team. They would have had a very put-together buy. They could have had AWPs. Not a factor now. They've still come in with an investment here, but it's not that pretty. A lot of utility, more limited in terms of the firepower, though.
Yeah, but, you know, on CT side, a nuke can get done with anything, with shotguns, with SMGs, with pistols, as long as you're playing on that A side, right? That's exactly where Vitality are going. Charging through the squeaky door, Spinks dropping the bomb, but he's only good for a single kill. The nades have lit Vitality up. Is that going to be enough to get Ence back into this round? It certainly looks to be so. One of the AKs found on the flank as they push in on lobby. ZywOo needs some heroics right here, and he's inside of the smoke, finding a pick. The nade on his face, and Doto dunks him out of the round. There's no molly to get Shox out of position, but this flash could be almost as good. He dodges it, looking into the vent and trying to trade off his teammate. RPK coming in for support, and Shox almost lines up 2, but Doto jumps and closes the round for Ence.
Man, on to 15. The weak buy gets them there. Vitality were not expecting this kind of resistance out of Ence. Like, this is an incredibly well put together CT side. The lobby flanks have been so impactful whenever we've seen Ence attempt them. It feels like they can't put a foot wrong right now. Like, this is such a dominant game where every decision they're making on the fly, even, you know, like with like the smoke boost that they pulled out in the door, just so many little tricks to steal man advantages, to take away map control, to pressure Vitality. And Vitality just don't have the responses on their T side. Like CT half, right? They had a lot of good answers to the problems that Ence were putting up.
Yeah, one thing that's been good on this T side has been outside for Vitality, right? And crossing to B and getting those fast lower plays, going back to late smokes, even, you know, going ramp hits with Shox lurking yard, and then that round where they come back into heaven and go A off of Shox killing the B vent rotate. So, you know, there's that to rely on, but Vitality have gone for a few fast rounds rather, and they've not really helped them out. So we see some outside control, and then they peel away, leaving Shox again behind main. His timing is everything. He can't go too soon, he can't go too late. And if he's spotted here, well, he's trapped in. Alu, luckily, is only holding main. Ence have no info on the secret cross, and that's fortunate because Vitality have no interest. And so this does look like it will end in that A site. Alu's actually picked up the lurk outside. Apex tries to trade, but now he's been given his position away, and this one's all too clear. Vitality going to try and jump into ramp, and Snappy is in the corner, good for one, and that's fine.
Yeah, he'll take a one and done there. Alu still fighting outside, doesn't want to throw the advantage away, so he's careful in what angles he takes here. This gives Apex a little more room to exploit the secret rotation. And now he's wrapping Diha. Diha's not aware of this, but there is still the timing where he can deal with players in the site. The door swings, the timing's missed. The molly gonna heat things up for ZywOo, but it doesn't. Oh, it does matter. He gets burnt out by the Molotov in the blink of an eye. It's only RPK trying to keep the dream alive for Vitality, and in the ramp room, lurking around through the back. That's going to be Alu moving in late. Spinks as well, trying to get out the door, just nails him on the first peek, and Ence, they pick up their map pick 16-10. Never even a question once they got onto that CT side. They dominate Vitality. Now 1-0 up in this series with more Counter-Strike still to come. Now we turn our attention to Vitality, and if they can pull this back.
Nice boss. Come to me, Nexa! Come to me, Nexa! Come. I have the best weapon.
He took Scar,
No.
In jail, one in jail, I think. No, but no.
No? Hey, come to me, Nexa.
Bye! No! Where's Zamane going?
He's going,
Where?
From same spot, bro. Come to us, Jaco.
How many cabanon here? One?
There is one only.
Okay, I'm coming.
You need to go Tibet.
Ouais, j'arrive.
Salut!
Oh my god. Why I die, bro? Make the best move.
c'est pas possible.
No, not this way, not this way.
No, you need to jump from like CT and directly.
There is one entrance, other side.
I force, I want to do this move.
It's not possible.
Celui-là, attends.
It's easier from city, I think.
Yeah, but from CT, it's so easy, no? You just go on the left. Yeah, like this. From CT, it's yeah, like this, jump.
Yeah, like this. Let's go, Franca.
You can go from right.
No, wait, Jackie.
Where is it, bro?
No, it's happening. Okay. Oh my god, look, Francois, I can release you from jail by clicking here. No, guys, look, you don't have to do this.
Ah, that's why you were closing the jail every time.
Up, tack, beam.
Babi.
Not then, you need to go in jail. I'm not your chicken, bro.
Okay, Hunter.
You have to close the jail, Francois.
I need it.
Nice.
Nice. I'll go and get a drink. Well.
I don't know what it is about this Ence to being the second worst rated team overall within Group A and Group B to now being one map away from taking themselves up to 3-1 in the groups, beating Vitality 2-0, which again, we should remind everyone at home, Pimp, why is it so important for Ence now to win 2-0?
Because if they win 2-0, they secure a spot for the playoff. Vice versa, Vitality now have outplayed their role in that regard, right? They can still win the matchup, but they're not 100% secure.
Yeah.
If Ence were to win the second map, they will 100% book a spot in the playoff as the first team from Group B, which, as you can see right here, includes teams like G2, Vitality, FaZe Clan for that matter. That would be quite a scalp to take from them.
Just to give you guys an idea of how crazy it gets, before we finished the last match, right, with NIP up against Mouse Sports, when we were talking with League Offs about, like, what happens if teams win, whatever, there was over 1,200 permutations of what could actually happen based off who wins, where, and what maps and stuff like that. So it's all crazy behind the scenes, but that's all you need to know. Ence, if you close on 2-0, you're through to playoffs, and that's very important for this team. And let's start to talk about this team as well, because we had some major players stepping up. We had, for instance, Alu off the bat. He was doing fantastic, especially on that T side initially. And then Snappy, one of our Epic's GG's players to watch, he had a phenomenal game.
Yeah, he was doing a good job. He was holding down ramp on the CT side. He was calling a great T side from Ence Clan, and I think we spoke about it coming into the game, right? What are the players, or who are the players we need to look out for if we want to find success? Snappy being a great in-game leader, of course. Spinks as a fragger had a decent game, and then Alu all of a sudden stepping up again. He's the most experienced player within Ence. He's been around for ages of ages. And those who remember, he was in NIP, he was in Ence, then he was in FaZe Clan, and now he's back in Ence as well. He has tons of experience from different cultures and different ways of playing Counter-Strike, and now finally I think he can really use that experience to the younger peers next to him. Right now, Ence are looking like a very solid team, and as you can see right here, both Alu and Snappy had a decent game. In particular, the in-game leader, almost 100 ADR against Vitality. That's impressive.
And you were just saying earlier, right? You can't be an in-game leader these days and not be able to put up kills, not be able to put up frags, and that's exactly what he's been able to do. Even a knife in there, as you saw. But I think this is impressive. You know, it makes me think maybe towards Mouse Sports, where we saw them play against Vitality on a map like Dust 2, and Dexter was actually the top fragger for the team. So I'm wondering, can Snappy maintain that momentum? I guess more importantly for Vitality, can they bounce back, right? They still need to pull out a win somehow.
I mean, it is Dust 2, and I will say Vitality are one of the best teams in the world when it comes to Dust 2. The problem for me is, as we also spoke to Shocks about, right? They had 2 weeks off where they didn't practice at all. They didn't touch Counter-Strike. They took some time off. It's been a rocky period for them, and that was probably, as he said, the best practice they've had in a long while, just to get off and not play Counter-Strike. Now, the problem is we see that in the server, right? We see Saivu being a little bit too inconsistent. He's not a guard every single time they play, and as we spoke about, they need firepower. Shocks didn't have a great game. Saivu didn't have a great game. Apex had a decent game, but there's simply not enough firepower in Vitality that you cannot have Shocks and Saivu performing at a high level. So I still feel that I can see that they're still coming back from a a longer break, you know, a couple of weeks where they didn't practice. And when it comes to Dust 2, well, individually speaking, we've seen them play on Dust 2 so far, but they need to step it up right here. What we saw on Nuke was simply not, from an individual point of view, good enough from Vitality, even to beat a team like Ence, where I will say, you know, Ence, they're playing well right now, they're playing as a team, but when it comes to the player material, I'm not sold on the fact that they are supposed to beat Vitality. That should be no way.
No, I think I completely agree with you. Like, I definitely agree with you when it comes to that. You look at the legendary names we have on Vitality, you have the newcomers on the side of Ence. But I do kind of wonder if Vitality, they chose Dust 2 going into the next map. They haven't looked great. They haven't looked dominating on a map that you pick so consistent like they've been doing.
They've been winning, though, and winning is what matters, I guess.
Well, let's say, against FaZe Clan, ZywOo basically was a hibernating bear and then woke up when he got pissed off by FaZe Clan and had that 1v5 pistol ace.
True,
but even versus Mouse Sports, it wasn't clear-cut. If Rops maybe didn't disconnect in that round, would we have saw Mouse Sports win the map?
I mean, it was a 14-14, right? So you cannot exclude that at all. But I will say, Vitality, the one map you have right now where you have confidence on, the one map where you have a positive experience walking away from, is Dust 2. And I know it's been close. I know it's been some back and forth games, but it's the one map where they're consistently winning at so far. So I don't really question the pick of Dust 2. They are, to my understanding as well, one of the best teams in the world in Dust 2, and they've been for a long, long time. One of the few teams in Counter-Strike right now who can justify picking Dust 2 as their home map, despite it being such an open map. But I will say, if Ence can keep up the level we saw here in Nuke, and Vitality is still a little bit shaking right here, and ZywOo is not turning into become a god, I still question the firepower coming out of Vitality. I need to see more from the players. RPK, he had a fantastic game last time they played Dust 2 against Mouse Sports. He was a major force behind the comeback they made against them. If RPK is not having a great game here, I could see a world where Ence is actually securing a player spot and beating Vitality 2-0.
And that was with Spinks not even playing too well in the very first map, and we've seen what he can do on the side of Ence once he gets going. And speaking of getting going, we have to head to a short break right now so we can get things ready to go here for our second map of our final series of the day. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
Love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Trace, that's a wonderful pin. Don't tell me. Clone 2016 limited edition? It looks so soft.
Your compliment was sufficient, Hugo. Hey, Harry. Nice pin. How the hell are you?
Chad has mistaken me for this dickhead Harry, which seems logical because he also works for ESL and I cast with him regularly. Harry and I also go to the same barber, although I have a slightly better haircut.
Chad, congratulations, man. I saw the reports. Titan game went well.
Thanks,
yeah, great stuff. ESCA tonight?
No can do. Got an 8:30 res with the pros, man. Trying out a new crosshair, though. I'll swing it over. New crosshair. What do you think?
That's very nice. Look at that.
Gave it a go yesterday. 1 on the thickness, 0 on the dot, and 1 on the outline. It's great for visibility.
That's very cool, Stunner, but that's nothing. Look at this. Daring yellow, thin outline. What do you think?
Nice.
Jesus. How did a nitwit like you get so tasteful?
I cannot believe that Machine prefers Rush's crosshair to mine.
But wait, you ain't seen nothing yet. Check out this bad boy. Statement read, almost a statement in itself. Dot, for that pinpoint precision. And let's not forget a little bit of girth goes a long way.
Impressive. It's nice, it really is. Now let's see Chad's crosshair. Look at that subtle neon coloring. The tasteful thickness of it, oh my God. The gap is perfect.
Something wrong? Stunner? You're sweating.
Your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history.
ESL Pro League is brought to you by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, and DHL.
Pack your bag now, keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got...
Oh lordy, Ence versus Vitality, and right now the Ence boys are a map up. We're moving on to Dust 2. Everyone's favourite little dust-covered map in the middle of some location that looks quite warm. It's going to be Dust, and we're all looking forward to it, especially the Dusties out there.
Yeah,
any Dusters?
Yeah, maybe. I'll have to see how clean we can be as Ence take on Vitality for the second map of the series. And yeah, right now, I'm excited to see where Ence are going to go on this one, right? Like, they have not played this map much as of late at all, in fact.
What's the most dust-covered map you can think of?
Probably this one.
Probably Dust 2?
Yeah,
that's a safe bet.
Yeah.
Look at this. Spinks holding close, and Diha drop now. Spinks taking a peek into the tunnels, gonna get sideswiped. Alu down through lower, makes his presence known in the window. There's still a player here in this B bomb site. It's actually Snappy going deeper, taking these peaks, taking players down, and he's somehow still alive. Well, put up a little bit more damage, and it's left onto Masuta in a 1v2. In the tunnels, there's a man. In mid, there's a man. He is completely surrounded. So now looking to get this bomb down. But Ence, they're closing in. The Barbarians are at the gate, and Masuta having a hide. Can't stay alive. It's Alu with the kill, cementing that pistol round for Ence.
This would be huge if Ence managed to not only like take this map, but also 2-0 Vitality for multiple reasons. One, like, yeah, okay, talked about on the desk between Pimp and Jason, like, yeah, sure, the games for Vitality have been very sweaty, have come very close, but wins are where Vitality have found themselves on Dust 2. It's their home ground. On top of that, the only way for either of these teams to guarantee a slot through is to 2-0 this series. Now, Vitality, for them, that's impossible. They can 2-1, which wouldn't guarantee a thing. Just mean they go 3-1 up in the group, but things can always change with other results. Ence are in a position where if they 2-0 this series, they can go through and lock it in inside of this group. So, yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Vitality to firstly not let that happen, but also to win the series themselves. Easier said than done. And on the back foot with a bit of a force buy. That being said, 2 AKs and a Galil could be far worse. Double the dust for half the price. Those nades go flying into lower. And Zywoo's meeting them in middle. Ooh.
Okay, Apex. Nice. Fair. Through the double doors. Is able to tag Diha with that scout. Now, we're not getting excited yet, right? That's one scout tag landed. Come on, y'all know me better than that. However, with the Force Buy, with the AKs, with the Galils, there's still a chance this round can do some serious damage. Doto over here at long. He doesn't know it, but around this corner, there are a lot of angry Frenchmen. Doto, delivering the goods, is in with a double. Zywoo trades it out, and this AK in his hands is a terrifying prospect. Through long they go, Ence still leaning 3 strong over here towards the A site, but right now they're set up to play retake, so when the smokes go in, you don't have a say in the matter anymore. The only vulnerability here is Shocks, but with him winning that fight onto short, now the pincer is in, and suddenly these CT rotates are nowhere near as safe. They've got to make a play, and so they rush the player at car. They push in on the back of that flash from Snappy, and Ence get it back under control.
Yeah, what a call for Snappy to make as well. Like, he hears the bomb getting planted and he knows at that point that he has a one-on-one available and just calls for the flash and then goes flying through. It's a freebie, and while the bomb gets planted, they immediately get that player off the site with the jump. Dirty Diha doing it again. 2-0 for Ence, and Vitality's Force gets aborted there. They get nothing from it. Only a bomb plant, which really shouldn't entice you to buy unless you get like 4 kills in that round, right? You know you can break Ence's money again. You know that they're not going to have full rifles here. Like, technically, Vitality brought as many rifles, if not more, than Ence did in that previous round, despite losing pistol. But that's not the case anymore. You've got to eco. Give Ence the respect. Right now, they are demanding, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, one of the things that is also problematic here is, you know, Vitality and Dust, that's a relationship that goes back a fairly long while, right? You've got a lot of research to go and do if you were Ence heading into this game. True. And if what we saw on Nuke was anything to go by, it felt like they kind of had Vitality's number there. So here on Dust, I know Ence have done their homework. Vitality better have done theirs. And for everyone watching, you guys don't get off without homework either. I'm setting some right now. I want a 200-word essay on why Shocks is a physically perfect human being. Wow. 200 words. Make it happen. You have till the end of this map.
I don't think that will fit on Twitter, Harry.
Nope. I want it uploaded to GitHub.
All right, well,
and then I'll put it on another hub, and we'll get it out there. We'll make the world know. But first, we've got this round to worry about. They actually did Force as well, Hugo.
Okay.
Important to note.
Respect it. Dangerous decision. It's going to dig you a big hole. Harry, you mentioned like doing research and doing homework and Ence preparing, and I don't doubt you, but right now on the other side, as said, Vitality, there's not a lot of data to go through. They can't pour through the data themselves. No. Ence have only played Ence have only played one map on this map, so that's a bit scary for Vitality. Let's see if that's going to come back to haunt them here. Spinks certainly might. Timing is everything, and Apex has left the flank. Spinks is not stopping. Vitality are creeping up towards long. With this control gained on the backline, they know that Vitality are here. The smoke spam does damage and even takes a kill as well. Oh, Snappy, a big grenade could come through here. They're crossing on the ramp. It dunks down onto Zywoo. There's the flank. No time to consider it for Apex, and it's a third round for Ence. What a round it was as well. Vitality didn't know that they were locked in, boxed on the long position. And Ence is showing us a lot of face right now. These flanks, these aggressive moves, that was something that we saw on Nuke rather not get punished, right? Where Ence were on that CT side, they were getting aggressive, they were pushing ramp, they were going lobby, and they were getting a lot of value from it. If you flip the halves when Vitality was CT, Ence would punish that exact gameplay. So right now we're already seeing similar signs on this CT side of Dust. Ence not giving the respect that Vitality wish they had. Oh. Spam through the smoke. Goes both ways at least, but that grenade could be huge. A little too far.
Yeah, there's no denying that Snappy with this AUG has been a real threat. And with only Deagles on the other side, he is a huge favorite in this cat fight. Well, here is that cat fight. The claws are out, and Alu, lighting them up. I will deal with Snappy, but it's Alu who's the real problem. ZywOo's got his hands on this orc, and with the Deagle has struck another man from the tally. The nades finding good damage again. And the Deagle doesn't serve ZywOo well. It's Alu with the 4K to cement the 4-0 scoreline in favor of Ence. Now we've got the reinvestment coming through for Vitality. ZywOo, money to don that AWP, and so he's going to bring that out right away. You can see the impact that Alu's already finding with his. So you're hoping ZywOo can try and mirror that.
Yeah, ZywOo was 5-1 against Alu in that first map in head-to-head, right? 2-1 in AWP kills, so looking really good in that head-to-head. Doesn't matter today. It's Shock's taking the AWP for the spawn and picking Spinks out of thin air. Alu tries to answer the call, but you can't find Apex back in spawn. But I didn't feel like, I just double-checked those numbers. It didn't feel like it was a 5-1 in favor of ZywOo, but that's seriously one-sided. So Alu's going to need to step things up in this map if he wants to AWP against the best, or one of them. One man in B. Doto's pushed long. He won't commit yet, but they're ready for this, and it's about to be signaled. Smoke and flash lining up. No one pushes off of the flash, and so Ence hold on. They won't call for Alu's help, but he's going to be needed very soon.
Oh, Alu, no, go back. Alu, come back into B. The tag onto ZywOo is good, but it's not going to save the round. It's not going to entice you to go for this. That's a save. That's a shame that that smoke rains into mid and gets the attention off of the B bomb site. Even for that 1 second of difference, you know, it could have meant the difference between maybe playing for that round, getting some kills as Vitality entry. But instead, they're left with nothing more than the save.
But the save is like a necessity at this point. Dota was killed on that T-spawn flank from long, so both these guns need to be held if Ence want to continue buying. They probably will regardless, but if you want 4 guns, that has to be the case. How does Shox hit the flick blinded on the mid-air player? Someone tell me, because I don't know. Maybe you can include it in that manifesto. Sorry, homework. Call it fan fiction, call it what you want. Vitality are on the board with their first round in this T side.
And the first round is the hardest to come by. So now that they've found their footing, admittedly late in the game, right? And that's because of those relentless force buys early on, only admitting defeat 4-0 down, right, and taking your eco. It does come with like the nice little bonus that, you know, you get to bring the AWP out, you got to have full utility behind it. And that orb once again is just watching mid. Alu up here on short, the milkman, ready to go. He's missed the timing on these lower players. Oh. Alu quick.
Wow.
That's the reaction speed that all the calcium blesses him with. Snappy gonna delete Masuta, and Apex flashed out through long. Snappy is still good to hold the line, and 15 HP. He's just wrecking them. There's peaks from 3 separate players. The last being ZywOo, and they just couldn't get past Snappy, who's delivering us a real clean long hold in this round. Just RPK. The tank is the last thing to arrive on the battlefield here, and they spot Snappy down in the pit. But likewise, now they know where RPK is.
And now he's surrounded, right? Pushed to the top of mid is Doto. And flashing Snappy into fight, he will finally go wide, and that will spell his demise. But RPK, a 1-on-4. So he's got to start somewhere. He can cross to the pit with that smoke. Looking above it, trying to find a frag onto the player in the site. Doto has the flank covered, and so Ence aren't really worried right now. They know he has to eventually push forward, and that he will. 22 on the clock. And this AWP has that cross shot ready. No smoke to get RPK through. He needs the headshot immediately. He's looking the wrong way. Oh, flick shot! That is despicable, but there's no time. The bomb surely denied by the Molotov. He has to plant the cat, and it's not available. Peeked out by Diha, but that tap. Oh, baby.
I wasn't expecting that out of RPK.
What?
RPK?
Hello?
That was clean. That's like Listerine levels of clean. Look at this.
Whoop.
Look. Ooh, bam. Sit down, Alu.
Okay, take those. I'll inspire some confidence. Alu gets tagged on the cross as well. Do they try and go fast in towards his mid position? They've got the bomb in the B tunnels as well, so faking Cat going back to a mid to B does seem to be the play for Vitality. They want to show some presence elsewhere. Triple smoke into B. Molly can recover this position here for Diha, stopping a rush. They're not going for it yet anyway. Lining up util. So many smokes you can throw from here. Is that the door one coming in early? Misuta's pushed through his smoke. He's in B. Oh, the orb gets pushed off. Spinks needs to be cleared. Diha dead. And now Spinks needs something insane. He can't do it. Zywoo takes him down with the orb. And this cat look is ludicrous. Apex looking for more. And he might find it. Snappy picked apart. And Alu alone. It's Vitality. The answer to this T side is the B site so far. Both rounds from the Frenchman found on it.
Yeah, B is looking like the answer. And you know, that like not like underhand, you know, like close smoke at B, the dribble smoke that you throw on the run up, it really feels pretty powerful. You know, I think you've already seen adjustments have to be made to deal with that method of getting into the B bomb. So I think that's one of the reasons that, like, whenever you see a team like Mouse Sports play this map, you've always got Frozen playing on one of these little close cubby positions. It's like one of the only spots that really gives you like a nice bit of contest around that smoke. Because that round there where Ence are playing like more of a traditional B side setup, you got a guy sat car, a guy in the window, where you see the problem with it, right? In that there were already players out on the left and right hand sides of those smokes, and so Diha is having to watch both these angles. The car player can't actually help him until Diha either takes a shot and falls out of the site or dies. And when that happens, you know, it's a lot of pressure on Spinks to try and hold down B. But ultimately, he crumbles under, can't deliver. And the save call is forced. It's another B play. Vitality fast on the approach, wasting no time. Snappy's Deagle trying to keep the B bomb site in check, but he's getting tagged, he's getting brought down low. And all that's left to do now is finish the job. But Snappy is not giving them this kill, not giving it over free. And now in a 3-on-3, maybe we see Ence tempted by a round like this.
Alu's got flashes. He's waiting right now for a repeak. Oh, the molly. That will slow things down. But yeah, with no mid lurkers, Vitality have 3 in B. Alu, worst case scenario, he flashes his team in and they die, giving it a go, and he can save. Or if they get the kills, he can commit with them. Orb will come in last. That's to say for sure. Molly pushes RPK forward, flash to follow. Snappy's in with a second one. Oh, RPK's so blind. Snappy uses the sound to his advantage, but his teammate falls, and Snappy can't get the kill. Alu, not being given a frag, has to save, and it's going to be Vitality with a third B site win. B is free, and Ence need a solution.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's always scary, right? Whenever a site feels as vulnerable, as free as B is feeling right now, you know, it's always scary because as you like shuffle around and you try and plug these holes, well, inevitably, if you're going to give to one bomb site, you've got to take from somewhere else on the map, right? And so the worry is there is like, you know, the round that you try and help out B a little bit more, you try and lean towards that side of the map. Well, that's the round that Vitality are going to work that out and head towards A. So it's very much like a mind game when it comes to cooling this one now.
Yeah, Dust 2's such a good map for like conditioning, right? Especially because of how the spawns are worked. Like you could be going for like 3 B hits in a row, killing Ence there every time, and then suddenly you have a long spawn, Ence stacking B, and you've got free real estate. So it can really undo you if you're Ence. That's a shot for Alu, but he's up close and in the open. His gun was not ready for another. Zywoo trades, and that's pretty much the round, right? Ence gambled B with a smoke on mid. Vitality don't have that info, but they're about to. All these players running down lower right now. Shox is about to hear, or at least see, what this tunnel has in offer. And there's a double. Pressure relieved from this round of the orb in no man's land. Shox is even watching for a T-spawn wrap, and he couldn't be more right.
Yeah, the advantage of, like, you know, throwing a bunch of pistols over towards there early on is that now maybe now you hope the Vitality don't just disrespect the B play, right? You're hoping that they go, okay, well, clearly we got Ence worrying. Let's take a slow round. We'll default. I imagine we just see Ence play like a standard. I think at most 2 players over towards B. I don't think you're looking to put any more than that there. But maybe this third mid player could come. And actually, it's another partial buy for Ence. So if there ever was a round to put 3 in B, it's this one. Didn't realize they didn't choose to invest here, but they would have been lacking a lot in terms of the weaponry, right? If they were going to make that sacrifice to bring utility out, or they would be lacking utility with the firepower. You wouldn't have had everything you needed. RPK is in some element of danger here. Could get caught as he's being pincered from the catwalk and through the upper tunnels. RPK is just throwing himself into gunfights, and so eventually it comes back to haunt him. But the main focus of this round wasn't RPK. The real thing that was coming in for Vitality while RPK's got the attention was this long push. Losing a player early is now potentially throwing this into disarray for Vitality. This has given a lot of time for Ence to rotate players around. A big kill through the smoke from Zywoo, and there's no accounting for that. Doto is boosted up and playing this little angle. Masuta is ready for it. There's the response. In the blink of an eye, it's already just down to 1 man. It's just been kills through smokes, kills on boosts. And somehow it's a very, very tight situation. Masuta does get the bomb, looks to get it planted. Alu completely reroutes. He's no longer at Cat. Instead, now he's pressuring long. Masuta has got to bear this in mind, that he hasn't seen Alu for some time. And with the peak to CT, nailing that shot, it's just Alu left to beat, retrieving the AWP from Zywoo's body. Imbued with the power of the Zywoo and in the capable hands of Alu, maybe there's a chance, but this kill is not getting given over lightly. Masuta just tucked in, looking to make it happen, but the shot misses, and so Alu is there, left standing at the end of all of it to secure the round for Ence.
Wow, so calm.
Yeah, I think there's time.
Yeah,
he's good. He's good.
He's good.
He's fine.
He's fine.
I doubted myself for a moment.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's all under control.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough, right? He took some time to wrap long, right? And nice shot from Masuta to kill the CT player. It was Spinks who really made this round a reality, right? The opening kill, making it a 4-on-3, allowing Ence to flood the bomb site. And then Alu, such patience in the one-on-one, right? Even though Masuta had set up perfectly for the long position, Alu, he goes round elevator, he checks the back of the bomb site, and he knows at that point with the bomb planted default, Masuta has to be either crouched on the site or in Goose. There is no other option, so sets himself up perfectly for that 1v1. And now Ence winding their sails, an eco win, and coming back in with some confidence, but that's a whiffed spray from Doto, and Masuta will take him out early. That's a kill that Ence really wanted. Snappy's still here to try and trade the frag out, but he could just drop into lower because it is, again, surprise, surprise, a B hit with only 1 man here. Spinks is not ready for what's coming his way. Org, and nothing from it. Zywoo domes him on the first bullet, and now Vitality. This is a guaranteed 5th round. Masuta is even still here to hunt down the saving players. Uh-oh. Alu's just looked away. Oh, dear.
Well, RIP, boys. Alu's come back in for the trade. Ooh. Oh, it's an ugly round.
And again, it's just B for Vitality, right? It certainly helps them get that freebie up on Catwalk with the Xbox smoke down. Ence have no information.
Well, like, Vitality's whole thing is that, they kind of look like a B in the logo as well.
Yeah, sure.
It's not, that is an actual thing, right? It's not just I think that's something I've heard.
I've never heard that. You say that about Na'Vi, maybe, but
no, dude. Vitality are definitely the B team, but not in like an offensive way.
Where are you going with this? There's no black in their logo. It's white, yellow, blue.
Save the Bs. Bs are white and yellow.
And blue?
There's no blue.
What have you been feeding your bees? Yeah, it's blue in the background. That's what I'm looking at. But
that famous
wrong monitor.
Yellow, blue, and white.
Yeah,
everyone's favorite.
It's actually blue behind Ence's logos as well. I'm kind of piecing it together.
Yeah, you're realizing now. Oops. Actually, there is no blue.
Oh, there's no blue. Well, okay, fine. You got me. The bees
buzzing out through long. But look at this at the car. It's the beekeepers, of course, ready to try and kill the bees?
No.
Is that what beekeepers do? Well, they are doing it, so good job. Not all of them. Some of them are good people.
They're trying to get their hands on that delicious honey. Bee vomit.
We all want it. We all love it. It sounded like you had honey in your mouth just then.
Maybe I do, maybe I do.
Hugo, the honey man, the honey monster. Look at this. Trapped behind the car, the molly. Oh, things are heating up.
No way.
These bees, but Dodo, the queen bee at car, still alive, calling 4 rotations.
Do they throw a third molly? Do they believe it, do you think?
I don't know, man. The collective hive mind of Team Vitality. Trying to piece this one together, Doto.
Not too early.
Oh, look at this. A bee can only sting once before it dies. Doto needs to be more like a wasp right here, right now. And there's a double! Doto making the round doable after all. ZywOo is good for 1. The bomb now dropped out in the open. The AK retrieved, and ZywOo knowing that he's got to make a difference. Diha has retrieved this all, and he's looking to fight them, looking to take these gunfights. It all gets stolen away. ZywOo and Apex claw that back into the favor of Vitality. But it's close. It's close because of Doto.
How many times do you see that, right? Like a team mollies car twice and they still don't kill the car player. They'd already killed 1 in this position. It was the bait and switch. That's why they're never ready for Doto. But man, he wanted 3 and he almost got it off the Deagle spam. That could have been the difference maker. Oh my, what a nice try on the ecos. Ence have made these low econ rounds look very viable, even winning one of them. 6-6 though. Back to B for Vitality, but they won't hang around for long with the smoke in their face. And this is kind of a desperate buy for Ence, where they don't have the AWP, they don't have a kit, their util's kind of bunk. And so Vitality, another great scenario to get yourself up in the lead, to pull quite the comeback in this second map. Hey, they did it against Mouse in a far more terrifying scenario. So pressure's off here as far as Vitality are concerned. Just defaulting right now, checking out all areas of the map. Long locked, mid taken, and Cat about to be approached. Ence are double B site as well with a mid player, so that really gives an idea as to how they're feeling right now. In a round like this, if Vitality go for a Cat to A, it's so hard to win this round if you're Ence. You don't have the kit, you're mainly on that B bomb site, you're just out of position. So Vitality, do they overwhelm it or do they drop back after these smokes are thrown? RPK is still holding tunnels and the bomb is top mid. So don't be convinced by maybe where the smokes land. Do Ence fall for it?
Oh, look at... Oh, yes, Alu finally out for revenge. He's been caught by these CT drops a few times. There's more in middle, but Alu trapping them in and shutting them down. Alu's in with 4. RPK now is to emerge as the hero of a round that should be impossible, and indeed it is. Big stuff from Alu, donning that M4, goes toe-to-toe with the rifles in mid, and even gets out of the round with an AWP.
Yeah, perfect position for that, right? And I was a little worried, right? It wasn't caught. It didn't seem like Ence caught onto that CT drop, but Alu is just watching, waiting for it. And they don't even have a smoke for CT coming in because Vitality are faking that A play and using a lot of util to get over the site. It comes back to bite them. Alu has an open line of fire to kill those mid players. This is quite the game we've got. Like, you know, Vitality... They're being tested here. Rare to see it on Dust 2.
Yeah, not many teams can, right? Not many teams can test Vitality on this map. It's a very, very hard map to contest them on. The double AWP of ZywOo and Shox, admittedly, I haven't really seen it yet, right? That's more a CT side speciality. But I'm really curious to see what Ence's solutions are to that, right? That is something that every team has problems with at some point in time, right? So that's very, very interesting when we get to the second half. We're only a matter of 2 rounds away from getting there. Had to do the maths quickly.
Yeah, well done.
I know 14 and 15, they're like next door neighbors, but that's where it gets confusing, right? Is that 1 round? Is that 2 rounds? They share the same house. I hope that doesn't confuse anyone.
No, surely not. Maybe only yourself. That's fine. We're in a constant, perpetual state of confusion now. And so are Ence, who don't know where to look, where to go, where to stack. Is it really going to be another B attack? Maybe even through middle here this time. Vitality look raring and ready to go. Up Cat they climb, and actually this time, leaning away from B as Ence triple stack it. It's a good time to, upset the grain, change things around. That's the bomb spotted on Cat by Alu. So definitely communication needs to come in here. Will there be a reaction from Ence? Doesn't seem like it. Nice grenade Vitality, they're about to explode into this site. They've left RPK on a bit of a lurk in middle, and really it's all up to Alu. They do have the kits to retake, but if he can thin the herd, take a couple down with him, this could be a good round for Ence.
Oh, Alu over the top of this smoke has removed the first man. Doto's nearby to help out, but up inside of this A site, you won't like what you see if you're Alu peeking over this ramp. A lot of bodies on the other side. Here he is in with the swing. The first shot misses. Now they're homed in. Masuta dropped from the round. It's left to Apex all alone. Down here in CT, he can cut off the rotations, but the moment he gets that kill, now they know where he is. The pressure is on for Apex, and from short, he's blindsided. Spinks is there to send that round home, belonging to Ence, now at 8-6. A chance at an even more one-sided first half than we got out of them back on Nuke.
Yeah, this is unbelievably good from Ence, right? Especially considering, like, if you think about Vitality in this game, what have they actually had to work with? Only B plays. They've won anti-ecos elsewhere, but when it comes to full gun rounds, you know, it's just B crunches and winning the round off the first couple of kills, not getting traded, getting a bomb plant, and Ence just have to throw in the towel. So now that Ence have started stacking that site and still winning on A, despite only having really Alu there, like, this is getting worrying for Vitality. Double orb, D had joined, and that can also weaken the B defense, right? Not weaken, but allow you to put less players there having an orb at the back plat. They don't, though. Both the orbs on the other side of the map, middle and long. Diha pushed off. Alu on Cat almost comes back in with a second, and Diha's so low as well. Vitality, they want to keep this one fast and furious, pushing right into the A site. They don't wait for the smokes to bloom. Doto looking for headshots. He can't find him. Masuta's too quick. And now, one by one, Vitality finding kills into this site to find a 7th round.
Yeah, Masuta is just absolutely domed Ence. He has created all the space for Vitality in this round. And so a 7-8 half is looking likely. Diha being so low after that exchange at mid. They've seen the barrel. Apex really wants to collect this kill. There's a Molotov and a smoke still in play as well, so they're able to slow down this cat rotation. The boost is going to get Spinks to the first. And Molly pushes RPK wide, but into the crosshairs they go. And all they did was put RPK on their angle. 8-7, right down the middle. We roll the music, we roll the ads, and then we're back in with a second half.
Hey Future Pros! For this episode, I'll show you a neat little smoke that would help you when retaking B. This smoke will completely block off the B tunnels. To do the smoke, run into this corner next to the truck. Aim as shown, then jump through the smoke. If done correctly, the entrance to B tunnels will be completely obscured. Make sure you don't have a teammate planning on going through tunnels, as he is going to be one angry retaker if that is the case.
8-7. Ence in the lead at the end of that first half, and we're getting a great game out of Alu now. If he's going to keep this up against this CT double orb from Vitality, he's going to need balls of steel. Unfortunately, with this guy, we know he's only got balls of flesh. So, let's see if he can keep this up moving into the second half of play.
Oh, why do you do this? What's this from Ence? Oh, the quad peak. They're like, ZywOo, come on then, give us something. They time a 4-man peek into middle. They find nothing. Smoke's coming over. Hold yourself together, Harry. Because Ence certainly are. They demand your respect. They deserve it.
They do.
At the very least. 8-7. Cat Smoke is in. They go down. Waiting the molly out. Denying anyone peeking aggressively on Vitality. Although from the get-go, this was an extremely passive pistol from the Frenchman. Locked into their angles. No one's moved from the start of the round. Up Cat they go. One smoke, one flash. And an explosion. Not into A. It's going to be the util in middle. And Ence, what are they going to do with this? Trying to fake things out. They only have one flash to get them into the site. And Vitality know it's not a B hit. They've pushed.
Yeah, that info is going to prove to be key, right? That said, you know, getting the information still hinges on having players alive and being able to rotate in. The fact that ZywOo stays alive in pit is certainly a helping hand, but with players from Ence already re-aggressing onto Cat and flanking through middle, this is not a clean-cut round by any stretch of the imagination. They lose Doto down in mid, and now Spinks, who dropped CT and wrapped all the way up Catwalk, is left in the clutch, has dealt with ZywOo, and just left onto Masuta. He's falling away. He's playing the timing game. Tap on the bomb again, but it's not the stick. Masuta does have a kit, so Spinks, who can't afford to even take one more bullet, needs to use all this time. Masuta's sticking the bomb. Spinks takes the swing, and he locks in the round. This guy is made in the pistols. He always delivers in them. 9 on the board for Ence, and a pistol round locked in after a 1v2 from Spinks.
How does he do it? How is it real? Every pistol round this guy is performing and pulling clutches out of nowhere for Ence. Oh, dirty. Yeah, so many bait peeks. He doesn't really get the info in half of them. He just knows Masuta sees him at least, and that will get him off the bomb. And then the one time Masuta sticks it, Spinks actually peeks him. Insult to injury. My, oh my, Ence. They're trying to 2-0. They're trying to lock in this exit from the group. Get through to the next stage here of Pro League. And a 2-0 is the only way to guarantee it at this point in the tournament. Pistol round on top of a winning half, and Vitality again 4 spies is what really let them down on the T side, right? They went for back-to-back rifle buys off of losing the pistol, and they didn't win them. Oh, timing. Alu does catch one. He knows about the second as well, so the info is there. Doto eats a scout shot, and he'll concede long. They know they've killed a B player. They know things are getting awkward for Vitality, and they actually try and move away from this A stack back into middle. That deep smoke could cause problems. Shox could easily push up and fight lower. So Ence need to keep their eyes on it. Very limited util, no chance at a fake here for Ence. Are they going to re-aggress back on long late in the round, hoping that Vitality have moved over to middle and started to stack that B bomb site out of fear? Because that's exactly what they've done. ZywOo's now in that position. Shox can fast flank Cat. Doto's getting run boosted out on long. Yep. And it's a great bait. Mate, snappy with a tap, and now Ence have the A site.
Yeah, it's a shame, right? A lot of damage has been done to all these Ence players. These scouts would have been so ideal to just finish off the job. But with the bomb already planted in A, it's just a save for Vitality. They're going to give it a go in the next round with these saved weapons.
Yeah, and just the investments that Ence are going for just shows how aware, how in tune they are with exactly what Vitality are doing, right? You don't get SMGs here, you don't risk dying to deagles, you buy full rifles, you get a scout, and you clean up the round with no deaths either. That may change if they hunt, but at a bare minimum, 10 rounds now for Ence. It's got to be feeling pretty good indeed. And this save, this is really nothing. Like, ZywOo and Shox don't even have Kevlar. A desperate call being made by Vitality. I'm never going to count them out in this game. They were 14-8 down versus Mousesports, and they pulled an incredible comeback on the CT side of this map with a lot of reads, some really nice Cat setups. throwing 4 players at long. I mean, they were just in the game. They just knew exactly what Mousesports were calling. However, with a new team as well in the form of Ence, that could be a lot harder. Little more difficult than maybe the last, and the scoreline's getting out of control as well. This should be 11-7 if things go to plan. And nades are good, but Spinks is up ahead of them, and he catches Apex blind.
Ooh, bit of a scout fight. ZywOo, not the guy you like to fight with. Diha pushes ahead and removes that scout from the round. Does a good job of taking a key player out of it. Into the 3-on-5 we go. And at this point, right, the 11-7 scoreline looking destined for Ence. Snappy taking some cat control. Flashed in by his teammate, gets all the way up onto Catwalk. They've got this info. Look at Alu as well, probing the B-bomb site. At this point, Ence actually have control both up on A and in B. And so they know that the only place this last man can be is middle. They get the spot, they get the kill, and everything's under control. 11-7, and now that buy is in. ZywOo with money to bring the AWP into play, and maybe even a double AWP, right? Shox with a bit of cash floating around. We've talked a lot about this double AWP for Vitality. I really do look at it as like one of the reasons as to why their Dust 2 is so strong. And I wonder if we see it. We don't. It's actually just a single AWP for ZywOo.
And where does he take it at this point? You have no idea what Ence want to do on this T side. Like, we see so many spawn plays as well out long, and ZywOo is there for the pickup. Diha dead, and that's the start of Vitality required to stay in this series right now. It's a big round for them. Apex, oh, his head's been spotted. Spinks doesn't see it. That was awfully close to a kill for Ence, and they would have loved that frag. Alas, Vitality go back. And Ence probe middle, not for long. Spinks takes a look. They have a player in the pit. Snappy waiting until later to strike. An RPK, he could get flashed in here on Cat. That's exactly what's happening. There's the pop. Spinks blinded off. Doto in the corner wasn't, but he isn't going to be able to get that trade in time with a Molotov at his feet. And the B push for Vitality, they've seen enough on the Catwalk side of things. They saw the bomb, so pretty convinced this is not a B play, and that may be what they fall back into, but they're going to get caught setting up these mid to B smokes by the lower play. Here comes Shoxy on the flank.
Yeah, this is a big flank. How many kills do they get from it? Oh, that flash! Was that a team flash as well? That was thrown from Cat, right? Oh, that actually dismantles the flank. Now, luckily enough, right, they still get everything back under control. They still kill these Cat players. Could have been a flash that we talk about as the undoing of Vitality, but luckily enough, RPK and ZywOo, they make up for it. It's like, yeah, we team flashed you, we got rid of your kill potential, but we still delivered. Snappy, all alone, 1v4, down from the 1v5, and with very little room to maneuver. There's a flank in long, there's a player in mid, and there's the trade from Masuta. Having that crossfire set up with the Cat players, you were never worried about that round getting out of hand. So Vitality scraping by, 8 to their name, a nice rifle round to begin this CT side for them.
Yeah, beginning after losing 3 in a row at the start of the half as well. Certainly doesn't feel too good, does it? But they have the breathing room with that round being won. Without it, oof, I don't know so much. Orbs are back out. This head-to-head of Alu v ZywOo. The ZywOo was all over on Nuke. How will it continue? How will it fare on Dust? Doto out long, taking the risk. No one wants to have that spawn when you're up against Vitality. And he knows Apex is here, but there's so many more players that are looking his way. RPK core, and now Apex is stuck in the molly. Doto doubles down with 1 point of health. They lose B, but the info is there. ZywOo does nade Doto out, trading it, and blink and you miss it. We're back into an equal situation.
Yeah, this B aggression has been so good for Vitality. Now it's ZywOo holding down the A site, his bread and butter, but Alu takes him in the head-to-head from Cat, and a 2-on-2 is given over, but this bomb has got to get across. This bomb has got to survive the journey, throwing over.
Oh, big.
Nice Spinks, strong throwing arm on this guy, and there he is, nailing the follow-up, caught by the aggressive Shoxy, bringing it down to the 1v1, and maybe looking to reposition. We'll decide against it. Falling silent for a moment is Shox.
Great call.
Just waiting.
And Alu's in such a dangerous position, he can't stay here for too long. If Shox doesn't give him a kill, he'll start considering other options, but too early today. Alu's awake. He's had his coffee and his Milky Bars. 12-8. And yeah, I love the call from Shox there to reset, to wait, but he needed a few more seconds on that delay. Alu does not fall for it, and Alu is having one hell of a day today. Zoom and banging, 21-8 with the AWP. And that's the money broken, Harry. They win one rifle round and it's stripped away straight after.
Alu taking the mid fight, in case you can't tell.
That's what that sounds like.
And they're already up long. Making it exciting with the Deagle. And advantage taken. Scout pushed up close as well. Jump scouts. Flying Scoutsman. Flying Scoutsman.jpg. There's the peak. Spinks waiting for the wrap. This is weird. They're in T-spawn. They're fighting in T-spawn. They're at the A site. They're jump scouting in the A site. Apex is running back in. And with the scout, nails the shot. Back up again, but this time taken out of the round. And now just Masuta left up in it. A 1v2. Not impossible, but not easy. And there's the first, but not the second. Denied by Doto. Ence running away with this game, 13-8, and the money. Oh, the money at least allows another buy, right? Another chance of success for Vitality, but there's no ignoring this scoreline getting out of hand by the second.
And I want to make that comparison I made back on Nuke at the start of this map. Like, you know, when we have Vitality on, or Ence on that CT side, they get away with the aggression. It feels like they hit all the perfect timings to flank Vitality. Like right there, Vitality try the same thing. They try these B pushes that have been really good, don't get me wrong, but they go through spawn, and Spinks is still waiting for it. Like, he's in spawn, getting that info, and one kill at a bare minimum. Goes out with a flash here after smoking the Molotov. He knew that they could have nade stacked him, but it won't net him much. And actually, Vitality finding the first. Can they keep it up? Flash could be good. Apex so blind, but they don't check the corner. Oh, it's their undoing. Apex dominating. 3 kills, and the bomb is loose as well. That's the round, surely. Diha 1 on 5. Precarious position to be in, and with the bomb mollied off as well, it gets harder from here on out.
Oh, they've seen him now as well. The info is there. The double swing in mid. Oh, Diha with the double, but 4 HP, now ready for the tunnels wrap. Was ready for the tunnels wrap, but now is likely going to get shot in the back, and that's a real shame. Timing just a second off for Diha. Nice attempt at a round, but it's still Vitality in with a 9th. Yeah. And so suddenly, a bit of a sigh of relief if you're a Vitality fan, or if you just happen to be one of the 5 folks in the server. If you are, why are you hearing this? Turn it off. Look at this, right? Now suddenly you're able to reach double digits. Oh my goodness, wait a second. It ain't free at all. They put Hero Warp in the hands of Alu. Yeah, they've put a lot of faith.
Yeah, so many players are full broke, and so Alu's like, fine, you know, you're buying pistols, I'm buying my AWP. And with no armor, it's a dangerous decision. Ence going quick, though. The fast smoke thrown over the site. Apex, they have no idea yet. They haven't seen him. The Deagle's rounding the corner, and the damage done. 1 HP. Alu finishes the job, hits both AWP shots alongside Diha. Oh, dear. So it was the Deagle that did 99, and Alu that did 1. And now the problems in the pocket of Vitality. They've got to retake, a man down. They do have the weaponry and the utility for it, though, plus the kit. Molly can cut off Alu. He's got to be pushing forward or backing up and resetting. Snappy's picked up a player in spawn, and 1 by 1, they start to fall. RPK needs to make him a hero play. He's moving up, but behind his smoke is